Welcome back to Truth Hurts. I'm Jay Duesenberg. On this show, we expose corrupt politicians and lying corporate media, and we're broadcasting live from Roseville, Minnesota, which is on the front lines of this battle against the extreme leftist agenda. And that's going to be on full display today as Democrats in the Minnesota Senate are ready to vote for basically the nation's worst and most extreme abortion bill we've ever seen. And joining me today, start out with, because there's going to be a lot of people joining me today, but we got William Beck in the studio, Mr. Straight-Laced himself. How you doing, William?
Good to be here, Jake.
Is it really good to be here? Because I'd rather not do this broadcast today.
It's good to be here and not at the Capitol in St. Paul. I know there are a lot of awesome people protesting at the Capitol and leading a peaceful prayer vigil, which is great. I wish I could be there, but we also got to do the show.
Yeah, no kidding. We should have coordinated with Michelle, see if she wanted to go live and give us a report on the ground. Dawson, will you pull up the Senate floor? They should be gaveling in right now. It's 10:32 a.m. Central Standard Time. You're looking at the still image before the Senate chambers.
We're just better at them than streaming on time, I guess.
Are they really not on?
Not
I would
yet.
imagine they are.
I'll refresh it, but
Yeah, hit refresh on that.
Nope.
Interesting. This is
Dawson, you should give them some advice. They might need it.
Here, why don't you back off this? Just go to the YouTube and go to. Let's figure this out because we definitely don't want to miss this. The session starts at 10:30. Welcome to everyone that's tuning in. By the way, we like to do live reactions when there's very big and consequential bills going down in the Minnesota legislature, or actually the U.S. Congress too. As I think, what did we stream? 4 days for the speaker vote, right? Something like that. 4 days.
Man, we didn't get much work done otherwise that week, did we?
It was what people wanted to see. Yeah, let's look at the just go to YouTube, Dawson, and just type in Minnesota Senate, MN Senate. Let's just start with a new one. I'll watch as you do it, just in case something happened with their stream. See, that is the floor session 12703. What is going on in the Senate?
There's no way there's nobody in there.
Well, no, that's not a live image.
Oh, is it just a static image?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I mean, you see those people in the background. They're not moving. Let me just check here on their website, which I think usually goes to it. I mean, how nefarious is this, huh?
So did the stream just start at 10:30, or did they have actual stuff going on at 10:30? Because usually
they gavel in at 10:30.
Oh.
if I had to guess, this is technical issues.
Could be technical issues. Now the question is, are they actually doing something? Are they actually meeting or gaveling in, and we don't get to watch it?
Is Michelle there right now? We could give her a call.
Yeah, but it's hard to give. Well, I guess we did do a call yesterday live on air.
No.
I'm just going to check one more thing here real quick. Minnesota Senate. They got a different platform they stream on. And I'm actually not familiar with what it's called.
Is it the left-wing version of Rumble?
Granicus? Oh, that's okay. I know what that is. That's just their internal thing. So let's see if the floor sessions January. So that's archives. I mean, I would apologize to you guys at home that tuned in here. This is not us. This is obviously the Senate, not broadcasting live.
Well, maybe we can talk about what this bill would do specifically for while we're waiting.
Yeah, we could definitely do that. I think it's even more important. So let's just pop that. Just keep that up there. Unless it, or keep an eye on it, Dawson.
I'll keep an eye on it.
Yeah. First of all, let's talk about how we got here. Let's do that. Okay. So this bill, we can show you the bill. The bill's just got no exceptions for abortion. It's abortion in all cases. It doesn't matter if it's a 7-pound, 8-ounce baby, 39 weeks in. That baby's life could be killed, according to this bill, which is why it's the most extreme bill in the nation. So, how did we get to this spot? Well, two things I want to show you. First of all, the whole entire Minnesota Senate, the balance of power. In fact, the whole balance of power of the entire Minnesota government came down to Senate District 41. Where Tom DePel was the endorsed candidate. The former representative, Tony Jurgens, decided I'm not going to abide by the endorsement, ran against him in the primary. DePel crushed him by 20 points in the primary. And so what does Tony Jurgens do? He endorses the Democrat Senate candidate, Judy Seeberger. Pull up the article, Dawson. I've got it in the show notes. It's the one on Juergens. So just so you aren't tracking the story, and a lot of our listeners who watch us all the time definitely know the story by now, anything that passes in Minnesota because it's the Democrats' agenda, which I'd argue is the global leftist agenda, is because that guy right there on the right, Representative Tony Juergens, a Republican. We long accused this guy of a rhino. I think we were right about that.
I don't think he gets to even call himself a rhino. Just
no
title. We'll give him the Democrat name.
He was a sitting representative that was in the Republican Party in Minnesota.
I think he should be firmly and thoroughly ousted from the Republican Party. Any Republican event he dares try showing his face at, escort him to the door.
Right.
He screwed the entire state of Minnesota, and he's the reason that tens of thousands of people will probably be leaving in the coming years.
Yes, and why we are on the cusp right now, because I don't think, William, that this bill would have came to the Senate floor if they didn't think they had the votes for it. The only question here today is, will there be an amendment that at least protects life in the third trimester, partial birth abortion, at least says parental notification? That's what we don't know. Will one of those amendments, at least pass today?
Yeah.
Because there's only one Democrat, and I want to show you something here. Pull up the graphic on who the watch list is, Dawson. So there's basically 4 senators. If we're wrong in this and there's someone that we're not tracking, that'd be great. But these are probably the most vulnerable senators and the ones that are the best chance to vote the right way today. And that's Grant Hochschild, which is like Senate District 3. It's right on the Canadian border. It's the most northern one. It's the largest district. Rob Kupek, which is Senate District 4. That's over by Moorhead, right on the North Dakota border. Eric Putnam in St. Cloud. And Judy Seeberger, which is my district, your district too.
Yep.
It's all the way from Hastings up to just south of Stillwater, just Lake Elmo. We're on the north part of it. So that's the watch list to see if these guys will do the right thing today. But just so you know, I have very little faith Judy Seeberger's going to do the right thing. I've been contacting her office, email, phone call all week. No response from them.
Me too.
Now, remember, these people are working for us. You said you did it too?
I emailed her a few times. I haven't called yet.
Well, we called on air. So if you watched the show yesterday, we called her on air, got the voicemail again, left my voicemail for her. I have not heard back from Judy Seeberger, which makes me think she's going to vote the wrong way on this. She's going to vote against life. And that's because of Tony Juergens. Pull that picture up. Now, it goes a little bit beyond Tony Juergens. The Tony Juergens article again. Let's pull that up. You can look at actionforliberty.com. I think it's on our news page, three pages back. Scroll down there. This wasn't just Tony Juergens. That was Tom DePaul, the Kennedy beat. Obviously, a guy who believes in life. Those two, that image there with the two arrows, those are Senate Republican staffers helping out Tony Juergens in the primary against the endorsed Republican candidate, the solid pro-life conservative.
It's more than just those two, by the way. Those are just the two that we can confirm. But we have a pretty good idea that there are more of them out there.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, I actually got a video. I don't think I've gotten this article. Somebody, I don't think was in this article, but Senate staffer door knocked my house, and I got it on my Ring device.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, they definitely were active. Scroll down a little bit more. And then also, it goes without saying that the Republican Party of Minnesota cut off data access for Tom DePaul. They were doing everything they could to get Tony Juergens in office. He got crushed by 20 points. And here's a picture. He's actually actively campaigning. Hastings Raiders football game, it looks like. Scroll down there. That's the video of him endorsing Judy Seeberger, the Democrat. So the reason we are here today, because imagine if the Republicans had the Senate, this bill would not be brought up today. This is rapid speed. I've never seen legislation move this fast in Minnesota before. Yeah. We're not even a month in to the legislative session, and they're on the cusp of the most extreme abortion bill in the nation. All because this guy right here, Tony Juergens, this former Republican representative, endorsed the Democrat senator who is literally on the floor allegedly right now. I don't know if our stream's up. Still not up? It's unbelievable.
Not yet, no.
So now we don't even get to see. I'm going to go ahead and say what you're going to say. I'm going to private message Michelle, see if what's going on.
You keep thinking, I literally just look at you, and then you think I have something to say. I
Well,
do
you
have
were about to
something
say
I
something.
do have something to say
Okay.
this time, but the way the Democrats are going about all this stuff, they've pushed some of the most hardcore legislation they've ever wanted to pass in these last 2 or 3 weeks. This is how Republicans should be governing when they have control of things. And that's because they're doing a good job at supporting their base and rewarding them for getting out and helping them and electing them.
A finer
And-
point's never been made, right?
Well, I'm fresh out of not fine points. Didn't quite work that time.
I mean,
but-
seriously, it's so true. We never get the stuff when Republicans are in office, when they take over control. When do we ever see this stuff?
Not
Oh,
only
Michelle's
that,
not even on the. Oh, you know what? I don't think Michelle's in the state right now.
Oh,
now that I
shoot.
remember.
well, not just that, Jake, but they're
we
shoving
should
it.
just send Jesse to the Senate.
Actually, yeah, that's a good idea. He
Well,
doesn't have
fresh
a
out of bad
camera.
ideas.
Okay,
There.
all right, all right.
Got you on that one, William.
Come on, dude.
When Jesse gets here, let's bring him on set and let's redirect him to into the whatchamacallit, to the Senate chambers.
You want him to come in and then send him away?
What's wrong with that, Dawson?
I think it's hilarious, and we should do it.
Yeah.
Well,
All right.
you should give him a camera, probably, right?
Yeah. Well, if he's because
Print
the
off
reason
some
he's not
fake
here right
press
now is he
credentials.
apparently didn't set his alarm last night. So, is his phone not even working?
I don't
He
think.
probably forgot to plug it in.
Yeah.
Jeez. Jesse. Pull up the article on the MNGOP leaked talking points. So I told you one reason we're here. It's because Republicans played with fire, and they wanted Tony Jurgens, and Tony Jurgens just endorses a Democrat. Now, that was 321 votes. That decided the balance of power, meaning if he flipped 151 votes, you would imagine a sitting legislator has the influence to flip 151 votes. It's one of two things here, right? Either he is not that influential, or he's influential enough to flip 151 votes to give Judy Seeberger the win, and therefore Democrats complete control of our government, which is why we have abortion today on the Senate floor. Allegedly, right?
Allegedly.
Yeah, I might have to contact some other people.
Jake, I'm gonna say really quick, you ought to plug some stuff right now because we got about 150 viewers.
Okay, so what are we going to plug? What do you want me to plug there, Dawson?
Plug
We got to
all of
plug.
it.
Go to our Twitter account that no one can find.
Yes,
That's
that one.
we believe Twitter right there is on our side, but apparently we're getting shadow banned according to William, our social media guy. So action_liberty. It's a damn good Twitter account. You're doing a good job there.
Oh, thank you.
Did you post that meme this morning that I sent you? The night that's like Pfizer
Oh, did you
tried
want me
to
to
take over.
post that? I didn't
How
think.
could you not post that?
I didn't
one's
think
great.
everyday people would get it.
Oh, people will get that
You
one.
think so?
I've got the link to the follow-up where James O'Keefe at Project Veritas gets assaulted by the Pfizer director.
Yeah.
So
We should post
we got
that
some
with the meme.
downtime.
Yeah. It's a good idea.
Is the Senate in session right now?
Yeah, for those who are just tuning in,
Oh, they pushed it back. The stream is supposedly pushed back to 10:45.
but it's 10:44 now. Nope, 10:45.
I'm keeping an eye on it.
All right. Well, I don't know if that I mean, usually you can't change. I don't think you can just change. I don't think I've ever seen it. When they adjourn to a time certain, they show up. So maybe they are having technical issues.
How is it related to the stream? Like, I assume that the Senate itself is controlling the schedule, right? It's not the stream that they have to wait on to be able to start. So are they doing stuff back there, or is it like
They could be. I mean, I can't imagine they're not adjourned. By the way, I didn't even introduce Dawson. Dawson running the dials here. If we have new people in the audience here, Dawson's running the dials. Bridget's on her way in. We're eventually going to have Representative Erik Mortensen join us, I think around noon. I mean, we don't know how long this is going to take. This is going to be quite a bit of debates.
Mm-hmm.
Let me throw up another thing. Oh, so I'm all over the place. Go quickly to the article on MNGOP chair leaked talking points. So Jurgens, one reason. Number two, back in September, the MNGOP chair, David Hand, corrupt David Hand, sent out an email, and we had many people send this to us, but this one to all candidates running for Republican office. You want to talk about fumbling an issue. They were so scared about abortion that they didn't want their people talking about it. So he says, dear candidates,
Hey,
MNGOP chair here. What?
sorry, Jake, I got an update. The Republicans stayed in caucus for an extra 30 minutes, so they don't have a quorum to assemble right now. So they're not
So there's no quorum. What's the quorum? 2/3?
right, but all the Republicans are in caucus.
Well, then
they must be
are
arguing about the right to life
Republicans not going to
amendment.
come in? I mean, Republicans are going to hold up the process by not giving them a
You
quorum.
remember when Oregon did that over the gun control bill that they were doing?
Okay, so that's news right here. And we got Jesse. That's why the camera. Look at this guy. Oversleeps.
My bad. I apologize. I don't have any good excuse.
What is that? 20 push-ups?
I think a lot more than that.
No. Well, oh, that's right. Well, let's do the 20 push-ups on air. We've got to roll. Yeah, move that camera right there.
34 is a
man.
quorum.
This is it. We have an agreement that
We did.
if you're late and I don't
like
have
that
the board, we'll just have you do the first 20 because I don't want to embarrass you if you can't get 30. There you go.
Oh, I can do 30.
Well, it's at least 30. We know that. Ready? Go ahead. As he's doing them, I'm just going to mention here that we've got breaking news that breaking news. You know, I'd love to see Tony Jurgens do 1,000 push-ups. There's not enough push-ups in the world that can make up for what he did. So
That's 20.
that's 20. Oh, so you can't do 30.
I can.
That was pretty embarrassing, honestly. Now,
Just
what
wait
was
until
it?
we
I
dare
can't remember
crawl.
a rule because 10 o'clock. So it's like, was it 10 for every 10 minutes or something like that?
Something like that.
It's on the board. We'll find out.
Yeah.
Jeez, Jesse,
Yeah,
unbelievable.
but back to your question, Jake, it's 34 for a quorum. I don't think that Republicans are not just going to not show
Hold on.
up.
It's 30. Oh, so if it's 34 for a quorum, then
Yeah.
it's not a problem. There's 34 Democrats.
Oh, so there must be Democrats missing.
No, it's probably just, a handshake with Dietzig. See, they're on the floor.
Oh, okay, they're on the floor.
Oh,
now.
they're under call. So they're making sure. Okay, so, and that's the other thing. Well, I was going to say, you got to make sure all the Democrats are there. So you might see Democrats try to leave the Senate floor so they don't have to take votes on the amendment. You're going to see a lot of shenanigans. We're going to break it down for you live. But at least we now have the Senate live feed. Thank God.
Yep.
Pull up that article. I want to go through this before they get to business here. This is David Hand, corrupt David Hand, the chair of the MNGOP. This is back in September. It's a letter. It's an email to all candidates. As we gear up for the final stretch of election season, the Democrats and the media will continue to try and bait you with questions about issues, most particularly abortion. The state party and key stakeholders have developed and tested the following message, making this the official MNGOP statement and / response on abortion. If asked, the party recommends that you answer the question as follows. I'm not making this up. This is literally an email from the MNGOP chair. Quote, here are the facts. Abortion up to the moment of birth is a protected constitutional right in Minnesota. That is completely false. That is not true at all. He just completely took the Democrats' talking point. Then he says, the only two ways this can be changed are by the Minnesota Supreme Court overturning the existing law or by Minnesota voters passing a state referendum. Since abortion is not on the ballot, let's talk about the ongoing issues that affect Minnesotans every day. Crime, inflation, the economy, and education, end quote. Now, we've covered this before, but the stupidest thing you could possibly say, first of all, he's saying something that's technically incorrect. It's not in the abortion is not in the Constitution. If it was in the Constitution, what are we doing here? Why are the Democrats even putting a bill there?
Right.
So he's lying to the people. He's telling the candidates to lie. But then he's also saying abortion's not on the ballot. Well, it's on the ballot for a lot of people. So you're like ignoring what they actually care about. Here's what he should have done. Democrats want to kill third trimester babies. Democrats want partial birth abortion. Democrats don't want the parents of a 15-year-old knowing that they're looking for an abortion. Who has the most extreme position on abortion? The Democrats have the most extreme position on abortion. Judy Seeberger has the most extreme position on abortion. But the Republicans blew that chance, and they played with fire. Tony Jurgens endorsing Judy Seeberger is why we are here today. The Republican Party in Minnesota is so unbelievably stupid, and now we're forced to watch this thing go down. Let's get some audio in here.
Mm-hmm.
This is the Senate President Bobby Joe Champion of Minneapolis.
Hansen, who's retired from the Spirit of Hope.
Just so you know, two
United
Republicans
Methodist Church in Golden Valley.
in Minnesota,
As I mentioned,
in the Minnesota
as
Senate,
Brother
voted
Retired
for this
Following
guy as
Prayer,
president.
please remain standing.
Crazy left-winger.
They're just going to do the
Minneapolis.
invocation here. So, real quick, though, I guarantee the reason that they were still in committee for 30 minutes is because they're debating whether or not they want to bring the life at conception amendment. which I think they're going to introduce anyway. I think one senator at least is going to push this thing,
Yeah.
and then everyone's going to be forced to take a position on it. I guarantee some Republicans are going to leave the room at that point. They don't want to be on record for that.
Mm-hmm.
We've got a bunch of comments rolling in.
All right,
Oh,
go ahead
read
and read
them
some
off.
comments here because this is probably the one chance we're going to get to do it.
People are saying, gentlemen, thank you for covering this. Prayers up that it does not pass. Proof that Minnesota Republicans are not real conservatives. They're praying now? Question mark, question mark.
Oh, yeah, I know, right? Yeah. Isn't that interesting that we're praying, we're presiding over a chamber that's about to basically go against God's will? Like anyone that wants to.
I don't know much about this pastor. He very well could be a progressive pastor.
Reverend
though.
Jeff Hansen.
Excuse me.
Reverend Jeff Hansen. Yeah, you would think, that was lined up, that he was, let's go, Pastor Jeff
Someone asked,
Hansen.
any update on the voting for RNC chair?
ELCA pastor, I mean.
Do we know who Ken will vote for?
Yeah, that's a good question. So I don't know if you heard Dawson's comment, but anyway, someone asked about the RNC chair race. I don't think that vote's going to happen till later, but I'm not sure.
Someone asked about that?
Yeah, I think Ronna McDaniel might pull it out, to be honest, based on everything.
That's
that
the way
I'm
it's
seeing.
looking. Yeah.
Yeah.
People say,
I mean, honestly, like I don't even care at this point. It's like the Republican Party is so pathetic.
Yeah.
It's like,
Yeah.
Epic Williams says, you should have to be here to vote. I have to work when I go to work.
That's a good point.
That's a
I
great
think-
name,
I
by the
can't
way.
remember in the
Great
rules,
username.
Don't they still have remote voting? That might be a thing.
Yep.
Yeah, for one senator who's on paternity
That's
leave.
showing most of the Republicans right there. All right, let's get some audio.
And reciting the Pledge of Allegiance. The secretary will take the roll.
Abler, Anderson, Barr, Bolden, Carlson, Champion, Coleman, Swadzinski, Dames, Dibble, Dornick, Draheim, Drazkowski, Duckworth, Diedzik, Eichhorn, Farnsworth, Fateh, Frentz,
Guys,
Green,
put up your
Green,
watch
list,
Gustafson,
Dawson, keep the watch
Hoschild,
list on the
Kerr,
screen, too.
Hoffman, Housley, Howe,
Is there a way we can put it
Jasinski, Johnson,
in a little
Klein,
window?
Karan, Kroon, Kanesh, Kopek, Lang, Latz, Liskey, Limmer, Lucero, Mann, Marty, Matthews,
there we go.
McQuaid, McEwen, Miller, Mitchell.
We're showing you the
Mohammed,
abortion
Morris,
vote watch
Murphy,
list.
Nelson,
Those are
Umuver,
4
Bateman,
Democrats
Pappas,
that are the best
Pa,
chance to
Port,
stop this
Pratt,
thing.
Putnam, Rarick, Rasmussen, Rest, Seeberger, Utke, Weber, Wiesenberg, Westland, Westrom, Wickland, Zhang.
All right, thanks. Is that Justin Eichhorn there talking to the president? Can't really tell.
Yeah, I can't tell either.
A Republican from what's that, Grand Rapids area?
Yep.
That's a big area.
Thank you. Pursuant to Rule 14.1, the following members intend to vote under Rule 40.7. Senator Miller, Winona, Minnesota. Senator Pa, Brooklyn Park, Minnesota. A quorum is present. Members, before we get to the order of business, I just want to make sure, well, it's twice that I'm going to make this statement. One is, I want to remind our guests in the gallery to please refrain from disturbing the Senate floor proceedings. No public outbursts are permitted in the Senate chambers.
Based on
The
what
only other
happened in the
reminder
House.
He's referencing what happened
that
in the
I'd like
House.
to remind us of is we want to make sure that we are adhering to the long tradition and the richness of this body when it comes to
the
having
richness of this
robust
body.
but
These guys are
respectful
such jokers.
discussion. Even when it's something emotional, I would like for us to remember
Dustin, I
that
also
we are
want you to
standing
put
on
up
the
the
shoulders of
abortion
many who have
amendments that
come
were rejected,
through
that
these
other
doors
graphic.
before us. And it's important for us to remember the calling from our constituents and remain, even in our speech, respectful, even in our dialogue, thoughtful, and even the way we look at each other, respectful. All right?
Respect
So
each
with
other,
that
not
being
unborn
said,
babies, though. That's where
I'm
we
going to
draw the
start
line.
with the Senate agenda as I do at any other time. We are going to proceed to the first to the fourth order of business,
There's,
first reading of House
An
files.
order of business here.
I'm sorry, we will go to the fifth order of business.
This guy is such an
Members,
amateur,
there's
by the
one
way.
report to
the new
read
Senate.
at the desk, and I'm going to ask the secretary to report that report.
We
Senator
still don't
Klein
have
from the Committee on Commerce and
public
Consumer
view of
Protection,
the
to which
Senate
was
floor
referred.
amendments.
Senate
Right
file
now
number
we're in the
73,
dark, trying to get some
a bill
intel
for an act
from
relating to
the
cannabis.
Senate to see
Reports
what kind
the
of
same back
amendments.
with
But right now,
recommendation that the bill be amended
the
as follows.
Senate
when
page,
so
Senate
amended,
floor
the
amendment
bill be
page
passed
is
to be
blank. It
re-referred
says
to
there are
the
no
Committee on
amendments at
Jobs
this
and
time, so
Economic
we're
Development.
really in the dark on.
Senator Disick.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the committee reports printed in the agenda and read by the secretary
This
be
is the
adopted with the exception of the
crazy
report pertaining
Democrat
to the appointments,
majority
and I ask for
leader.
a roll call.
This is actually
A roll call has been
Dawson's,
requested and a roll call has been granted. Any discussion?
Dawson senator.
The secretary will take the roll.
Yeah, will you put that on the left side of the screen there, Dawson, and let's blow that up. That's so what Dawson's showing there is the amendments that were rejected by Democrats in the House, and that's partial birth abortion, ripping a baby as it's being born apart. Okay, so that was rejected by Democrats. Third trimester ban, that was rejected by Democrats in the House.
Senator Jasinski,
Parents of
for those voting
15-year-olds
under Rule 40.7.
notified if
Thank you, Mr.
if a
President.
15-year-old
Senator
girl
Miller
is going to
votes
go
aye.
get an abortion,
Senator Miller
parents aren't
votes
even
aye.
notified. And this is a not fully developed young woman,
Senator Kunesh.
a girl, right? And
For those
they
voting
can't even
under
be
40.7.
notified. That was rejected by Democrats. And then babies born alive from a botched abortion, that amendment was rejected by Democrats in the Minnesota House. Now, in the Senate, assuming all Republicans are on board, because there's 34 Democrats, thanks to Tone Jurgens, and 33 Republicans. Right now, if we have a one Democrat join the Republicans, assuming all the Republicans are on board against this monstrosity, then that will kill the bill.
Mm-hmm.
And oh my God, if a Republican votes for this thing in the Senate, oh wow, scorched earth on that guy, right?
They better retire in 26 if that's the case.
Yeah. I would say if there was a chance, well, I guess I just don't know. I mean, I know the lefties here, but like Abler, who's one of the biggest leftists in the Senate,
Abler's the
is
one I'm worried
a
about.
big pro-life guy. So it's probably the only reason
Oh,
he
is
is a
he really?
Republican.
Yeah, no, he's been pushing lots of amendments trying to bring this bill back to finance so that there can be a fiscal note on it. There's no
Oh, that's
fiscal
right.
note, and
Yeah.
the Republicans have been requesting one. The Democrats won't. Republicans, since they're in the minority, can't get a fiscal
All
note.
those who
So,
voted who had a
yep, they've been
desire to
fighting
vote,
that
the
battle.
secretary
Okay.
closed the roll.
I didn't know
There
Tushy was
being
watching us.
37
I thought he's giving us intel like there's
Now,
at the
no
thing. I'm like, well, let's get
motion
Tushy on the
prevails.
ground.
No, because he was responding to our comments.
It's kind of hard to read comments, or thread. We got a
Senator Disick.
text right here.
Mr. President, I move that the committee report pertaining to the appointment be laid on the table, and I request a roll call.
A roll call has been requested and a roll call has been granted. Any discussion? The secretary will take the roll.
I guarantee this gets dragged out all day.
Yeah, I mean, I don't see us going past 4 hours of live broadcast, which is what we did for that Minnesota House. We were able to do it. Once again, former Representative Erik Mortensen will be joining us at noon, and that's interesting because he's got all the inside information. He knows some of the characters up there, knows a lot about the procedures, and not that we don't know it, but he's been in the inside. He's been in the belly of the beast. So former Rep Erik Mortensen will be joining us around
Senator
noontime.
Jasinski, for those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Miller votes aye.
Senator Miller votes aye.
So that means Jeremy Miller is not there today.
I
Could
thought
be-
Republicans were the ones who wanted to kill the remote voting.
Yeah. Like, why would a Republican not be
All
here on
those
this
who
very
haven't voted that had a desire to vote,
Day.
the secretary will close the roll. There have been 44 ayes and 22 noes. The motion prevails. Members, we are now moving to the sixth order of business. The secretary will read the Senate file numbers.
Senate file numbers 4 and 33.
The Senate files have been given
Just
their
once
second
again, if you're
reading.
tuning in, the Senate has to
Members,
go through
we'll now
a
proceed to
specific
the
agenda.
seventh order of business.
order of
Second
business.
reading of House bills. The Secretary
So
will
now
read
we're
the
on
House file
order.
numbers.
What is that? 7. It's just
House file number 26.
this is like
The House file
nothing
has been
important
given
here.
its
Eventually,
second
they get to
reading.
I think it's the 11th item, and that's where they take up bills for the day.
Members, I am now proceeding to the eighth order of business, introduction and first reading of Senate bills.
And they're just gonna
The bills are listed on today's
read a bunch
introduction
of bill
calendar
numbers
and
and
are
then
given their
hit the
first reading
gavel,
and referred
and
as
they'll call
indicated.
that the first reading.
There
I
has been
assume I'd love to do
couple
the research
changes,
sometime.
members, if you'll be so
At
kind.
some point in Minnesota Senate history, they must have actually read bills because they call it the reading of the bills. They don't read the bills; they read the number of the bill and they hit the gavel in. So at some point, they must have read. In fact, they never read the bills, right?
Yep.
They
Never.
just print them and supposedly make them available to members. Sometimes these guys go to the House floor or Senate
You said
floor.
Bobby Joe Champion's an amateur. Could you imagine if he was having to read throughout all of these bills? He would have a difficult time.
God, it'd be more painful than watching you do push-ups.
Oh, come on. That was easy.
I'm sure there are
Yeah,
people
but why?
in the
You
audience
said you were gonna do
critiquing-
30. You stopped at 20.
I don't know.
You saw I was taking pictures on the screen.
Oh,
and he
were
decided
you?
to stop.
Yeah.
Just the split screen was so funny. I had to take
Yup.
advantage of that.
We were debating sending you to the Senate
Yeah.
when you're on your way here because we're like, we don't have any intel on the ground. Michelle's apparently not there.
We'll now proceed to motions and resolutions. We will adopt the author's motions as one motion. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The motion prevails.
Mr. President,
Senator Johnson.
thank you, Mr. President. I move that House File number 3 on general orders be stricken and re-referred to the Committee on Finance.
Senator Johnson, is this the
The
very
guy
same
with the
motion that was
goofy
made
white hair in
yesterday?
the front, that's the Rhino Minority Leader,
Is it
Mark
House File
Johnson.
3 or House File 1? Which one,
What
Senator?
is SF3?
Okay, House File 1, number 3 on general orders.
All right. Anything's changed between yesterday and today, Senator?
Actually, new information continues to come out on this particular bill.
Okay, so they're trying to kill
Mr.
the
President,
abortion vote today.
That I think
That's what's
our
happening.
caucus and our state deserve some answers to. This was run through 3 committees. It was given minimal amount of time within those committees. It's missed significant committee jurisdictions, such as human services. This will have a huge impact, given the fundamental right that this will create, that our human service area will have to be paying for. It hasn't been analyzed by the Finance Committee, and now we're going to run it through on the floor after a short 4 weeks. Mr. President, I am very
So what he's-
concerned about what
basically what
this
he's
is doing to our
doing,
institution, what it's
you know,
doing to
even
the
when in the
process,
minority, these
and
kind of
we deserve
rhinos,
to
they
have answers on
also
this.
become heroes.
Thank you, Senator.
Not
Continue to
that
be
this is
rushed
that
through like
heroic,
this,
but
Mr.
what he's
President.
trying to do is, and this,
Let's
he's
take some
right
time
about
to
this,
do
right?
this
Is that
right. This is
they've
a
pushed
huge
this thing
issue for
so
all of us,
far
and that's why we're here
forward
today.
that the bill actually hasn't gone through the committees
So,
and
Senator
got the
Johnson, sorry for interrupting. I wasn't
due
trying to
diligence
interrupt.
of
Are
expertise
you
like the
requesting
Human
a roll
Services
call?
Committee, the Finance Committee, because it's going to have a fiscal impact.
All right. Senator Dezick,
Mr. President, I request a roll call vote.
a roll call vote has been requested and a roll call has
Yeah, I
been
mean, it's all
granted.
in
Senator
vain.
Abler,
Right.
to the
They're
motion.
just trying to slow things
Thanks,
down.
Mr.
as much
President.
as
I was
they
actually
can.
thinking of doing a 4.4 motion later, but there is some new information and some information on the floor that
And
was
so this
actually
is a
incorrect
Republican attempt,
yesterday
and it's probably
that I
not
think
going to
the body
work
should know
because
about.
this will go down in a
Senator
strict
May Quaid,
party line vote,
suggested that
unfortunately.
every abortion
Just like
But-
the previous
is
vote
now
Yes.
on this motion.
So what this would do, it
Actually,
would
I
send the
read it
bill
last
back
night.
to a
Senator, I'd
committee
like to
and would not
make
be able to be
sure that
taken
I
up today
limit
for a
your
vote.
debate only to the finance question, not
Mr.
necessarily
Mr.
to
President.
whether something's constitutional or not.
No,
if you'd
no,
be
this
so
is
kind.
absolutely related to the finance question. It
Okay.
is the policy of this state not to pay for elective abortions.
All right,
And
so,
so
Senator-
I would like to,
Senator,
yeah, go ahead, Mr. President. You're the president, I'm just the guy.
you are an important member, but,
Thank you.
we want to
I
make
feel
sure
good.
that we practice what I
I'm
just
just
said
a guy.
earlier, right? Which is decorum. You
Oh,
know that
bullshit.
the
You guys
decorum
don't give a
is.
shit about
I
decorum.
want to make sure that
Yeah.
I don't interrupt you unless I have a
Senators
question.
were literally
All right?
screaming
And I'm
last
just asking
session
you,
when
you're
Republicans
more
were in
than
control.
welcome to speak to the motion, but I don't want to get outside of that because
Oh,
we
yeah,
have
you
a
don't
lot of
want
work
to.
that we need to do
I'm just
ahead
gonna
of
let the
us
guy
today.
speak.
Senator Abler, with respect to
you.
the finance motion that is on the table.
With
Very
respect.
good, and I'm quite familiar with that, Mr. President, since I've done two myself. And we were so close to being passed, only by one vote, Mr. President. So close. So I do have a question, Mr. President, before I say anything else. If I make an objection to Rule 4.4, then I can explain a few more items that I cannot explain in this motion. Is that right, Mr. President?
I'm sorry that I wasn't totally listening, but
Let me repeat
Oh
it,
my
Mr.
God.
only
President.
because
No
I was
decorum. This
distracted.
guy's
So let me
qualified.
just
Very,
say,
very
question about
I'm
it.
decorum-like, right?
Yeah.
Senator Abler, with
Jeez.
you describing as to why
Bro's
you
zoning
support
out
the
up there.
motion
Sit
that is
down. We want to kill
presented
babies.
by
You're getting in the way of us
Senator
killing
Johnson
babies
around
today.
finance. If you're making a nexus between what you're saying and something that was presented,
Just so you
pertaining
guys
to
know, like the
cost, that
Democrat
makes sense.
Party,
But if
the
it goes outside of that,
standard
Senator Abler asks that you do not do
of
that. But
quality
Senator
individuals has
President, but so the
significantly
discussion of
dropped.
a
This is the
4.4
presiding
projection
senator
about cost
of
could
the
be a little
Senate.
more broad. We could have a chance
And
to
then
discuss
Dietsek,
point
very
more
unimpressive
things.
as well as the majority
So
leader.
I think maybe I'll just urge members to vote yes, and I'll see you on 4.4. Thank you.
Okay, so we're going to have a bunch. That's what's going to happen. Before we even debate the actual bill, HF1, which is the abortion bill,
Okay.
abortion in all cases, up to the moment of birth,
To Senator Johnson's motion,
that's gonna come down the road. We're not even on that part of the Senate agenda, so they're now trying to kill this thing in motions and resolutions. I think that's the 8th order of business, and most likely this is going to go down 34 to 33 in a party vote. Why don't you just kill my window there, Dawson, so they can see the total tally here. What I think is going to happen is you're going to see nays going to be 34, and then yays will be at 32, and they'll have to call in Miller's vote because Jeremy Miller, the former Republican president and majority leader, apparently he isn't there today. So he's got to call in his votes.
Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Right
Senator
here.
Miller votes aye.
Senator Miller votes aye.
And Howe hasn't voted.
So
Here we
there's
go.
the 33
Senator Dietzick.
Republicans. And Dietzig's going to
We have 34 yay.
Yeah, who is that?
Senator Kunis.
yeah, we got a
Thank
Democrat
you, Mr.
voting yay.
President. Senator Fa votes no.
Senator Paul votes
Who's
no.
the Democrat here? Let's
Yeah, I
get
can't figure it out.
Seaburger's a no. Where's Housechild? Housechild's a no. Kupek. Where's Kupek?
All those
Okay,
who haven't
they must have
voted,
had that
who
tally
desires to vote,
wrong
the
for some
secretary
reason.
close the roll.
Yeah.
No,
And
someone
remember,
just didn't know
members,
what they were
while a
doing.
vote is going on,
So that's
there
a
should be no
that's
discussion
a
at the front of the
a
chamber.
party line vote. Democrats unified 34 to 33. You could
Senators?
look at this as a test vote today, unfortunately, which is not good.
Senator S. That is a good time for me to remind everyone when a vote is going
Someone
on, there should be
commented
no
that champion
talking at the
switched.
front of the chamber. Please.
What'd you
Thank
say,
you.
Justin?
Champion
The secretary
switched?
closed the roll.
Champion
saying that there's
switched?
It's just a
33
comment, I don't know.
ayes and 34 no. The motion is not
I mean,
adopted, nor does it
once
pass.
again,
Press
he's
the wrong
presiding over the
button.
Senate. He probably doesn't
Senator
even know what the
Johnson.
heck they're voting on.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate do now adjourn until Monday,
Okay, so now they're
January 30th at 11 o'clock.
another move by the
That is a
Republican to
non-debatable
adjourn.
motion. Other than
You
Senator
can't debate
Dietzick,
adjournments.
If you're going to ask a
So
question about
anyone can make a motion to adjourn. You can't debate it.
Mr. President, I request a roll call.
I don't think you need to
A
request
roll call vote
vote.
has been requested.
Well, I guess you
and
do,
a roll
yeah,
call has
yeah.
been granted. There can be no debate on the motion.
I do got to give him credit.
Senator,
Like, if you're going to hold things up, this is how you do
point of
it.
information. Is the motion amendable as to time?
Okay.
Senator Jaskowski, yes.
Is this a
Senator
what?
Jaskowski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just wanted to be sure. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
What?
To the motion that's
What was
been
the
put
point
on
of that?
table, which is motion to adjourn.
Is he gonna
Mr.
move an
Roll
amendment?
call. Is there someone talking?
Mr. President.
Is there a point of parliamentary inquiry?
Amendment, Mr. President.
An amendment to adjourn.
State it one more time. I'm sorry.
Mr. President, I'd move to amend till 12 o'clock Monday.
Well,
instead of
good
11
thing we did that.
All right,
Good.
so-
Glad.
Mr. President, I'd request a roll call.
All right.
Wow.
Oh, I
that's-
like this. They're just
so
creating a
first
long
of all, I think
string
we got
here.
to deal with the motion, the
Can't,
amendment.
are they? So
All
they?
the-
Oh,
Mr.
I see. So they
President,
actually
They should
vote on the
amend the
amendment.
amendment to the
Senator
adjournment.
Lucero.
Thank you. Point of parliamentary inquiry.
All right.
State
So
your
this is why
point.
the
Is
Republicans
the
were late. They
motion
got a
to
lot of
amend
tricks up to their sleeves.
a debatable motion?
No, it is not a debatable motion.
Not the underlying motion from Senator
I think
Johnson,
I
just to make
understood
sure.
you. I answered your
Okay.
question, Senator.
Thank you.
Jeez.
The motion to amend is, if we're
There
talking
is a
about
chance
motion
the
to
Republicans
adjourn,
will actually
from my
filibuster
understanding,
today.
is not debatable. Let me inquire.
I mean, just basically continue this talk.
I would earn a shred
For
of
clarity,
respect
it's
back
debatable
if they
only
did
as
that.
to time.
better.
Is there let's see, Senator Westrom, are you requesting a roll call vote on the amendment to the amendment? The amendment to the motion?
He did ask for a
Mr.
roll call
President?
vote.
He's talking. Senator Deasick.
I do request a roll call on the amendment to the motion to adjourn.
It was already requested.
A roll call has been requested.
I don't think
Roll
the
call has been
Democrats got their
granted.
shit together today, which is good. That's really good.
Yeah, Republicans seem organized.
Senator
Oh, they're
Jaskowski.
clearly organized.
We are talking about the, it's not debatable. We're talking about
Well, they're
the
clearly
amendment
organized.
to the
I thought like
amendment that's
Draz
been put
is.
on the table
I mean,
that
I
we
don't,
have
why he
to,
spoke and had to ask that
clear
question, I
first.
don't
We
know.
can't
But
take any other
Because I think
motions.
he wants
then it
to
was like
amend it.
Lucero's turn. So it's like this has
Senator
been coordinated,
Jaskowski,
obviously.
Do you have a point of order?
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to discuss the time. We can amend as to time, or we can debate the time portion of this amendment. I think I heard you say. Is that correct?
It's my understanding that only the time can be debated, nothing else.
Just keep
Thank you,
asking
Mr.
stupid
President.
questions.
Can you remind us what the time factors are that have been proposed in
great.
the amendment?
Senator Jaskowski, the time that has been proposed is 12 noon.
Mr. President, I'm opposed to this amendment, Mr. President. We have been
I might regret
starting
doing a
these
live
sessions
stream today.
way too late. The amount of information that the
Okay, so
majority
it's
is
real
bringing
clear,
through this chamber and the speed at what
that
they're
what the
doing it is
Republicans are going to do
almost
today
at
is they're going to
reckless
basically what
And in
would be the
order to
equivalent of
help the
filibuster.
majority out
Okay, so they're
so
going to
that they can do a
talk
better
this to
job
death, and
being diligent for the people of
it's
Minnesota. We need to start
if I was a betting man, not
I really prefer something around 6 a.m. or
If-
7 a.m.
yeah.
And,
If we were actually to get a vote today, it's going to come down to,
says, you know, I only
I
work
mean, 10
half
p.m.
days, 7 a.m. to 7
I mean, depending on these Republicans, how
we should
determined they are on this issue, you're looking at 1, 2 a.m. And maybe they kill it. Eventually, an adjournment motion eventually just gets accepted. So, like, just so you guys are watching at home, they could do this in the order of business. That's debating the bill. They're actually not even on that part of their agenda. They're just debating a motion, which Abel already said there's going to be another motion to basically kill the bill. They're debating a motion to adjourn that came after one motion was killed, a technical motion, which they were right about. Mark Johnson's right. This thing has not gone through the right committee, specifically the Finance Committee.
Did you just say Mark Johnson was right? Did I hear those words come out of your mouth?
You could be right one time and wrong 10 times. What's wrong with that there?
I'm just giving you crap, Jake.
Yeah,
Don't worry.
I'm sure even Tony Jurgens, which is the reason we're here, was right once before. Certainly not when it was
Probably a
endorsing a
maximum
Democrat.
of once,
Yeah.
I'd say.
Across all platforms, we're at about 200 viewers right now.
That's
Make sure you subscribe. Make sure you follow.
Yeah.
our
Well,
videos.
show
Give me
them
a
the
moment. I wanna,
show them
just
that
remind
over
you of
here
something,
the.
members.
If you're following us on Rumble, if you're not watching on Rumble, go to Rumble right now.
It got picked up
Sign up for a free account
from
and
the
subscribe to the Truth Hurts channel or Action for Liberty's channel, either one, both preferably,
me a moment,
because we don't know. I mean, you might be on Facebook, you might be on YouTube. Who knows if you'll be able to continue watching us on those platforms? Facebook suppresses us all the time. We could barely get an audience on that. YouTube's given us 2 strikes. They give us a strike because we talked about sudden deaths, with a medical doctor. So apparently we were practicing medical misinformation according to them, even though we had a medical doctor there, Mayo trained. Also, you can go over and follow us on Twitter. It's action_liberty. Hopefully you can find us.
Members, I just wanna
Dawson,
call
I mean,
out
this
to
is
something
this
that
is what's going to happen
I
here
would
is
just caution us around. And this can be found in
Robert's
the
rules?
manual, which is
Masons.
Masons.
Yeah, they don't
Masons.
follow Roberts. And
And-
yes,
and what
we
it
are that
speaks
much of
to is
nerds here.
Whenever satisfied that a member is using parliamentary tactics to obstruct business,
Oh, no.
the presiding
They're ongoing.
officer should not recognize the member.
Ooh.
If we want to get to our business, I prefer for us to get to our business and for us to debate the issues that are before us. I do not want to use this, even though it is available, because we operate under
I hope they hold
Masons.
their
And if you want to
ground.
know what section I'm looking at section 180.2.
They can't just not recognize any
So I want to
Republicans, though.
caution
Well,
us
that's what he's
They're all on
basically
board.
saying he's going to do. He's not going to
using
recognize people.
parliamentary procedure as a way to obstruct business. Senator Lucero,
That's using parliamentary
Thank you,
business
Mr.
as a
Chair,
way
and I
to
would also
obstruct.
caution
Yeah.
You know, that
the
he's doing
entire body
exactly what
to
he's
not
accusing of.
question the motives of their members. On that note, Mr. President, I was going to ask Representative or Senator Johnson to yield because I honestly didn't hear what the original time was, and I wanted to simply ask him what his time to his motion was, and then I honestly didn't catch what Senator Drazkowski's motion to amend was. That's a simple question.
Sure.
So thank you, Senator Lucero. It's something I'm sure that we could ask our colleagues about that's sitting next to us. But for this moment, Senator Johnson, will you be so kind as to repeat what your
not
motion
so
is,
petty.
or I can have the secretary read
I mean,
the
Not
motion.
this is
having it.
entertaining watching
Thank you,
Bobby
Mr.
Joe
President.
Champion just
11
be all
a.m.
over the
Monday
place.
morning.
But that was amended to noon.
So
There's no debate, mind you. There's no debate on 11 a.m. adjournment.
And just
so-
so we're clear, and then
I
the
got
next
some information.
amendment
Apparently, their
that was
plan is
proposed by
to
Senator
filibuster
Westrom
essentially
was 11 a.m.
into tomorrow.
Yeah, that's
So
what I'm
11
saying.
a.m.
Like,
Yeah.
if you put a gun to my head,
Noon?
you know,
I'm sorry, noon. Sorry about that.
shotgun, not a
Thank you for the
military style
Sure,
weapon. Yeah.
sure.
Okay.
Any
If you put a
questions
gun to my
about the
head,
time? We're only talking
I
about
would
time.
say
All right,
we're
a
going to
roll
see
call
the
was
Senate go
requested,
till 1 a.m.
And a roll call was granted.
And hopefully they
We're
kill it
on
by
the
then, and the
motion
Democrats
to
go cry uncle,
adjourn
and they want to adjourn.
for noon.
That's the best case scenario,
The
honestly.
amendment to the
What
motion-
does
It
that
seems
mean?
like
Best
the
case
DFL
scenario is they take a vote,
Which
and
is
one of the Democrats
for us to-
flips.
We've already
adjourn
seen,
until
though, that they have their troops together and that they're all going to vote in
to
unison
change
on this
the
stuff.
time in the
What
motion
does
until
what does the
noon.
filibuster even
That
do?
is what we're voting on. I just
Filibuster
wanna
means
make sure that
basically
we're clear.
talking
The secretary would take the roll.
bill to death. In this case, they're not even on the bill. That's the crazy thing.
What's going to stop them from trying to pass it again?
By talking to death. So there's no technically. They got to go through a process. They have to recognize people. Although it's interesting, Bobby Joe Champion basically stated that he's not willing to even listen to some of these members,
Yep.
which will be chaos, right?
Well, these are very important questions, right? What time did we say the amendment to the amendment
Yeah,
was
big
on?
question.
Why are they?
Mr. President, Senator Fa votes no.
It's interesting how long it's
Paul
taking these
votes
guys to
no.
vote right now.
Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Miller votes no.
Senator Miller votes no.
This is such a circus.
So,
My goodness.
a bunch of Republicans voting no on this thing.
Because they have
but
their
I mean, it
own
doesn't
time
matter
for
because
it.
it's they're voting on a
The secretary.
when to adjourn to the
I'm
amendment.
sorry.
So my thought is the
Anyone
next
else? I wanna
move
make
is
sure
another
that I'm not
amendment
going
to the
too fast.
time.
My apologies.
Yeah.
Who was it? Was
All
it
those who voted who has
was
the
Sarah
desire
that had
vote,
the amendment to
secretary will
time?
close the roll.
No,
It
it's
says
Westrom.
Westrom? Okay.
There have been
Yeah.
10 ayes
Oh, it
and
does say that.
55 noes. The motion is
Okay.
not adopted.
Imagine
We
Lucero,
are now on the
Draz will
underlying
probably have an
motion
amendment.
from Senator Johnson.
People in the
The
chat are having a
secretary,
great time.
a roll call was
think
was
this is
requested,
hilarious.
and a roll call was granted. The secretary would take the roll. We are on adjournment.
Oh, I thought they were going to amend it again. You can move my window
Nothing's
there.
stopping them from making another motion to adjourn.
Yeah, that's true, and they can make a motion, and the motion to adjourn is never debatable. And that's what I think would happen is eventually Democrats cry uncle, and they adjourn. They're like, okay, that's it. We'll come back on Monday and do this.
I'm sure that Bobby Joe Champion will eventually play Kurt Doubt and just start ignoring these people, though.
Got the kill button there.
Yeah, the kill Mike button.
Senator Jasinski, for those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Miller votes aye.
Senator Miller votes aye. Senator Kunis, for those voting under Rule 40.7.
Mr. President, Senator Fa votes no.
Senator Parr votes no.
In chat,
I want to make sure everyone's voted.
Doug Wardlow says.
All those who
"So
voted who
everyone
have the
needs
desire to
keep
vote, the secretary will close the roll.
Hold on one second, Dawson.
With there being 32 ayes and 34 noes, the motion does not prevail. Senator Diesick.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for a brief recess and ask for a roll call vote.
Of course.
Senator Diesick moves for a brief
It is going to be a
recess
complete shit show
until
here.
the call of the president.
Correct, Mr. President.
Yeah, and then we're going to
it
get to the
should
call of
be,
president. So I can't even tell
hopefully
you how
not
long
that
this is going
long,
to take.
maybe
We're
30
going to stay on the air,
All right,
and we got lots of
and
other stuff
a
to
roll
talk
call vote
about.
has been
Yes.
requested and a roll call
But
has been granted.
just so you guys watching at home
Secretary will
know,
take the roll.
we're likely not going to get a vote. I mean, I don't want to set a new live stream record today. for us, right? Truth Hurts did a 4-hour live stream on the House abortion bill. This is going to take a lot longer than 4 hours, okay? And I'm going to lay this out to you, so I want you to stay on the stream here, but it's going to take a lot longer, 4 hours. If I was a betting man, I'm thinking this thing's going into the AM.
Yeah,
right?
I think so too. But maybe we can use this time to go over some comments real quick. It sounds
Yeah,
like we
I
have a lot
definitely
of
want.
them.
Yeah, I definitely go through comments. So first of all, Dawson, what were you saying?
Yeah, so Doug Wardlow says best case scenario is that the filibuster and extended debate will weaken up one or two of the more moderate Dems and cause them to flip. Fatigue and exhaustion can be useful tools, so everyone needs to keep calling and emailing the Dems most likely to flip.
Okay, that's an excellent point.
Yep.
And Doug Wardlow served in the legislature. I think it was back in 2000.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Miller
And then
votes
someone
aye.
11 and 12. I think I got that right.
Someone asks,
Mr. President,
which Dems
Senator
are most
Fa
likely?
votes aye.
I've got
Senator
time.
Paul
Hold on
votes
1 second.
aye.
I can't hear you over the. Your
All
mic's
those who
kind of
voted
low
who
right
has
now,
a desire
Dawson.
to vote, the secretary will close the roll.
So they're going to
There have been
adjourn.
48 ayes and
to the call of
16
chair.
noes. The motion prevails. The Senate is now in recess.
So we'll be in the
Mr.
dark
President?
here. We'll try to get you intel.
Senator Disick.
With the Democrats, we will caucus in room 303.
Thank you so much.
Now they're going to come
Senator
up with a
Johnson.
defense strategy
Senate
here.
Republicans will be caucusing in 323.
Thank you so much. See you at the call of the president.
Yeah, Doug Wardlow is right. We gotta, you
Yeah.
know, see these Democrats worn out if we want to see any movement
All
on
right,
this bill.
so let's, Dawson, I want those graphics, the numbers of the 4 Democrats. That was from a stream a while ago. You still have that, right? I think might take you a while to pull them up, right?
I think House Child's the one most likely to flip. So if you guys are making phone calls,
Yeah.
make calls to him.
Hey, Bridget. Bridget's joining us now.
Our mic is hot. Be ready.
And Bridget, when you get a chance, let's go in and have you read some of the comments here too. But do we have those graphics, or do I need to resend those to you, Dawson?
I am taking a look. It's gonna
Okay,
give me-
you let me know if you need those again.
Yeah, I'm good.
I feel like
You got a
had something,
Discord
William.
message, Dawson?
Thank
What's
you
that?
so much, William. I appreciate that.
Just wanted to let you know in case you didn't
That's-
see it on the screen there.
No, that's
What's on the
great.
screen? What's going on?
He's got a Discord notification.
What I don't know. What does that mean?
It's just a.
It's my game.
Do you know what
chat.
Discord is?
I've heard it before. Is that
It's
a
like a
gaming
chat
message?
service for streamers,
Yeah.
essentially.
Oh, like gamers though, or like us? Like we?
Uh,
should?
it could
We're
be
just
both.
Gamers, yeah.
Why don't we have?
It's
a
more
Discord?
gamer oriented.
Oh, it's more
but-
gamer.
Yeah.
oriented. Okay,
But we
got
could
it.
use it too.
We could.
I don't see.
I don't
a
think our
reason
people
why,
would be.
but
Yeah, they wouldn't be on that stuff,
no.
right?
Mhm.
Yeah. I think the comment section on Facebook, YouTube, and Rumble works just fine for most people. This is a good opportunity if you're following us on Rumble, or if you're not following us on Rumble, go to Rumble and follow us. You can look up The Truth Hurts. That's our channel. It's also on Action for Liberty's channel. I would like both of those channels so you get the most up-to-date cunning news here in Minnesota and actually nationwide and globally now. But that's The Truth Hurts. That's the channel that we're on Rumble. The reason we push Rumble is, why would I push you into YouTube that's censoring free speech? The only reason we even stream on YouTube is it costs us nothing to stream on YouTube, right? So I'm going to put it up there because people follow YouTube. I use YouTube. I like to learn how people build remote cabins. Okay, I'm on it, right? I like watching 100 videos on YouTube, right? But my God, when I get into politics, I'm not using YouTube. They censor free speech.
Quick question. What were you wanted the Seaburger coupe?
Yes, we had numbers. This came from Minnesota Right to Life.
Yes.
They had a bunch of graphics. We just reused them. I think it's an important one, and that way people can call their senator. Hell, I could call my senator again. Where's my
It's up.
What did I do? Oh yeah, put it
You
back
know
here.
what? It's probably my turn to call my senator because I haven't done that
You
yet.
gonna call your senator there? Okay.
Yeah.
Well, you got the same senator, so we'll do William live calling Judy Seeberg. So pull up Judy Seeberger's graphic there. for
She's
me.
going to be in committee, I'm sure, but I'll
Yeah, well,
give her a call anyway.
Let's do it.
Maybe her LA will finally get
And
back
everyone
to me.
else who wants to call in, let these people know.
And you at home, take this opportunity. Call these senators right now. Let them
All right.
know.
Here we go. Not going to pick up, I guarantee.
Mm-hmm.
Hello, thank you for calling Senate District 41, Office of Senator Judy Seeberger. Please leave a message. Thank you.
Record your message at the tone. When you are finished, hang up or press pound for more options.
Senator, I'm worried you don't have a legislative aide because you're not getting back to me or anybody else I know. Please give me a call back. Thanks. Bye.
I don't know if she's going to call you back. You didn't leave your name or anything there, William.
Well, I wasn't going to give my number on the
I'm
air.
going to call my
Yeah, that's
unfortunate
fair.
state senator. Maybe I say, hey, this is former Representative Tony Jurgens. Hey, I
Yeah.
really regret
They'll
that.
pick right up.
Hello, thank you for calling Senate District 41.
All I ever get from my senator. They work for us, damn it.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Record your message at the tone. When you are finished, hang up or press pound for more options.
Senator Seeberger, this is Jake Duesenberg, Lake Elmo, P2. That's my precinct. I'm a constituent of yours. You work for us. Remember that. This is, I think, 4 or 5 days straight. We've called you. We want to get your vote on this horrible abortion bill from a yay to a nay. HF1, vote nay on that bill. That is a terrible bill. Please stand up for life. And if you don't agree with me, I'm demanding. I'm not asking you. I'm demanding. You tell me, when does life begin, Judy Seeberger? Because this bill, this extreme abortion bill, allows a baby that's 7 pounds, 8 ounces to be killed at 39 weeks. You couldn't possibly support something like that. But if you vote for this bill, that means you support that. And I will let everybody in this district that I could possibly reach know that. So vote no on this terrible, awful bill. I don't care what your bosses in the Democrat Party are saying. The constituents, your bosses, we demand that you vote no on this bill. See, that's what you leave your name there, William, so they know actually who you are.
I'm emailing her now. Don't worry.
All right, there you go. I'm just giving shit. So that's what you got to do. Let's put up. That was Judy Seeberger. I almost called her Sudi G Burger. Let's see. We got Rob Kupek. Certainly, if you're in the Moorhead area, Detroit Lakes area, I think it's just west of Detroit Lakes. I don't think it covers. Is it covered Detroit Lakes? Do you know?
I don't know.
We should have our graphic or map
right.
up on the wall here. So Rob Kupek, that is, so if this is your senator, or if it's not, still call him, 651-296-3205. But certainly, if he's your senator, give him a call. He needs to hear from you. These Democrats are a little worried right now. Republicans are going to play hard today. Thank God. You know, the Republicans, or the Senate's actually gotten a little bit more conservative since this last election, even though they're in the minority, thanks to Tony Jurgens. So call Rob Kupek. Who else do we got here? Eric Putnam, I'm guessing, is the next one up. No, it's Grand Hochschild. This is Senate District 3. So take International Falls, the highest point basically in Minnesota, one of the highest points in Minnesota. Don't include the northwest angle. Is Baudette higher than International Falls? I'm having a brain fart right now.
I feel like International Falls is
International Falls. Yeah, that's the top. So sorry if we have any viewers in the northwest angle, and for those people that don't know what that is, that's a part that you basically have to travel to Canada to get to. Otherwise, you could, in the winter, go on Lake of the Woods and drive to it. But otherwise, it's you literally can't get to it unless you go through Canada. It was a big issue during COVID, actually.
Mm-hmm.
So that's actually technically the highest point in Minnesota. And in the continental United States. Senator Grand Hochschild, that is 651-296-1789. Give him a call. And then we got Eric Putnam. Oh, no, we didn't. Do we not have Eric Putnam?
The only other graphics I have from that day are the
I remember I didn't give it to you.
I think Putnam's a safe seat anyway. St.
Cloud's
game
really
more liberal.
Not. It's really not.
Yeah.
Both of those seats were pretty close. And what's fascinating about Putnam is one of the House members, the Democrat House member in there, Sylvester the Cat is what I call him. What's his name? He's got quite the lisp.
No, I know who you're talking about. I can't remember.
What's
the
his name? He was.
I'm gonna look it up.
Yeah.
Wolgamott?
Wolgamott, there,
Wolgamott,
Dan
thank you.
Wolgamott.
Yeah.
He voted with Republicans on the amendment that stopped abortion in the third trimester.
Mm-hmm.
So that signals to me that could be in place. So
There-
why don't you pull up Eric Putnam's number? We don't
Yeah,
have the
sure.
graphic for it. And then, of course, you saw 2 live calls to Judy Seeberger's office. William didn't leave his name, by the way.
Just clogging up the machine.
Just clogging up the machine, I guess so. That's 4 or 5 days straight that Judy Seeberger has not got back to me, a constituent of hers. She works for us. At the very least, get back to us. And, of course, what I'm asking is, where do you stand on the issue, right? That's what I'm asking her. She doesn't want to respond to us. She doesn't want to be on the record on this bill until the very last minute. That's what Judy Seeberger is doing, thanks to Tony Jurgens, former representative and Republican.
Do you have Tony Jurgens' phone number? Maybe we should be calling
Why
him.
would I have Tony Jurgens' number?
Just in case you had it, we could
I'm
reach
sure
out.
we could find it, but I don't.
Actually, I probably could find it if you wanted to give him a call. Hey, your buddy Judy
I
Seeberger.
have very little interest in talking to that numbnuts.
All right, it's for those of you out there waiting for it, 651-296.
This is Senator Eric Putnam, St. Cloud.
Yes, this is his office number, 651-296-6455.
6455. And once again, you'll probably get a voicemail. Maybe you'll get a legislative assistant. Demand that these people vote no on HF1, the abortion in all cases bill. All right, let's get to some of the comments here. I guess, Bridget, you got those handy?
I do. Well, someone was asking.
Are you on? I don't have you on the mic. I can't hear you, Bridget.
Here, let me bring it closer. Can you hear me now?
Barely.
No?
Eh.
Oh my god.
What, are you afraid of
No,
the mic now? Like,
I don't
what's
know
going
all
on?
these dials up here, so.
What's going on in there? Give us a image of a view of the control room there, Dawson. What's going on in there? We don't even have the light is so dark. We can't even tell Bridget's here.
Hey, why do you keep it so dark in there,
No
Dawson?
kidding.
Because I'm a studio manager.
We're gonna start saying hand check.
Someone actually made a comment.
There we go.
So, Epic CJ 24 Williams says, "I say we bring up the bill to have water bottles on the floor again," which is that you could debate on that.
You know what? That's not a bad plan to do right now.
Yeah.
I was mad when they did it earlier.
Well, hold on. Amendment for that? I mean, they'd get stricken down. They'll rule it out of order.
It was a bill before, or maybe it was an
no.
amendment
It's
to
in the rules debate. That's not.
Yeah.
That's not what they're gonna do. That'd look bad too if they did something like that.
But
of
does it
course,
look bad if they debate about when they're adjourning?
Yeah, why would that look bad?
Well, that's a very important debate. Yeah, you'll see. I mean, they're essentially going to filibuster, and the Dems are going to now talk and see what they can do. But, basically the nuclear option's already been brought up by Bobby Joe Champion, crazy Democrat from Minneapolis, and saying that according to Mason's rules, which they don't really care about Mason's rules until it benefits them. It's like the Constitution. We don't like that document. Oh, until it matters.
Yeah.
And it just the Constitution, the one that Biden's appointments for federal circuit don't even know, right? Like if you didn't watch our podcast yesterday, very interesting. Senator Kennedy from Louisiana literally asked a Biden appointed judge in the confirmation proceedings if she could tell him what Article 5 of the Constitution is. She didn't know. And he asked, what about Article 2? She didn't know Article 2. She didn't know the executive powers part of the Constitution. Like, you should know that as a judge, especially a federal judge. All right, sorry, Bridget, let's get to more of the comments here.
So one other person, I can't find the comment right now, I was looking at it earlier, just asked again which senators to call, so I just can remind people that it's up in the corner, the ones to focus on.
It's up in the corner, and, I could have made that graphic, I guess, with phone numbers on it, so we'll have to throw that. Why don't you just throw the graphic up in the top left screen, and we'll just kind of rotate them, Dawson. By the way, Dawson is doing a fantastic job. Unbelievable. He was recording late last night. Erik Mortensen was brought back his show Behind the Smoke Screen. He got out of here like 8:30 or something like that last night. Then he finds out that the session's a little earlier than we were anticipating. Turns out, Dawson, it really wasn't. But and then you're gonna have to be filming tomorrow. We got a show we're starting. We're gonna kickstart a show called Ice Fishing Interviews, And so he's going to be out on the ice tomorrow filming. Just think of all those overtime hours there, Dawson. That's the way you got to look at it. All right. Yeah, we'll just kind of rotate through that. And as Bridget's reading this stuff, I'll get you the graphic for Eric Putnam as well.
Someone's asking if this is on Rumble somewhere, which it definitely is. I don't know. Is it just Action for Liberty?
They could go to Action for Liberty. They could also go to The Truth Hurts. Both channels will have it.
Okay. And then someone asked a question about the RNC chair vote. If we know how David Hahn's going to vote, or David Hann, however you say his name.
Does David Hand vote on that?
I don't
I don't
think
know.
he does.
Yeah, I think it's just the committee people.
Yeah.
Committee
No,
persons.
I'm pretty sure that the chair and both RNC committeemen and committeewomen all vote on it. I'm pretty sure that Han has a vote on this.
Well, let's just make the assumption that
He's in the tank for
corrupt
Mike
David
Lindell.
Hand's not
Yeah,
going to
Mike
vote for
Lindell, that's who I want. I'm rooting for Mike Lindell today.
Oh,
big
my
time.
God.
He
Yeah,
has my
it's-
total and complete endorsement.
Did you hear that, Mike? You got MAGA Jesse's endorsement.
100%.
That'll put him over the edge, I think.
I hope so. Mike Lindell deserves it. We got to have someone at the top who cares about election integrity. Mike Lindell is that guy.
I thought Mike was going to run for governor. And I actually would have worked on his campaign.
That would have been fun.
That would have been cool.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I mean, that debate with him and Walls, that would have
It
at least made up
it
for all of
definitely
it.
would have been a wild ride.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Stops in the middle of the debate to plug My Pillow.
Yeah.
Do a little ad read for himself.
Yep.
All right, let's see. What else we got here,
We have a
Bridget?
comment on Rumble from K-Wall for Life. Says, make them watch a late-term abortion before voting.
Oh, yeah, I mean, that's a
No
fair
kidding.
point.
Have you guys seen those graphics of that stuff going down? They I don't know if this is too graphic to describe, but they poke a hole in the back of their neck, and they suck out the brains.
Yes, so gross.
And they
It is so
chop them
gross.
up. It's evil.
And that
It's
was
evil what they're
was
doing.
voted down in the Minnesota House. Democrats
To stop
rejected
that. They
stop
want that to happen.
Yes, they want it. They
Yes.
voted for it, essentially.
Yes.
Yeah.
Someone just commented on the RNC vote and says that Han does get a vote and everyone should listen to Jesse. So
Did you say everyone should listen to Jesse?
Yeah, or you guys should listen to Jesse.
That's right.
They're
Mike
just saying
Lindell.
us or everybody?
Or sorry, well, you guys. It
No.
says you guys should
Well,
listen.
I don't know if I agree with that.
Wait,
I
we
got,
disagree. I'm
I
not,
got
for
the
once-
inside info.
For once, I'm not disagreeing with Jesse.
Yep, we're on the same team here.
Yeah.
Lindell for RNC chair.
I mean, it's the real alternative is what's her name?
Harmeet Dillon.
Harmeet Dillon, yeah.
Yep.
I don't know anything about this woman, but I'm sure she's better than Ronna McDaniel.
Right, I guess we'll end up seeing. I don't know enough either, but
literally
she
Mitt
ran
Romney's
California.
niece.
Yeah, exactly.
Ronna McDaniel.
Romney McDaniel. She's a Romney, but
Yeah.
and that's a lot of things.
Wait, she actually is a Romney?
Yeah,
Yes.
she's Mitt Romney's niece. So, yeah, Ronna Romney McDaniel.
I don't even pay attention to that stuff. I literally do not care. on
Right,
that.
and
Yeah.
I think she's going to win. And
I mean, arguably, state
she-
chairs matter more than the RNC chair, in my opinion.
Right.
It could, yeah. Yeah, depending on the circumstance. It is interesting, though, and we'll see how it all ends up unfolding. Trump obviously gets along with McDaniel. I'm not exactly sure what the relationship is like there, but
So, there's a rumor going around it. I can't substantiate it, so take it with a grain of salt. But apparently, Trump officially said that he's staying neutral in the fight, but he's quietly whipping votes for Ronna McDaniel.
Oh,
Yeah.
Of course he is. So go ahead.
right,
Stump the
because
Trump
well,
segment.
no, she's going to win. I mean, we've already been saying that.
So that's all that it takes for Trump, as long as he sees
Oh,
the writing
man.
on the wall.
You guys just can't take a unifying figure like Trump.
Can't
It's
take a
like,
unifying
the
figure
second
like
the
Ronna
second
McDaniel.
the second he's not like the most hardcore person in the room. Come on.
Yeah, well, then he's just another politician. That's
Oh,
the problem.
come
That's
on.
that. No one voted for Donald Trump, so he's
And
just
he's the
another
best
politician.
we got, the best we'll ever have.
And we're screwed if that's the best we have. Because if he's just going to usher in all the same old junk, what do we get from Donald Trump?
That's obviously not not what's happening. So.
Oh, you know what? I forgot to bring in my DeSantis hat today. I think I got it in the mail
Oh,
yesterday,
yeah?
So
I'm still going to play neutral
Gross.
on this. I mean, I see the
You-
issues
you-
with
you
Trump.
sure don't
but-
sound like it.
Well, I'll bring up the issues with DeSantis,
hey,
too.
he's throwing punches both ways.
Yeah. Well,
Mhm.
listen, I doubt the presidents are even going to make a big difference in the end, right? I don't see any of these guys cutting back what the Democrats, Republicans have done there. I just don't see it. You know, Trump was the one hope that we had, and he clearly didn't do it.
Trump
Wrong.
was the best.
Well, hold on. That's not wrong.
I'm going to push back
Washington
on you
D.C.
for
grew
once,
big
Jake.
time.
True, but Trump was the best president in both of our lifetimes, and probably in your lifetime.
Well, I had
too.
Ronald Reagan in my lifetime, so I would argue that was the best one. But
You think?
After Reagan,
I don't know.
certainly.
I like Trump more than Reagan.
Well, you might like him more, but Ronald Reagan, I think, was a better president. in many
Well,
ways.
Ronald Reagan grew the debt, though.
When
Like,
was Reagan?
But
Well,
Reagan,
hold on.
Reagan was arguably more
Trump grew the
unifying.
debt tremendously.
Right, but Reagan kicked that off. Like, it's been growing since then because of.
The debt's been growing since Andrew Jackson's term. I think Andrew Jackson was the last one to actually remove the debt. I mean, that's just not even true.
Actually, you know, it's funny. Bill Clinton actually brought the debt down a little bit, or
Yeah.
the deficit, I should say.
Deficit.
That's because Republicans pressured him to.
Yeah, they got the power.
Right.
They got the power.
They
of
had the
purse.
House. It was Newt Gingrich in
Which
the House.
goes-
Plus, he
running it.
presided over the biggest economic boom that we've seen, the tech boom, right?
Well, it goes to show that how important legislatively these people are. Like, the presidency isn't the end-all, be-all.
Dawson say the Eric Putnam graphics. So you
Jake,
can-
you were around with Reagan in office?
I told you I'm as old as your mom.
That's
Old.
mind-blowing.
Well, I was young. I don't remember
Kidding.
Reagan's presidency. I mean,
that's like that
Kidding.
Reagan to me, it feels like Eisenhower.
Oh, no.
Those two
It's,
feel like the
it was
well,
a-
I think Bossman Dale was probably there. Yeah, he was alive during Eisenhower's presidency.
Yeah,
That's also
I like Ike.
Because I guess my dad would have been born in that generation. Yeah.
Mhm. Ronald
we had a
Reagan
guy-
was my dad's first vote for president.
Yeah, same with my dad.
We just had a record in our studio. We had the oldest guy, and I don't think this will ever get broken. He filmed here. It was on a pro-life podcast that we do, the Russ Rooney Report. And the gentleman's 102 years old. Al. 102-year-old just filmed in the studio. And so I was thinking about it. He said he was talking about Roe v. Wade when it passed, and I realized he was older than me when Roe v. Wade passed.
Yeah.
So 102 years old, he was born. So that's 19. So I assume that means he was born in 1921, right? So 1921. That's Coolidge. Calvin Coolidge was president when he was born.
Holy moly.
Yeah.
There's Eric
Yeah.
So we got the Eric Putnam graphic, so you can see that. You can call it Eric Putnam. That's St. Cloud.
Yes.
Once again, it looks like that could be one of the biggest pressure points. Contact them, email them too. You can also follow us over there, action_liberty on Twitter. All right, let's get back to the comments here, Bridget.
Yeah, so we have a comment from so Epic CJ 24 Williams again. He says, "How is it okay to not recognize a member? I didn't catch the rule," he stated.
He was reading Mason's rules. It's a great question. So the legislature operates under past rules. So there's rules that they basically first week generally they pass a rules package, and that can be debated. It can change, but it states things like one member can call for a roll call vote. Someone alluded to the water bottle, so you can't have a water bottle on the Senate floor. There's a decorum in the Senate. It's different in the House. It's way different. So I think gentlemen still have to wear ties in the Senate, right?
Mm-hmm.
When something's not covered under the rules, the past rules of the House, because there's a lot of things that just aren't covered. It'd be really, really intense. They basically go to something called Mason's Order of Rules or Mason's Rules. Okay, not to be confused with Robert's Rules, which is another like parliamentary kind of rule book. These are just books. They're nerds. If you really want to get into this stuff, I know the guy to talk to. His name is Bill Paulson. Give Bill Paulson a call. He'd love to chat with you about Mason and Robert's Rules, or Jackson Harvey. I'm going to throw both you guys under the bus. If you really want some guys that know about it, contact the Ravens. So Mason's Rules is what the legislature follows here, and so they're alluding to Mason's Rules. That was a little book that Bobby Joe Champion had, and there's something in Mason's Rules. These guys are somewhat clever. They kind of know some of the tricks they can use. And he was alluding to that something in Mason's Rules says that a presiding officer doesn't have to recognize a member who is trying to obstruct the parliamentary process. Now, obstruct here would be about the most subjective term possible. But let's just be honest, because on the Truth Hurts show, we are very subjective. they are technically trying to pull some shenanigans here, right? They're pulling some shenanigans, and good, because this bill's awful. If we can save human life, which this is killing this bill will save human life, I think it's merited here. But the Democrats are going to try to play that rule.
The way around that, I think, is whenever Bobby Joe Champion doesn't recognize something or rules you out of order or something, you should appeal the ruling of the chair. Then you have to vote on it and just keep doing that over and over again.
Yeah, I mean, I think you'll see some of that kind of stuff. You'll see appealing the rule of the chair, and once again, just delays it a little bit longer.
Yes.
Once again, if you're just tuning in, the Senate's gone on recess until the call of the chair, which means we have
a
zero
quick
idea.
recess.
What's
you know,
that?
so much for a quick recess. That's what they said they were going to do, a quick meeting and then come right back.
A quick recess would be probably defined an hour.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. So honestly, we have zero idea when these guys are going to call. We'll try to get some intel from you, but yeah, we just have zero idea at this point. And Brad Ganser sends me, Russ is filming at AFRL. Russ is my guy. Yes, he's filming here. Russ Rooney's report, Life Legal Defense Foundation or Fund, Legal Defense Fund, I think it is, Dawson. We always get it messed up, don't we? But it's the Rooney report. It's awesome. He's got a lot of pro-life content here. Russ is a good guy. I like Russ.
See, I didn't even know that was going on. You're off to tune into that.
Yeah, it's he puts on cable access.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. So
I don't have cable, I don't think. Or I don't have it set up.
Yeah, we're
anyway.
cord cutters, you know.
Yeah.
There's other ways to watch it, I'm sure. I can watch it because it's right there on our server. All right, what else we got, Bridget?
We have actually a comment from Brad. He says he's happy for the recess because he can go watch the just released Pelosi attack footage.
Well, we have got to pull that up right now. I have no idea what he's talking about.
Yeah, I think they had to actually release everything.
Oh, he's talking about Paul Pelosi.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Oh,
that
yeah.
stuff
Let's pull that up there, Dawson.
Oh, boy.
We also, I've got in our show notes a link to the second Project Veritas video where James O'Keefe
we
is
should
assaulted.
watch that. That's
we will
hilarious.
definitely watch that.
Did you see his iPad afterwards?
No, I didn't.
Thing was destroyed.
Wow,
He posted
the
pictures.
guy. I mean, he threw it on the floor. I think he stomped on it.
You guys got, are we going to watch it here?
Yeah,
we
we'll
should.
watch it. Yeah,
Okay.
we'll definitely watch it. I knew there were going to be things like this. We could be in a long debate, too, like that we just don't need to hear people talk. So it's like, I wanted to have plenty of show prep for you. If are we retaining our audience there, Dawson? We are. Okay, so then we'll keep going. See, that was my one concern is, I don't think we're going to set a new record for a live stream, right? This thing could literally go till 1 a.m., right? So we're not going to be live streaming that long. I'm just going to tell you. Yeah. Although it would be kind of interesting, we could order in some food. In fact, we could go back to that old episode and we could do we could finally put a taste test on what the best fast food is. Because if I recall correctly, William, you were a White Castle guy, right?
I am still a White Castle guy.
Okay, you're a White Castle guy.
We could do that. We could also go and get super spicy wings from Buffalo Wild Wings and enjoy the Senate debates while crying.
We could.
We could have Liberty
Crying for
Longbeard.
multiple reasons,
Liberty
I
Longbeard
suppose.
can come deliver some wings. I'll pay, Tushy, if you're watching. I'll pay. I'm just saying.
I think he's watching.
You, well, I know he was. I mean, he's probably doing other things. What is that guy even doing these days? And I don't ever know what he's doing.
God, ask him.
It's like, no, I've tried to ask him.
He lives a
He's
unique
always-
life, that guy.
Yeah. That guy is literally true liberty. I just made his day by saying that too, didn't I? Okay, we got Senator Wiesenberg. Go back to the Senate floor. Senator Wiesenberg's out there going into the retiring room. Hold on one second here. See if I got some notes. No, I got no intel yet for you guys.
Oh, okay.
What do you got?
No, I'm just getting up to speed on this Paul Pelosi thing.
Okay, well, tell us what you got, and then we're going to watch this video.
Do you guys have the video? Okay, sweet. That's what I was watching.
Oh, you actually watched this a little bit?
Yeah, I started watching it while we were talking.
All right, so this is Paul Pelosi. I think he had a gay lover over there, and that's what happened. But this apparently was being attacked by a guy. Oh, this will show us everything, won't it?
Yeah, bump up the volume.
Yeah, bump up the volume. sure this is
Yeah.
right.
Fucking said 2620, right? No, 2640. Oh, yeah, it literally said in that.
Did they literally get the wrong house?
Hi. How you doing?
How are you?
What's going on, man?
Everything's good.
Hi. Drop the hammer.
Nope.
Hey. What is going on right
I'm
now?
not getting an answer on call back.
Bro, oh shit.
Whoa.
Calls from the area that is from
Little warning for our audience there.
That was crazy.
Oh, jeez.
Edward 14, Edward, send backup code 3.
Code 3 backup at 26.
Give me your fucking hand.
Units code
Give me your fucking hand.
40 Broadway for 14 hours.
Edward 14, Edward, send medics code 3 as well.
Oh, he
Got
sounds
it?
terrible.
Sorry, 14 number 2 stays medic code 3.
Affirmative.
Oh God, he sounds terrible. Go back to halfway into this. Right when they open the door. Now, I want to. This is obviously the first time we've seen this. What everyone was wondering is why, when he opened the door, Paul Pelosi didn't quickly go to the cops. So it's very interesting. He was the one opening the door, and he didn't quickly go seek rescue with the cops. Now, he obviously is holding his hammer, so he's a little worried about this thing, but it doesn't seem like he had been attacked prior to this.
Right.
And so that this guy was an assailant. See, that's why there's speculation that maybe he was a gay lover or something, is because, this guy seems to have been wanted to be over there. And, yeah, it's very fascinating. All right, let's go ahead and hit play again when they open the door. Go back to right when the door's opening. I want to watch that part.
Literally said in that. Hi. How you doing?
How are you?
What's going on, man?
Everything's good.
Hi. Drop the hammer.
Nope.
Hey. What is going on right
I'm
now?
not getting an answer on call back.
Bro, oh shit.
Okay, all right, that's good.
I think
Well,
Paul
after-
doesn't say anything. He just looks kind of stunned.
Yeah.
I think that's normal in this whatever kind of situation.
I
this
mean, that's
is.
such
Yeah.
that is such a bizarre.
It is a weird video.
That is crazy.
I don't even know what to make of that.
I don't either. I have more questions now because because we knew beforehand that he got attacked after the police had shown up. That video perfectly
And
explains why. But
Paul's pants are off.
Right.
Which did we already know that? I don't.
We did know that.
Okay.
Yes. I can't remember why that mattered though. Like if he was woken in the middle of the night, maybe he's not wearing pants.
Yeah.
No, I'm sorry. I thought the original report was the other guy's pants were off or something like that.
The original report said that the police came and he had already been attacked or something.
Oh yeah,
Maybe
yeah,
I'm
but
wrong on
I
that.
don't even mean that. I just remember the one thing that we were all questioning is, yeah, it was the other guy's pants were off or was naked or something. Like
Help
that.
us in the comments if you guys remember.
The Senate stopped showing the live feed of the floor. It looks like so. Yeah, it's probably going to be a little later. We'll keep an eye on that for you guys. We'll go back to it when we can. Yeah, if you guys at home remember the story a little bit better, we did report on it.
Feels like forever ago though.
Yeah, I mean you feel bad for Paul Pelosi. You could hear him just really.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, having a hard time there.
I wonder how he's doing now.
Now remember, the Democrats were trying to turn this into the, Republicans and crazy
Insurrectionists,
right wingers attacking Nancy Pelosi's husband. Luckily that didn't stick. At least we didn't think it stuck. But that's what they tried doing of this thing. This guy was not a conservative. This guy was living like a hippie compound. He was a mentally disturbed individual.
Yeah,
But the
that's what I
question
was
is-
going to say when I saw that video. It didn't look like that guy was normal. It looked like he was a little bit loopy. It looked like he was a little bit crazy,
Right.
mentally unwell.
Yeah.
He seemed,
Yeah.
it didn't look like a normal person to me.
Yeah.
Well, he started attacking the guy with a hammer as soon as the
Right.
police show up. So there's definitely a screw loose up there.
Oh yeah, no doubt about it. But why Paul Pelosi wouldn't instantly say, "Come here, help me," and how he was able to open the door? That's just such a bizarre sequence.
Yeah.
If that video is true, like, what do you even believe these days? My God,
Good
these
point.
guys, what they doctor. Okay, let's let's go to. Hold on one second. Do we have some info here? Letters and name of claims.
No, I don't. If you're referring to what I think you're referring to, there's nothing.
Biz chat?
Yeah.
Nothing? Okay. Yeah. All right, let's go to pull up the. Well, do we have any comments yet on the Pelosi thing before we jump to this topic?
I don't see any on the Pelosi.
Okay. We'll get back to your comments. I'm sorry about that, guys. So many things we want to cover. And part of the Truth Hurts is we want you to be part of this show. We want you to be part of our program. So we allow walk-ins.
There's actually one. But
we allow comments. What is it?
It was just speculation. So Brandon Steele says he looked like he was expecting someone else. He was holding a glass in his hand as if they were already being casual with each other, and then something went wrong.
Oh, he had a glass in his hands?
I didn't see that, but Paul had his hand on the hammer like he was trying to prevent the guy from using it.
That's the way I looked at it, yeah.
Mm-hmm. So it didn't seem that casual to me. It kind of felt like a hostage situation.
It did seem, like the guy was... But once again, if it's a hostage situation, why is he opening the door? How's that allowed?
And they're both kind of standing there like they're friends.
They totally could have just, not opened the door.
Yeah.
Yeah, like my sense is what happened was it was a welcomed visit that went wrong.
Mm-hmm.
So speaking of welcome visits that go wrong, let's go to this Project Veritas video. So if you haven't seen this yet, there is a gentleman who works for Pfizer. He's a director of something at Pfizer, overseeing some scientific programs, and he's on what he believes is a gay date with an undercover guy on Project Veritas. Apparently, we learned it's the third date. So I think they found him on, what's that app that people use for gay dates?
I would have no
Grindr.
idea.
Okay. God, I almost had him on that one.
It's Grindr.
Oh, I thought it was Tinder. So Tinder's the straight
one?
one?
All of them, you can look at both.
Grindr's the gay one. Tinder's
Yeah.
usually the straight one.
So where do non-females that menstruate go? Which app did they have?
You know what? We need to get on that right away.
We have to get on that.
Billion-dollar market right there.
All right, huge market. Okay, so Grindr. Well, that makes that meme I sent you even funnier. I don't know this stuff.
Oh, so you didn't get it?
There was eHarmony. Yeah, no, I knew it was a dating app. Okay, because I think that's how they get a lot of their people. But I don't usually think it's like, using the gay app. I think it's usually, isn't it? I guess I don't know. Isn't it mostly women like getting them in to speak out or something like that?
Veritas has had a couple of gay encounters in the past. The videos I've
I start
seen,
wondering about Project Veritas here. What are they really doing?
What's the real agenda?
What happened
here?
on the first two dates? That's what we got to know. We got to get to the bottom of it. First two dates, because that's what we learned. It's the third date. All right. Anyhow, sorry. All funny. All kidding aside, because I think they're doing some pretty good work. This gentleman that you see to the left is talking to James O'Keefe to the right. James O'Keefe runs Project Veritas. They're independent journalists who've been raided by the FBI because they covered Hunter Biden's laptop story. And so he's on a date with an undercover Project Veritas guy, and he spills the beans about what Pfizer's doing, basically admitting that they're doing gain-of-function research to get new vaccines. But it's not gain-of-function research. It's, what is it?
Something
advanced evolution or something like that?
Something like that.
Yeah, it's careful term. So it's really a big news story, which subsequently the mainstream media has just ignored. Because everyone should be asking Pfizer, what's going on? Why are you doing this kind of research? Is this true? Well, first of all, is this true? Apparently, Newsweek has given it somewhat true, the story. They've actually commented on it. They did their fact checkers. That's Newsweek. Because we know how they feel about the whole vaccine thing. They've actually interviewed me on that. So let's go ahead and play this video. This guy loses his shit and assaults it, which I don't blame. By the way.
You work for Pfizer. My question for you is, why does Pfizer want to hide from the public
this guy's just realizing
mutating the COVID viruses?
Is this real life? I'm literally a liar. I was trying to impress a person on a date by lying. This is absurd.
Please don't touch me. Well, this is not. By the way, don't tell anybody.
Someone who's just working in a company to literally.
You guys notice he has two different phones in his hand throughout the video?
You really did. Please bring the cops as soon as possible. I'm really very unsafe.
Can you please unlock your door?
No, don't let them leave.
Please unlock the door.
What is going on here?
Please unlock. Please unlock the door. Please unlock the door. Unlock the door. The door. We're trying to unlock the door. Unlock the door.
That's a hell of a push by that cameraman. All right, stop it right there real quick. So this is the moment he realizes he's now been played. This has been undercover journalism. He spilled the beans. So he goes right to, I lied about all that stuff, which is a really interesting lie, which started the hashtag lied suddenly. Get some clever people on our
I hadn't
side,
seen
right?
that. That's
you haven't
good.
seen that?
No.
Yeah, hashtag lied suddenly. That's good. So he loses shit. Now, I don't blame him for losing his shit because he knows exactly at that point what's going on. In fact, he was starting to wonder with all the questions that his date was asking him. He was starting to think, man, is this sounds like an interview like those conservative people that
Like those Project Veritas guys.
I don't think he said Project Veritas, but the conservative media does
like
it.
that. Yeah.
And anyhow, I mean, at that point, he realizes his career is over, right?
Yeah.
But
No, and if
maybe his career wouldn't be over if he just handles it differently and says, hey, listen, this is what's going on, and I'm going to be a whistleblower. Instead, he basically showed the worst part of his character ever. He probably had too many White Claws at that point. And he is he basically does assault him, and he's trying to call the cops, which is interesting. He's calling the cops on journalists, and he's the one doing the assaulting.
Well, and if this stuff were made up, if he were lying, he wouldn't have freaked out like that.
I don't agree with that.
You don't think so?
So I usually don't throw my hat in these rings. This dude seems like an actor. I would be astounded that is how somebody acts when being on a date, and then a guy sits down. And
Okay, well, we're going to watch this video. I don't think this guy's an actor. If he's an actor, give the guy an Emmy because he does a great job. He definitely loses his shit. That's my
right. That's the weird part, I think.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. If
Guy-
he could lose his shit acting like he's losing shit like this, well,
Yeah.
it'd be crazy. I think it's literally a guy that's like, oh my God, this whole thing is blown up. No, there's probably a little bit of alcohol.
He realizes that he's going to lose his job, essentially.
Yeah, and there's probably some alcohol influencing his decision making.
Right,
at
and
that
also,
point.
you know, he knows that it's going to be online. He knows that everybody is going to see it. He's going to be exposed to everybody. And
yes.
the whole way that Project Veritas goes about this stuff, obviously, it's good reporting. It's good things for us to know and learn about. But it is a little bit uncomfortable. It's like, you know, they're
we got Mort.
They build trust with these
Stomach.
people, and
oh, you could come in either way.
Yeah, it's just crazy how they you know, get in bed with these people and, you know, build their trust with them, and then all of a sudden they're admitting to things that they had no idea that they were you know, being filmed and everything. It's a little different.
Right.
By the way, we're gonna lose William, but William, I don't want you going too far. So if you want to come back at any point, I left that chair behind it. But we're gonna bring Mort on set here.
I do want to get some work done, so
yeah,
that's why I'm tuning
We do have
out
to still. We
early.
do have an operation that still needs to continue on. So I can't afford to have both Jesse and William going. Yeah. So I appreciate that, William. We're gonna bring former Representative Erik Mortensen on set. Now, see, he's not late, Jesse, so that's why Mort doesn't have to do push-ups. Just so you know that. That's why you had to do your 20. And we're gonna still have Bridget reading comments.
Yep.
Mort,
Just for me.
Welcome back. It's been a while. It's been a minute since you've been here.
Long time.
Yeah. Recognize that background of that set looks pretty good, doesn't it?
Yeah, sure does.
Looked real good with your new bookcase with all the
that was about 30 seconds old before the showing up.
Yeah.
We just literally got the bookcase, and we had an event going on last night. We were installing some tech stuff over there in the secondary studio, and I'm like, I don't know how Bridget left that task because she was supposed to put that together. And all of a sudden I look over, and the talent, Erik Mortensen, is putting together his own book set.
We did it together. She
I
was
didn't see
fumbling
Bridget
around
doing
with
that.
that little Allen wrench.
I
and
am
getting
chiming in
those
on here
kids.
because I think I did most of it.
Okay, and that's not.
I don't know about that. That's debatable.
I'm just saying it's not fair what I just did.
I think she put more effort in, but I grabbed the power
That
tools.
is not true.
You did,
All
yeah.
you did was have the screw gun thing. That
Yeah,
I
but
was
you had a
afraid to touch.
DeWalt drill. I thought you said power tool.
Oh, DeWalt.
God,
that
right
is
there.
the money brand right
Yeah,
there.
we use Milwaukee around here.
Yeah, I know you do. I was glad to see the DeWalt back there.
Wait, that was ours?
Yeah.
Why?
In a giant
What is
Milwaukee
Tim
tool
doing?
case,
When did
you've got a
Tim
DeWalt drill back there?
I know we had a Bosch.
It was something. I don't know what it was.
Is Tim around? Is Tim around the hall?
I thought you called him Handyman Tim, but he uses DeWalt.
Yeah, Handyman Tim is. Yeah, and I learned that Dawson even uses Milwaukee tools.
Milwaukee is the only one.
There you go. We are the Red family around here.
Dawson, did you get that video I sent? I don't know if you guys played it already.
We have not played it already, but
All
I
right,
can.
I think I missed the window for it to squeeze in nice, but Maybe it'll come up again.
It looks
So
like people are
okay,
getting
so I did get something from Tushi, who is the king of screen captures. I'm gonna send this over to you, Dawson.
Okay.
Can I put it in the Truth Hurts chat? Will that get to the screen, or
No.
I gotta send it to you in email?
Yeah, either that or the sheets.
Oh,
Whichever
okay.
one's easier.
I probably could dump it in the sheets real quick. He's bringing up the Pelosi video, and he did notice something on. We were talking about this. Okay, it's in the sheets right now.
Okay.
All right. So before we finish out this Project Veritas video, I want to go back to this Pelosi video because Liberty Longbeard, aka Paul Tucci, who's going to be stopping by delivering us wings here soon.
He is?
Is that right?
No, I said that on air.
Oh,
He didn't
come
seem.
on.
He didn't seem to
Don't
comment
come-
on that at all. Because right now, Mort, I don't know if you're keeping up with it. They've already adjourned.
What?
I'm sorry, not adjourned. They recessed to the call chair. I am sorry. Those are really different things. They recessed to the call of the chair.
Yeah.
Basically, Democrats don't seem to have their shit together right now. Republicans had a lot of. They haven't even got to the order of business yet. They were first trying to made a motion to move the bill.
Back to committee?
Back to committee.
Yep.
Then they did a motion to adjourn, and then they did an amendment to the motion to adjourn, which could be
Okay.
debated, and then they debated it a little bit. All right, so Tucci brings up this. Okay, so if he's drinking, and if he just woke up in his underwear, why is he drinking? Right? Fair point. Can we zoom in on that? I mean, does that look like a cocktail? It could be the
Yeah, it looks
hostage
like
gave him a
wine
water
or something.
God, but it looks like there's a green thing in there. Which once again, we're talking about very uber wealthy Paul and Nancy Pelosi. They probably drink all their water with a lime. But you do think when you see, because if you see that, you guys see the green I'm talking about, right?
Yep.
Usually when I see green in water, I am going towards cocktail, right?
Yeah,
that fair?
most definitely. Yep.
Well, that people put limes in water. It's kind of hard to tell that glass. It doesn't almost look like, it looks like too tall of a glass for a drinking glass. Although maybe the Pelosi's like their tall drinking glasses. Are you having problems over there, Mort?
Come on.
All right. It
It
does
sounds
bring
like
up
you're having problems.
speculation here. I'm kind of going with the fact that this guy was invited over. Let's go back to the Project Veritas video. It's really, this video, I don't know if it's going to change our life, the Pelosi stuff, right? They tried making that political, and it failed.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so Project Veritas, have you seen this yet, Mort?
Yeah, I saw it coming in just now.
Okay.
That was the first time.
So we're going to watch it now full on. That was the highlight reel. I like how they do this. Project Veritas give you the highlight reel, get you captivated. This is about 9.5 minutes long, so there's quite a bit of footage. So once again, this guy just realized he's been set up. It wasn't on a date. He was actually talking to a journalist. That guy must have left. He must have said, I got to go grab something from my car. And then in his best Chris Hansen impression ever, James O'Keefe walks in and it just looks like To Catch a Predator. Goes, let's talk a little bit about this thing you said about Pfizer. And this guy instantly loses shit. All right, let's go ahead and play it.
Does Pfizer not want the public to know that you guys are doing directed evolution?
Oh, he's still on the date here.
What is going on here? That feels like an interview. I don't know, it's freaking me out. I mean, these like flashbacks to that like sting organization of like those conservative people who like randomly go into organizations and then like befriend people who work in these organizations and then report them, which happened to people at Pfizer. So it's like freaks me out when people start asking a lot of questions about work. It's so great.
Really? Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah. Why would back on this company?
Because I just want to know the answer.
You're not probably recording me. Oh my god, Jason, that'd be horrible. You better not be recording me or something.
Hey there. Is this seat taken?
Such a Chris Hansen move there.
You work for Pfizer. My question for you is, why does Pfizer want to hide from the public the fact that they're mutating the COVID viruses?
Is this real life? What is happening here?
Why?
What is going on here? This is absurd.
Why does Pfizer want to hide from the public that they're mutating the COVID virus?
Oh my god.
You're on video. You're on
Look at
video.
this, that pizza look.
Mutating
What
the
is
COVID
going
virus.
on here? I need to call the police right now. This is.
Can I know this is my restaurant? I don't know what's going on.
I don't know what's going on either. This is ridiculous.
So you're on video. I'm a journalist.
Bro, first of all, I'm literally a liar.
He's on video.
Whoa.
You're saying we're exploring how the virus keeps mutating.
Yes,
one of the things we're exploring is why don't we mutate the virus?
I don't know what's happening. But I really need the cops here right now.
So please do. Please do call the police. Please do call the police. Please do.
You can't do this here, guys.
Okay.
You have to leave. No, you can't do this here.
Restaurant owners asking him to leave, so they're actually trying to leave. Watch this.
He's going to call the police for asking him a question. Please do call the police. Please do. He's on tape here talking about mutating the COVID virus. Can I talk to you outside about this?
Absolutely not. You cannot use my likeness on this. What is your name? Because you fucked up. You really did. I'm about to sue you. This is absurd.
Please
you had someone mock me as if they're going on a date to record me. You don't even know my position at this. I was trying to impress a person on a date by lying. I was literally trying. Okay. I'm not even a scientist by background. You know that I came from a consulting firm that does business. This is absurd.
Please don't touch me.
This is absurd.
There's no need for that microphone. Their audio's great
Please
already.
do call the cops. Please do. Why would you call the cops if you have nothing to hide? So he's obviously having one of the most outrageous reactions I've ever seen in the history of Project Veritas. He's threatening to call the police. Okay, he grabbed the microphone. The question is, why is he calling the police?
Guys, can you just respect my father's please stop?
What?
Can I pay their bill? Can I get a check for their bill, please?
No, do not give me a check. No, don't let them leave.
This is interesting. He doesn't want
Do
him
you
to
want to put me in jail for asking you a question?
Yes, sir.
What is the intention of calling the police?
They have no one's busy right now. We have several witnesses.
Could I talk to you, please, about this video?
Okay, so there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 white people.
Why would you bring race into this?
Calls them white people.
We have you on tape talking about mutating the COVID virus.
No one mutates a COVID virus.
Show you May I show you the video?
No, I want to call the police, but please don't let them leave.
Do we have to leave?
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry, I asked a question. I couldn't
No, you cannot just leave.
Do you want me to
I
leave?
want the police to come here and see all of you people. Because this is insane.
Can I ask you about this video?
Insane.
Please.
You can tell them about how I was lying to impress
Here,
a date.
just is it true what you said?
What is this? No. I literally was on a third date with a guy, and like normal men, you
Third
lie
date.
to impress a date.
Mutating viruses?
Third date with that guy.
Do you not work
Boy,
for
they
Pfizer?
really put in the work.
I thought he was a date.
Sir, do you not work for Pfizer? Do you work
I
for?
was a contractor. What the fuck are you
Do you currently work for Pfizer? Yes or no? Do you currently work for Pfizer? Yes or no?
What are you talking about here? Please, I want the cops to be here.
So you don't work for Pfizer?
You can't do this to people. This is absurd.
He doesn't want me to leave, ma'am.
Don't let them leave. I want the cops here now. I want the cops here now.
He wants the cops here, but he doesn't want me to leave. So I'm in a little bit of a predicament because she's asking me to leave, but he doesn't want me to leave. So what should we do?
Okay, so these people have I was on a
Hi,
date.
you're on a video
and
here.
These people literally left
Look,
out of nowhere.
Pfizer is mutating the virus.
This is absurd.
Look at this
no,
video.
I literally said that. What are you talking about?
Well, this is not. By the way,
Why are you doing
don't
this
tell anybody.
To someone who's just working at a company to literally help the public.
Why do you want to hide it from the
I don't know
public?
who you people are, and I can't believe I'm going to trust someone.
Why do you want to hide it from the public?
Stop all this stuff aside. I'm a real person.
If you suspect that mutating COVID
What's
virus,
that audio?
is this
Are
the way
the
the
floor
virus
coming back
started?
up? Oh, yeah. Okay, let's go back to this. Sorry.
It's Senate File 1, but it should be listed as House File 1 because that is what we are debating. House File 1.
Were you guys watching?
With that being
how
said,
quickly did they come back? You see it?
Senator McEwen, as the author.
So
to
there's still
House
not a new order
File
of business
1
for the bill. So this
discussion.
is still motions and resolutions.
Thank you very much, Mr. President.
It looks like there's been about 3 minutes of
Colleagues,
stuff happening.
Okay. It sounds like they're getting right back
fellow
into it.
Minnesotans, it is my great honor to be the lead Senate author.
Well, we
of
know how
the
that
PRO
girl on the
Act,
left's going to
and
vote today.
I
My
am
God.
very much looking forward to our
That is a
discussion today
cultist
about
as
this
if
important
I've ever
bill.
seen one. I don't even know who that is.
Thank you. This past summer, we all
So they're actually now on to the order of business, and this is it. They're debating House File 1, the most extreme abortion bill in the nation, no exceptions. You can see Rob Kupek behind her. That's one of the guys up on the top right of our screen of the people that you wanted. Make sure you contact, as we did on air, both William and myself, contacted Judy Seeberger, who is unfortunately our state senator, thanks to Rhino Tony Jurgens endorsing her in the general election.
Individual human rights.
And then this is the author of the Senate file. So we're actually, they're in agreement with the House file. So House File 1 and Senate File 1. Just so you know, the first bill of this legislative session is abortion in all cases. That's the Democrats' top priority. Is that the party for you?
We are seeing a retraction.
No
of
exceptions.
individual rights, a crackdown.
Pull up our exceptions sheet there, Dawson.
So it is.
What the Democrats in the House rejected. They rejected partial birth abortion ban. They rejected a third trimester ban. They rejected letting parents of 15-year-olds know if their daughter is seeking an abortion. They also rejected an amendment that if a baby was born alive from a botched abortion, that life wouldn't be saved. They rejected that amendment. That is the Democrat Party. It's literally evil. I don't know how else to put it. It's evil what these guys believe in. And they're so deceitful. They'll go on the campaign trail and tell you it's a woman's right to choose. It's women's reproductive rights. It's not women's reproductive rights. Abortion is the opposite of reproduction, right? How can it be reproductive rights? You're not reproducing. So it's not women's reproductive rights. And now, because they're so literally crazy, it's Loonville out there, it's not even mentioning women in the bill. It's no longer about women's right to choose. It's about an individual who can give birth, their right. Because according to these wacko jobs, it's not just women who can get pregnant. That's your modern Democrat Party.
Isn't that just precious? Like, they literally, and I don't think it's in this particular bill, but in that House File 91, where they run around, they say, this is about women, and they say, well, if you're not a woman, then you can't have an opinion on this. And then in the bills, they're literally striking out the word women. It's just, you can't make this stuff up.
Yeah, and I would assume they're going to follow their lead, and not a single guy, Democrat senator, or sorry, I was very bigoted of me. Anyone that identifies as a male will not be opining.
They should abstain. Yeah, they shouldn't even vote.
Yeah, because he has no right to talk about this, right? Unless he's a birthing individual. He's a male that can get pregnant.
That's true. They could be birthing people.
The decisions of our courts, the upholding of our fundamental
These guys are so
human
crazy.
rights.
Left-wing agenda on full display. Do we have a comment we want to read right now? We'll try to, if we have a chance, we'll go back to the Project Veritas video. Obviously, that's interesting, but the whole reason this live broadcast is so that we could bring you this floor debate. And once again, if you're just tuning in, yeah, we're going to be here a long time. I don't think we'll be live streaming the vote. It's probably going to go to 1 a.m. More. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, that's certainly the sense I got on the way in, just listening to all the early stuff. And that's what I heard about a week ago, that Republicans are planning on, drawing this thing out and make it 2-3 days. In fact, what I was told by people inside the Capitol, that's why the Democrats are doing this today instead of, typically it's like a Thursday, right? Typically no one's at the legislature at the Capitol on Fridays. So when Democrats caught wind that, oh man, Republicans are going to draw this out, I think this is one of these little silly moves the Democrats did to go well. We'll see what Republicans prioritize here. Do they want to fight for life, or would they rather have their Saturday off?
Yeah.
And so I do hope that they draw it out. I think that's a good thing. I do think at the end of the day there's going to be a vote. And I did think it was funny that the
end of the day or end of tomorrow.
Well, okay, not the end of today, but eventually they'll get the vote on this thing, and it's a matter of, like I said last night, are enough people going to politically hammer the snot out of those 4 people that are up in the right-hand corner and tell them, if you do this, there will be political consequences? In fact, one thing that people could be doing, if they're wondering, well, what else can I do that would be meaningful, is you could find candidates to run for state senate in those 4 districts. Because it can take a long time to do candidate recruitment, which, as you guys are well aware, and the person who was chasing me down, it probably took about 5 years before I finally said, fine, I'll do it.
That's not how it went down. How dare you say that?
Well, I'm kind of blending.
It took me one meeting with you, and I convinced you.
Yeah, true. You took one meeting, and I kept shooting you down.
We'll just say Tony's just not as persuasive.
He's far more persistent, but
he's
he probably isn't
that's
as
fair.
persuasive.
Persistent over persuasion. Did William send you a link? He's got a video of what's going on at the Capitol.
Our understanding of what reproductive health care is and contains.
Once again, not reproductive health care. How can abortion be reproductive health care? You're not reproducing. It's the antithesis of reproducing. It's the antithesis of reproductive.
Also be at the mercy of
William sent in the chat, not the chat we're in, but a video of like both sides in the halls. So I told him to send that video to you. If you get that down, let me know.
Okay. Under the PRO Act, they are.
Did I hear you guys say that Michelle even is not?
Well, I think Michelle's out of the state.
I thought she told me she was going to be there. I thought. I'm assuming Ben Door's down there.
I would imagine Ben is. Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna text those guys.
See what's going on out there.
Under our statutes, a recognition of the importance of these individual rights. And one of the things that I think is really important for
what I think is happening is a bunch of the amendments today that are going to go down mostly on the Republican, well, probably all on the Republican side. I doubt Democrats are not amending this bill. They don't want to amend the bill. If they amend the bill, then it's got to go back to the House, so it doesn't pass today.
They will take no amendments. It doesn't matter what it is. I mean,
so they're passing out the amendments by Republicans right now. That's what the page is doing, I think.
Is that politicians, any politician, has no right to take their ethical decisions.
Oh, but I was saying when the president, what's it, Bobby Joe Champion?
Yeah, isn't that guy a
like
character?
An Olympic athlete or something like that. Was he?
Yeah.
Is he like a sprinter?
I doubt it. He looks like he can't even lift 10 pounds.
Who am I thinking of? Wasn't there somebody? I think it's a woman though. Bobby Joe Champion.
Bobby Joe Champion is the president.
Well, I know, but I'm just as I say it, it just sounds like wasn't there a woman Olympic athlete?
Yeah, you're right. There's a Bobby Joe something.
I don't know, but I swear there's some athlete that.
Yeah.
It sounds like it, and that's just what makes me think of. But when he's like, "Hey, we can't use parliamentary procedure to stifle debate," I'm listening to this in my car, going, "Are you frickin' kidding me?"
Yeah.
That's all you guys do down there, like,
right?
The Masons' rules, what they're talking about. That is literally how the two, people on either side of an issue, that's how they, politically stifle one another. That's how they shut people down. That's how they ram through agendas. That's how they stop agendas.
Yeah.
Like you could find things in Masons that makes your point. Then you could find another thing in Masons that, works for the other person. Like that is how it's
All right,
done.
here we go. We're going to get to the debate.
Senator Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. President. And before we begin with amendments, I just want to briefly lay a foundation for the work that we're going to be doing in the Senate today, if you allow me to do such. HF1, the PRO Act, Democrats' top priority this session, is a bill that cuts to the heart of Minnesotans. It's an issue that has stoked intensified discussion over the last 50 years. In fact, I bet that a lot of us got to the places we are right now because of this particular issue. Needless to say, the debate today has profound consequences on all Minnesotans. The issues ranging from bioethics to gender discrimination to family dynamics, state and local budgets, demographics, and many, many other considerations are wrapped up in this particular bill. But despite the implications of this legislation, Senate Democrats have fast-tracked this radical bill through committees, bypassing other critical committees, and bringing it to the floor early in the session. And this is without a single accommodation for Republican concerns within the particular bill. A casual observer watching the committees and watching the floor session might get the impression that Democrats were given an overwhelming majority and the ability to ram this radical and fundamental bill through that affects everyday Minnesotans. Today, we are not just codifying Roe v. Wade or Doe v. Gomez, as the author has indicated. We are enacting the most extreme bill in the country regarding youth sterilization, late-term abortions, and public liability for a vast array of new reproductive rights. This is only the first bill of a series of radical bills that will destabilize your electricity, add enormously to your tax burden, and compromising our national security and public security, or election security.
Yeah, we didn't even get a chance to mention that, but in the House last night,
All
they
this was
passed the
just a
carbon-free
one-seat
bill.
majority, folks.
The 2040 thing?
2040 thing, yeah.
Really?
Some districts,
Oh,
HF 7.
170 votes that
That
flip
passed.
one way or another. Today, Minnesota Senate Republicans will demonstrate through a series of good faith amendments the significant and devastating shortcomings of this bill. With so many holes in this particular piece of legislation, this will take some time, but we are willing to do it because Minnesotans deserve to know the true nature of this radical bill. So with that, Mr. President, we'll begin today's debate so Minnesotans can see what this bill really means to their lives. And I did see Senator Abler jumping up, so I know he's ready to go.
Any discussion? Senator Duckworth.
Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate it. The bill's author talked about the most recent election and what the outcome of that election means, or what the people of Minnesota were saying when they cast their votes during that election. And as somebody, like many of you in this chamber, I'm sure did, knocked on a lot of doors and spoke to a lot of constituents, you heard their very valid concerns on this issue, whether they be pro-choice, pro-life, whether they be in favor of abortions at any given time or not. The overwhelming sentiment that I heard from constituents and people all across the state through having conversations with my other colleagues, those both on my side of the aisle and on the other side of the aisle, and what many surveys and questionnaires inform us about is that most folks find themselves kind of somewhere in the middle on this issue. If we're looking at the issue of abortion on a spectrum of those who aren't comfortable with it in any circumstance, and those who are comfortable with it under any circumstance, what you would find is, especially as it relates to the state of Minnesota, that most folks are kind of right in the middle. Yeah, they might be in favor of some options and choice that make a lot of sense, especially when it comes to the health and the well-being of the mother, the woman. That makes a lot of sense. We're compassionate toward that. But they also know and understand that there might be a certain point of time that it makes sense to give true consideration to the life of that child in the womb who has yet to be born. And I remember the campaign commercials that took place because they generated a lot of questions from folks at the door. And most people were responsive to the sort of understanding that, when we look at this issue, when we look at the issue of abortion, we certainly want to minimize it if possible, but if we need to get realistic and be reasonable about exceptions, whether it be rape, whether it be incest, whether it be the life of the mother being in jeopardy, that's what most folks were supportive of. And they sent us here, whether you're a Democrat or a Republican, to seek compromise, collaboration, and solutions that were for the betterment of all Minnesota. And we made commitments to honor that. And so, Mr. President, I would ask if Senator McEwen would yield for a question.
Senator McEwen, will you
I wonder
yield?
what's going on here, Mort, because usually
Senator
they just go right into amendments.
Thank you, Mr. President.
They're acting like it's a final debate of the
I don't ask
bill.
this question to be inflammatory. I don't ask it to be bombastic.
I don't know. Are they speaking to the
this is where the
There's been no amendments. They're going right to the main bill.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it feels like some of this action I've been watching on the Senate feels so different from the House. I think their agenda's a little different. Clearly, some of the rules are different.
Yeah, it seemed like Mark Johnson was getting, gearing up abler to be able to push some amendments, and then all of a sudden Duckworth stands up and starts talking.
When it comes to abortions,
Yeah, I guess, is there an opportunity to speak to the bill as they bring it to the floor? I don't know.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. President.
But this is where Eric
Thank you,
Lucero will
Senator
shine
Duckworth.
today.
Oh,
I have
God,
no
yeah.
doubt.
Yep.
Eric
I think there's
Lucero
a
will probably
misunderstanding
kill
about
3 hours himself.
Yep, that's true. It's not going to be hard
as
to do
you
a
said,
filibuster when you got Eric
well,
Lucero.
I think there are many people who
He's
have
not wearing a
lot
pink
of
coat
mixed
today.
feelings about abortion in particular.
Must have coordinated with that mask lady who said, "Hey, what are you wearing today? I don't want to wear the
you
same one."
characterize it as sort of a coming down in the
You didn't hear
middle
my joke?
somewhere. And I think
He always wears
what
different
this bill
colored like
recognizes
suit
is
coats.
That's okay.
Yeah. Bedazzled, sparkly, like
all know
literally
that.
pink with pink sparkles.
Yeah, yeah.
and
What Minnesotans
oftentimes the matching fedora and
So
pants.
is
And,
that that is
Well, now
the
you can't wear a
fundamental
fedora on the
right
Senate
of an
floor. I think that's
individual
against their
person
decorum.
to
yeah,
make
so if you
their
didn't believe
own
me that
reproductive
politicians like to be
healthcare
the center of
decisions.
attention, I give you Exhibit A,
Yeah.
Eric Lucero.
to be able
Who's,
to
by the way, good
have
on
that
this
fundamental
issue.
right.
So
Yeah,
just
yeah,
don't-
he is good.
Don't
And
want
he
to fully
votes
shit
well,
on the
but
guy.
holy
As it is
cow.
currently,
I don't have a lot of
we
respect
these
for most of these
rights already. This
politicians,
is
just so
the
you know,
state
but
of the law
I'm
in the
pretty
state of
certain he's going to be
Minnesota.
really good on this issue.
So, as I said, I believe there's a little misunderstanding perhaps about what the bill does.
Oh, there's no
And
misunderstanding.
No, there is
here.
not.
I feel very, very confident of is that Minnesotans asked us, their elected officials, to make sure that their individual autonomous rights to make their own reproductive health care decisions
You hear her careful language here?
for real.
She is not saying
And that
women.
those rights wouldn't be at the whim
This is the modern Democrat Party.
rogue future
Look at her carefully choose a way to say this without saying
So, Mr. President,
to have a
Senator
woman's
Duckworth,
right to choose.
Yeah, I got a
That
text
is
from somebody
what
this morning
the
after I sent an
does.
email out encouraging people
Again,
to
it does
contact
not
these senators.
change
And she
the
said,
law
actually, I should pull
currently
it
as
up.
it is in the state of Minnesota.
I will do that.
What the law does
Let's
is
see, where
enshrine
are ya?
into state statute
Mandy.
that Minnesotans
She said, hey, I watched your
already
show. I emailed these 4 senators and
enjoy,
told them
the
to vote
rights
no on
that
this
our
bill.
courts
And she said, I don't
already
understand how they think this is
acknowledge that we
protecting
have.
women's health care, yet are
What
willing
the
to
law
mandate
does is
experimental
provide
vaccines that have
protection
clearly caused significant
event that we
injuries.
would
This is a
have
clown world.
a swift
And I told her,
change in
look,
court makeup.
I don't think they
Some
really
judges,
think this is
some
about protecting women's
politician
health
would
care.
decide, you know
I
what?
said, they know better. They know what this stuff is. This is about slaughtering the most innocent among us. I told her they're just using their carefully issued talking points by leadership to deflect and justify their actions. Like that's all this is. I think most of these guys don't really believe this stuff. They just, they're on the power trip that you know that they want to do, but I don't think that they really believe this about protecting women's health care. It's just talking points. Like when I filed articles of impeachment and we're trying to get people to co-author, all of the talking points were the same from the Rhino Republicans. Like they were literally issued by leadership to say, here, respond to constituents with this message.
Considerations for
That's
the
true.
health of women were extremely important. But I think in what you described, you might also be ignoring, or what this bill might be ignoring, is the fact that those Minnesotans also had something else that was extremely important to them on their minds when they cast that ballot. And that was that when it makes sense, there would be safeguards, there would be safety rails put in place regarding a law that were to come forward, and that we would find a way, especially so late in a pregnancy, to try to safeguard and protect life.
I am really curious if
I don't think many
I don't think you'll
Minnesotans
ever get an
cast that
honest
vote
answer out of one of these Democrats, but I knocked tons of doors last election cycle. Nobody talked about abortion. People talked about crime. They talked about inflation. They hated the lockdowns, the mandates. And I'm really curious, if you're a Democrat knocking on mostly Democrat doors, was it really true? Was the concern that starkly different from just the economic concerns, the price of gas, the price of food? I just find that really hard to believe, because I know that's what Brad Tapke said in our debate. Is that's the number one thing at the doors is protecting abortion. I'm like, I don't believe that.
Yeah.
I think it's probably the number one thing at the hard left store. You know,
I think it could be, especially
Yeah.
with Roe versus Wade coming down. So I get that there was energy behind that, but
it wasn't.
man,
the
I can't
independents.
imagine being the number one thing.
Not at all. Certainly not Republicans, and certainly not independents.
Yeah.
But whoever accused these guys of responding to independents here, they're responding purely to the voice of their base, which is heavily influenced by Planned Parenthood. You can't be ignoring the fact Planned Parenthood is like heavily in the tank for the Democrat Party, and both Republicans and Democrats are giving them your tax money. Just so you know that Planned Parenthood getting your tax money.
Very reasonable safeguards and suggestions to it that do attempt to honor the spirit of the bill, and also.
I mean, I don't know how important it is to listen to Duckworth
the
here
value
because
of life.
we're not even at the amendments. What we're going to be interested to see is the amendments, what kind of amendments come. I'm going to see if they've refreshed the page because last I checked, they didn't actually have. Yeah, the public does not have a view right now of the amendments today. Isn't that great? You gotta love transparency. How aware of that were you that like when you were in the legislature, a lot of times we're blind to a lot of things that were going on.
When it comes to amendments, I mean, in the House we had a 24-hour amendment rule,
Right.
and that was all very intentional, put up by the majority party, which of course was Democrats when I was in there, and that's how they prepare themselves. They build their game plan how they're going to kill these amendments. Not that it takes much time, because they just rule like every damn one of them out of order.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, so they were posted online, and you could go out there and you could check them all out. And generally the only change that you would see is if people would withdraw amendments. And
Right.
that was kind of tough to keep track of. They rarely updated the website to say it was withdrawn. And for those wondering, because we'll see how many amendments are going to be. But some of
we're in
these
the dark
long,
right now.
What's that?
We're in the dark right now on how many there will be.
Some of these long marathon sessions, I started
Hold on 1 second.
Senator, is your mic on?
Yeah.
Stalling tech.
Hello.
There you go.
Is it
Thank
on?
you, Senator.
I think it's
Okay.
understanding technology.
You know, Mr. President, Senator McEwen, I appreciate your perspective, but I do have some concerns about when you say, is it coming across?
Oh, come on, absolutely.
Well,
how about this? That's better. Okay, Mr. President, Senator McEwen, you know, you say autonomous decisions of reproductive
it's
rights.
interesting. We're debating the
You
bill
know,
before
my
we even get into
concern
the
is an
amendments here,
experience
which is
is
maybe
that
once
when
again
I read your bill,
how this is going to go down,
has very
hours and hours.
protection
I'm not
for
complaining.
the
I'm kind of complaining
exploitation
just in the sense of the
women.
entertainment
And what I
aspect,
mean by that is
but I'm not really
like
complaining
13
here.
years of jail
We want to see this stuff
and
killed.
also 16 years on the school board.
Yeah, so
And
we'll see
during
how
that
many of these
time,
amendments there really are eventually, I would think.
find out
But so for the people watching, and maybe I should even say this because this might make people go, "Oh man, I don't know if I want to sit and watch all this." But I average it out to be about 16 to 18 minutes per amendment. When we'd see these lists of 75 amendments, and you'd go, "Oh my gosh, how long is this all going to take here?" And because there's going to rule them out of order, and maybe, well, no, who are we kidding? They're not going to take any amendments. If there's anything that one of those four senators will vote no. But so I do the math. Oh my gosh, 30 amendments left times 18 minutes. It's just there were literally like 14, 15-hour floor sessions.
Or boyfriends, so-called, who are simply using their girlfriend for their own personal pleasure and then want to kill the results. So my question for you, Mr. President, if Senator McEwen would yield.
She will yield.
Senator McEwen, will you yield? She will yield. Senator.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
Thank you,
I
Senator
want to
McEwen.
bring this up
My
since
question for
this is kind of
where in the
bullshit. We're not going to
bill
get into this back and forth here. Nothing's going to be accomplished. The Crown Act passed the Senate last night. Did you know that?
No.
45 to 19.
Only 19 people. I'm assuming all Republicans voted against it.
Yeah, but
but
there's the other part. But there's the other part of that equation, right? Who did vote for it?
Yeah.
Pull this up. I just put it in the show prep. It's the last line 13, because the vote just came up. So the Crown Act, Mort, right?
Yep.
Is race is hair type is
Yeah,
defined by race. It's so bizarre.
It's so stupid. I mean, they say race is defined by all characteristics or all traits of race. So they use the word in the definition, and then they give examples. Like the examples include the color, not color, but the texture of your hair and twists and braids and dreadlocks. So, like if you just take that definition verbatim. Like, I guess if I grew my hair out and put it in twists or braids and dreadlocks, then maybe my race has changed.
Yes.
I don't know.
It's clearly just another attempt of the left to just get what they want, the social engineering, right?
Oh, and
that's
it's
the
a
vote
gift
here.
to attorneys, right? Like the amount of lawsuits that could be filed under natural hair discrimination is just going to be absurd.
Exactly. Dawson, it's the bottom one on that page. If you could zoom in a little bit. So this is just a junky bill. No one should be voting for it, but yet most Republicans, right there. So that's the That's the Republicans that voted against it. I'm wondering if there's any surprises.
Well, the initial surprise, if you compare that to, let's say, if the Senate had voted on that bill last year, I mean, it probably would have passed unanimously. I mean, seriously, I bet it would have passed unanimously. Maybe one or two would have defected, but if you only have one or two that defect, it makes everybody else look really bad. So that's where a lot of times it's just, let's just all go together.
All right, let's look at the ones that voted for it. So once again, now as you listen to these Republicans, above that, you hear these Republicans who speak on the floor as if they're like some kind of conservative champions. Abler voted for it.
No shocker.
Coleman. Drahim.
Dornick.
Housley, Mark Bishofsky, did you see that vote?
Oh, yeah, of course Housley
voted for it.
Duckworth already spoke. Farnsworth, what the hell are you doing, Farnsworth? Just do a little spot check here. Jeremy Miller, I don't think anyone's surprised by that one. Carla Nelson.
Pratt.
Pratt, there you go, you're senator. Maybe that should be brought up in the next BPOU meeting.
Oh, yeah. We've got ours coming up February 4th. That'll be interesting. Oh, man.
There you go. Republicans voting for that liberal garbage right there. The Crown Act. We've got an article on actionforliberty.com. You can learn more about it. The language. It's a ridiculous language. Actually, you know what? The language is probably somewhere in here because it's not that long.
No, it's very short. I'll tell you what CROWN stands for because I don't think that's actually in the bill. But so CROWN is an acronym, of course, and it stands for Creating a Respectful and Open World for Natural Hair. That's the problem that they're trying to fix. Of all the problems going on in the world, the CROWN Act has now passed both bodies in the Minnesota State Legislature 4 weeks into session.
Yeah, 4 weeks into session. This is one of their top priorities.
Yeah, one of the top priorities.
That and killing babies.
How fast do these sessions usually work? Like this abortion bill, you've said it's passing super fast. What is it usually like?
Well, I think that kind of varies on how controversial something is. And I'm assuming people watching heard Dawson's questions about how fast things normally move. I think it depends on how controversial it is. It depends on how much leverage it might give a party, especially in a divided legislature. So they might just punt on a lot of these things when we've had divided legislatures to really create a lot of tension and friction in the final moments of a legislative session, especially in a budget year. So it's kind of a tough question to answer. But anything that they're passing already that has gone through, 3 readings, has been through committees, 3 weeks, I think it's been 3 weeks. That's very, very fast.
So usually the more controversial ones pass faster?
Well, when you got a Democrat trifecta, apparently they do, but not usually. Okay. And they get amended and stuff. HF1 and the Crown Act haven't been amended. Dawson, I put in the... we have a mountain of amendments here. A lot of amendments, he's saying.
Has enough time to find whichever amendment that you're going to present. Senator Gruenhagen.
All right.
Well, thank you, Mr. President.
Look in
Thank you for that response.
line 14 in the show notes. I just I put the actual language of the bill. It's not long, so this is the Crown Act. This is what those Republicans we just mentioned voted for, and of course all Democrats. And it's very simple. What it does is it basically amends the part of the Minnesota Human Rights Act to say race is inclusive of traits associated with race.
I mean, just imagine saying, what does water mean? What is water? Well, water means is inclusive of traits associated with water. Of course.
Well, this is the modern Democrat Party. It's like,
just this
what is a
circular
woman? It's
bullshit.
someone who has characteristics of
Yeah.
a woman. Well, what is that then?
Exactly.
I read Matt Walsh asked that in that great documentary.
Yeah.
So they love their circular definitions. Boy, it's interesting to see how little hair Nate Wiesenberg has when he doesn't wear a hat. You don't see him outside of a hat too often. All right, race is inclusive. Oh well, let's wait.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I have a few comments. And there was an amendment at the end of this.
Okay, so
discussion.
Abler is going to be the first amendment here, but
today,
let's,
here it is.
before listening to
bill
his
that we've been
speech, go
talking
back to
about for so long,
the Crown Act real quick, which Abler voted for. Race is inclusive of traits associated with race, including but not limited to hair texture and hairstyles such as braids, locks, and twists. That's the high importance bill. Why and so obviously you can't discriminate against hairstyle now, right? That's the intent behind this thing. This is what these guys are voting for. It's
It's truly unreal. And I know I said it last time I was here, but in committee, when I was on the Judicial Committee, they had people testifying about how meaningful this bill would be in their lives, which I don't know how they found these people. But one lady said, look, sometimes I wake up late and I don't have time to do my hair and I get to work and people look at me.
You know what
kinda
that's like,
funny.
Jesse?
And they'll ask her stuff like, oh, rough morning? Are you tired this morning? And how this bill, if this bill becomes law, that would just automatically go away. That would never happen again.
Well, it solves everything.
Or I guess if it happened, then I guess you'd sue these people
Right.
for hair discrimination.
Yeah. And there'd be like a part of the law because of these guys that allows it.
A fundamental right to preconception care, a fundamental right to maternity care, a fundamental right to family planning and fertility services, and a fundamental right to counseling regarding reproductive health care. Roe did not anticipate any of that. And furthermore, it talks about an individual. And so I'm not going to read the list again, but it creates a fundamental right of any person in this state, man or woman, young man, young girl, woman, young woman, to any of those as well. And given the current state of affairs between the Ramsey County judge's decision this summer, which, by the way, is under appeal, so it's not unconstitutional, he said it was, and but it's being appealed. With the combination of all that, you have a proposed piece of legislation that, in fact, does do nothing to protect against any of the harms that we're very concerned about. And it does need some guardrails because it is without guardrails. On the side of this bill is a cliff, like when you go through Hawaii on some of those winding roads that look down like, holy cow. There are cliffs, there are edges which are very dangerous that this bill has, which I have some amendments to maybe add some guardrails and others do as well. And so the name of this bill is the PRO Act, and it sounds like kind of a cool name, pro, like pro-team, protect, and you can make up acronyms about it. What it really is, it's abortion on demand for all. That's what it is.
All cases up
so
to
let's
the
not
moment
mince
of birth.
words. So abortion being abortion.
And just so you guys know, he's going to be the first one offering an amendment. If this bill gets amended today on the Senate floor, it will not go to the governor's desk. It then has to go back to the House, and then they have to agree. So one Democrat voting for an amendment changes the dynamics on it. That's a major win. And
one question that,
honestly, if they can actually
answer
add an amendment that saves life at certain parts, like maybe the third trimester, that's a major win. So the Democrats have got to be lockstep together against all common sense, as they call it, guardrails.
Are there no Republicans that are in danger of switching?
That is a good question.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Abler. Thank you.
We have not scored done the analysis well enough to know if there's a Republican. I mean, they'll have certain death in their political future if they do. But
yeah, I can't imagine. I mean, even an Abler of the world. In fact, he's
Abler's
these amendments.
good,
like he's
pro-life guy apparently. But other than other than SF2, I guess,
he's
right?
Good, strong conservative.
Yeah.
All these.
No.
I know.
No one's calling him a conservative.
I'm
thinking that's why he's a Republican. It's because he's pro-life.
Yeah. Well, What I think is funny, and this is a little off topic, but I guarantee I've seen so many emails from these people in the Capitol that these Republicans that send emails and communicate to their constituents, and they always say, "I'm the strongest conservative in all of St. Paul." Like all these guys think that they're just the toughest conservatives, and if you look at the actual voting record, it's like, no, it's terrible.
Yeah,
Abler being one of them.
Well, I would say every single one of these senators who didn't just get elected right this first time, every single one of them are not conservative. Like, there's no debate about it. Just look at our scorecard. Not a single one passes our scorecard.
Yeah.
Because our scorecard basically is, do you vote for more government or do you vote for more freedom? And they fail at that scorecard. Now, there's a lot of newbies up there. Liskey and Wiesenberg and Farnsworth, Lucero and Draz and Cal Barr and Gruenhagen and Steve Green coming from the House.
Yep.
So, and some of those guys actually have a track record of good voting.
Yep.
And that's about it.
Yeah, it is. It really is about it. I mean, it was amazing last year, or the last 2 years, how many bills would come back from the Senate that were passed unanimously. That grew government, spent your surplus money, created more bureaucracy. I mean, I'd look at, well, okay, pass the Senate. How did it pass? 67-0. Like, how is that possible? Now, there's not one Republican state senator that stands between, taxpayers and the state. Like, it's disgusting.
It is very disgusting.
I've got those images William was talking
All right,
about.
let's pull those up. So apparently Tom DePel is there with his family today. Tom DePel, who should be a senator, not Judy Seeberger, but Tony Jurgens decided he was going to endorse the Democrat in that race. Got some. So these are still images. I know you had a video. This is what it looks like over at the Senate right now in the hallways, and you're getting a mixture of both.
You have to excuse the.
That's actually Tom's son and daughter right there near that, and that lady in front. Probably. So the chants are by pro-choice people. Oh, wait. See, I'm even confused now. You got a mixture of both. Yeah, it's got to be because she's wearing a mask. She's not on our side.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, she's got abortion is health care.
Yep.
It's like not health care, actually. So you see, you're getting both sides. That's probably Tom reading a prayer. He's a very religious guy. Very good man. Great family. Him and Carrie, good people. Really wish Tom DePel was in the Senate right now.
I know. On the way in here, I was like, man, do I have Tony Jurgens' cell phone number? I got jealous of you guys calling Judy Seeberger live. Like, maybe I can call Tony Jurgens live.
I don't even know what I'd say to Jurgens. Like,
that's what I was stumped on,
I'd
too.
rather just shit on him.
I think he'd hang up on me once I said, hey, it's Erik Mortensen. I'm live on Facebook right now. And then he'd be like, boop.
William's telling me that a ground report says that the abortionists pushed the pro-lifers against the wall.
Is he down at the Capitol? William?
Oh, no, William's running point for us on messaging here. I mean,
why isn't he at the Capitol?
Just so you guys know, you go to like Fox News, CNN, and they do live streams of important events. They got a whole team helping out. Like, we're pulling this out of our ass. Like, we just started doing these live reactions, basically, in the speaker vote for the U.S. Congress, and then we did the abortion bill. We got Dawson running all the dials, Bridget there reading your comments, and so there's a lot of things. Like, I'm literally having to pull the graphics up here, so we don't have like the big production work that those other big media outlets got. So I really appreciate William helping us out because I'm trying to get some intel on the ground as well. And
but so is he down at the Capitol?
No, he's just over in the office.
Oh, gotcha. Okay, but he's communicating with people in the Capitol.
Oh yeah. He's running point on that.
So what's the update on the news truck?
TBD.
Okay, all right.
Well, I mean, he wants to get it. He wants to get it. I wasn't certain we were going to go talk about that publicly yet.
You talked about it on the air. I was here last time.
I did not.
Yes, you guys did talk about needing a news truck.
All right.
You don't even remember what you were talking about?
There's a possibility we'll get a news truck.
You're becoming a real streamer.
Senator Murphy, will you yield for a question? Senator Murphy will yield for a question.
So it sounds like we're going to get a life of conception amendment today.
Senator Murphy, you have been just a champion of human rights.
Well, I cannot wait to watch Republicans squirm when the life of
You
conception
have been to
amendment comes
rallies.
up.
You have been
Because leadership was trying to
everywhere, right
squash it.
across
I'm
Yeah.
assuming Wiesenberg's
Well,
going to be the one.
let's explain that to people. Yeah, that's something you could
Sure.
do.
So
People have no idea this happens.
Yeah, so when they say they're going to go to caucus, what they're really doing, right, is figuring out their political strategy, what they're going to do, and what should they do, should they definitely not do, and of course, Republicans, being Minnesota Republicans, they all want to lock arms and do it together. Like there's no room for dissent typically. If you stray from that pack, then you're politically punished. So. But Senator Nate Wiesenberg, to his credit, told his constituents he's going to force a vote on life of conception. And so rumor has it he's going to do it. He told the people in the caucus meeting, these caucus meetings are super secret. You're not supposed to tell anybody what happens at caucus meetings. We told the folks in the caucus meeting, I'm going to do it. I told my constituents I would, so I'm gonna. And what happens? Senate Minority Leader Mark Johnson, who we've seen a couple times here, told him, you better not. You better not do that. And of course, the reason why is he said, we've got some members, right, some legislators, some Republican legislators that are in squishy districts. They might not get reelected. And that's the mindset of these guys down there. So here the Republicans are in the minority and they still won't man up and fight. When you've got the Democrats right here who fully understand and recognize they are jeopardizing their majority by doing this. They get it, they know it's a fact, and they're willing to risk their majority in the Senate to deliver a win to the people that voted for them. Republicans in Minnesota do not do that. They refuse to do it. And that's if there's a difference, because I always talk about uniparty, that is the difference. Republicans, when they have power, refuse to do anything about it because they're afraid of losing that power, which means we just shift left and left and left because they just compromise. Democrats, when they have their power, oh man, they wield it like your Spartan helmet there. Like that's.
I'm just trying to think, like, as the Republicans were in charge, and they were in charge the last 4 years, what monumental conservative reforms did we get? I shouldn't say what we got votes on. And I'm the only thing that's jumping out of me right now was Gazelka got a vote on voter ID, which really, it's very popular on the conservative side, but it's pretty broadly popular.
Yeah.
That's the only thing I can think of where a conservative, I mean, certainly nothing on guns. They never gave constitutional carry a vote.
Nope, they would never do that. And the scenario that the Democrats are in right now with a one-person majority, and yet they still are going to force their Democrat members to do this vote today.
Correct. That shouldn't be lost on people. You see up there on the top of the screen, Hauschild, Kupek, not Picnic there, Mort, Kupek, Putnam, and Seeberger. This is a tough vote for those people. Maybe not Seeberger, she's a wacko, but it is for her district, and that's what they care about because they want to be in power. This is a tough vote for them, but the Democrats don't care. They're going to push this vote. It's a tough vote for those Democrats in 2021 to extend Governor Walz's emergency powers, but they made them take it.
Yep.
And that's what the Democrats do so well. They're very authoritarian. They are actually not pro-democracy. They're only pro-democracy when it helps them, expand government. They're very authoritarian when it comes down to it. They will follow orders. They'll get in line. And if you're Bernie Sanders, they're going to just push you away. They're going to stomp all over you. They do not allow that kind of stuff to happen on the Democrat side.
Yeah. We're Republicans. Paul Gazelka had a one-person majority. Wouldn't do anything on guns, constitutional carry, stand your ground. Wouldn't do anything to, end the income tax. If it was even sniffed to be controversial, he wouldn't go anywhere near it.
Yeah, but more. In his defense, if he had tough bills like that, they might not stay in the majority. They might not get reelected.
Yeah, exactly. Right.
Oh, wait.
But
we didn't do it, and they still lost the majority.
Yeah, right, exactly. And I think that's why so many conservatives across the state and probably across the country. I was reading some really bad things that Kristi Noem's up to in South Dakota and some of the Republicans in the South Dakota legislature. But when you refuse to stand up and fight and do the things you promised you would do during the campaign season, and you fail to do it in the legislative season, I think you leave conservatives in the state saying, well, then what's the point? Mm-hmm. Why should I be excited to go vote for you? I think that's why people got excited about Trump, and still a lot of people are. because the guy, like, he went and fought and did the things that he campaigned on.
Right.
And people love that stuff.
Mhm.
You got to motivate people to care. And
Right.
Minnesota Republicans largely don't.
Yeah, and that's true. And I'm very critical. Obviously, we have fun with Jesse, but that was Trump. That people that didn't understand Trump, I saw that clearly in 2016. That's exactly what's going on. They believe he's going to deliver on promises that they care about.
Yep.
They're so used to the Mitch McConnells that won't do it.
Yep.
And Kevin McCarthy wasn't going to do it until 20 conservatives stood up and said, "We're going to force him to do it," and they loved it.
Yeah, if you think for a second Kevin McCarthy would be fighting so hard, and maybe I'm giving him too much credit, but to cut spending and to have some sort of a balanced budget, if he hadn't had that week-long fight to become speaker, like if that hadn't happened, it would just be on autopilot down there. Maybe he would, flex a little bit since it's a divided legislature, and it's easy to flex when you're a divided legislature. But I think if it wasn't for that, he wouldn't be as seemingly tough on it as he claims to be.
Mm-hmm. That's a good point. Bridget, where did we leave off on comments? We're still a ways away from apparently this amendment. Oh wait, did I miss something? Are we actually on the amendment strikes, but is not limited to? Remove my window here real quick, Dawson. Are we actually? Did he actually offer up his amendment? It looks like it says it strikes, but is not limited to. From the definition of reproductive health care. I guess we're debating an amendment. But yeah, it does say. Oh, okay, that's the problem. We got a little cut off on the screen here. Dawson. It says amendment, is it A1 or what's going on? I can't see the far right. There we go. A51. Okay. Apparently we missed that. So this is the First Amendment. Really bad at our job here, Jesse, right? The public doesn't have a view of these amendments. Usually you do. You're supposed to have. They don't really care about transparency. Okay, now it showed up. So the A51 amendment is up online.
We do not have all the answers. So
Senator Abler.
So let me.
Requesting a roll call, Senator Abler. Also.
Oh yeah, thanks. Yeah, I appreciate that. Thanks.
A roll call has been.
All right, here's what his amendment does. Line 11.
Check on the roll call box. We're moving along, Mr. President. But Senator McEwen, this wasn't meant to be a hard question.
Oh, this is the dumb. Okay, all right. This is about the dumbest thing possible. Do you have HF1 available? I think I've got the link in the show notes.
Brain surgery? Probably not. But I would have thought you would have said, yeah, it should include.
I don't. I'm gonna post it right now, Dawson.
That seems like reproductive health care to me, so I'll just help you with that. Let me try another one with you.
I'm gonna put it on line 15.
Let's say a person is in prison.
All right, I'm gonna show you what this amendment does. This is about the most pointless amendment ever.
Voluntarily gone to, and they decide they want to
this is the PRO Act, as they call it. It's really Abortion in All Cases Act. That's what they're trying to do here. This is the Democrats' bill. This is what's being debated. So Abler, his amendment, what it does. This is all it does. This is the A51 amendment. On line 11, it deletes, but is not limited to. Okay? Right? So all his amendment is doing is making the line say, reproductive health care includes contraception, sterilization, preconception care, maternity care, abortion care, family planning, fertility services, and counseling regarding reproductive health care. So all he's doing is removing that, well, it could mean more than that, but it's not limited to. That's all this amendment's doing. What do you think about that, Erik Mortensen? That's how we're leading this off.
Yeah, I mean, like I talked about last night on my thing, it's so many of these amendments, they're just like these little nipping around the edges of things where they should be down there doing maximum freaking impact. Like life at conception, I don't know. That's about it to me. That's the thing that shows contrast between the parties. And here you just want to take out these three words that maybe in the future that would be like super significant. But this is introduce amendments that actually have teeth to them, that are meaningful. Like I love most amendments that are like they call a delete all amendment, where you delete the whole damn bill.
Yeah.
And you replace it with something totally different.
Right.
And I hope that's what the life of I mean, that must be the life of conception amendment is a DE amendment.
Yeah, it probably is. You know, if I give a little credit to Abler here, maybe it's just one of the tactics is we're going to just amend so many things that, you know.
Oh, just to kill time.
Yeah,
almost.
and
like
now that I
delete
think
the
about
word
it,
but.
If this is coded A51, Does that at least mean there's 51 amendments right now?
It probably means there has been at least 51 amendments, whether or not they've been withdrawn, because that could definitely happen.
We're going to be here for a while.
What happens if no amendments pass?
Well, and very likely is going to be the case today. But if no amendments pass, and then the bill passes, is that what your question is?
Yes.
Then this goes to the governor's desk.
And so Tim Walz it comes down to, and that's more
Tim
than
Walz
likely gonna
will sign this bill on Monday.
Yeah, he'll sign this bill so fast, the bill will probably catch fire.
Yep.
That pen is going to stroke across that thing so quick.
He will have a big public signing on Monday.
The
and
one
say we
Minnesota
delivered on birthing parents' rights. No, they won't. They will. Will they go back down to women's rights? Just for
Oh,
big,
of course they will.
Big cameras.
Yeah, of course they will. Yep. I love that point that they say all the time. If you're a man, you can't have any opinion on this. Well, I bet there's at least 30 or 40 Democrat senators who are men.
Yeah.
They shouldn't be allowed to vote. This thing should go down in flames today if you do that math. I mean,
that's a
this
fair
thing should
point.
Fail miserably.
So does this cover, like, there's therapeutic abortions you get because your life is in danger or some peril or the child is not living inside of the mother. And there's rape and incest. But then there's elective abortions that people get, and about half of them are people just aren't ready for a child. So if a person is not ready for a child, is that also part of what your bill covers under a fundamental right to reproductive health care?
Senator Abler, are you
I mean, of
asking
course it
Senator
is. So
McKeon to yield?
yeah, he really
Mr.
is.
President, would the Senator McKeon care to yield on this?
We are going to be here a long time, and that's a good thing. I say it in a way like I'm upset. I'm only upset to the fact that we're live streaming, and there's no way we're going to be here for this whole thing. So it's a good tactic. I don't think anyone could possibly live stream this. We start at 10:30. This session will go at least 12 hours. I think it went 7 hours. It went an 8-hour session last night during the debate of HS7, which is the Democrats just basically said that we're going to be carbon free by 2040. Why don't you pull up that article, Dawson, since we did want to talk about that. Line 11. HF7, the carbon-free bill, and 80% carbon-free by 2030. And I don't think they're talking about adding nuclear power plants in the state. So this is the vote. Now, what's real fascinating is there's 4 Republicans that weren't there, or weren't voting. Backer, is it Dowd or Davids? I think it was Davids. I know Krisha was one of them. And
really? Ron Krisha?
And Torkelson. No, Erdahl. Erdahl's the other one. Yeah, Ron Krisha wasn't there to vote. Remember that guy when he stepped up and tried picking a fight with me? Ron Krisha in a park in Little Falls.
We should tell that story because that is a great story.
Yeah, so Ron Krisha, just huge rhino.
Well,
go ahead.
Can I? Because before you got there, so there's a healthcare freedom rally right up in Little Falls. And I'm standing on the sidewalk holding signs with all these medical workers, and then probably more than just medical workers, lots of nurses. And
hold on one second. She's trying to amend the amendment. Is that what's going on?
The secretary will report the amendment.
She's amending the amendment, and she's probably add the
Mr.
language
President,
back.
Point of parliamentary inquiry.
Please state your point.
My discussion under Rule 4.4 says all bills appropriating money or obligating the state to pay or expend money will require an expenditure of money, and I offered a legitimate objection based upon the Senate rules, which we've talked about, and to say, oh, it doesn't apply. I was told it could not apply when the bill is on the when the bill is on the calendar, but Mr. President. And I did not yield the floor after that. So I still have the floor, Mr. President, and I would like you to rule on that, and then I would have the floor after that, Mr. President. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Abler. Senator Abler, the appropriate place for the bill referral is under motions and resolutions, and this particular action that you are requesting has already been voted on. That was the motion that was put forth by Senator Johnson. When and there was well, one was the motion to adjourn, but then yesterday you also did a motion to refer it back to finance.
Abler voted
But
for this guy to
where
be
we
the
are
president of the
in
Senate.
special orders,
Abler and Jeremy
rule
Miller,
that you
two
cited
Republicans,
is
voted for this
not,
guy.
Appropriate.
Thank you, Mr. President. I didn't finish my questions that I had after that.
And our rule, a point of order is not well taken.
Thank you, Mr.
Mr.
President.
President?
Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm not sure if I've got a point of parliamentary inquiry or not, but I would
But if you're
like
not
to-
sure, then you should think about it and then stand, because the floor belongs to Senator McQuay.
Thank you, but
And
I
the
just
only time that
Leave
I
it to
can
Pratt
interrupt
to get
another
schooled by
member is
Bobby
if
Joe
there's-
Champion.
Thank you. So, point of order. Senator Abler had made a motion, and before ruling on that motion, you recognized Senator McQuaid and her amendment without that motion being resolved. And so I would ask the president to rule on the motion before we start taking up additional business.
No problem. The motion is not well taken. The point of order is not well taken. Now, Senator McEwen.
No
Thank
problem.
you,
I'll
Mr. President.
steamroll
I
you.
would like to offer
Point of order.
A203
Point of order,
amendment.
Mr.
not
President.
McEwen, that's
Senator
McQuaid. He doesn't even know their
Juskowski,
names.
For what purpose do you rise?
The member from Anoka, I believe, had the floor, and you recognized Senator McQuaid while he had the floor. Her motion to amend is not a motion that can interrupt and take the floor from him, I don't believe. And I would like you to do your research and tell us what is a proper procedure, because I think we went the wrong direction, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. Give me one moment, and then I will return.
Jeez. All right, so now you're seeing the Secretary of the Senate right there, inform him of parliamentary procedures, and he's got a whole office, just so you know. All those people sitting to the left and right of him are parliamentary experts. So he's now informing the president, Bobby Joe Champion, who's the biggest amateur ever, until he's next to Pratt, apparently. But
thank you, members. Just for clarity, the member. Well, first of all, I acknowledged Senator McQuaid, and then Senator Abler raised and referenced a point of order, which he wanted to refer it back under Rule 4.1, or at least the bill referrals under Rule 4.St on.
This is brutal.
Notwithstanding
Makes me
that,
appreciate Melissa Ortman. At least she knows what she's doing
ruled
up there.
on Senator Abler's
it's actually good that he doesn't know what he's
motion,
doing, though, in some
and
regards.
or his point of order. I said it was not
When
well
did this
taken.
guy get in? How long has he been in?
This
So
guy
we resolved that.
got voted in the first day,
If I need to do that
January
again,
3rd, of
point
the
not well taken.
Minnesota Senate's
Now,
whatever.
Senator Abler, the question for you
Whatever
is
that-
whether
this
you
legislative
yielded
body
the
is.
floor in order for Senator McQuaid
It's
to
just
be
like the
able to put
68th,
forth her motion.
Senate. I don't even know what it
and,
is at this point.
And because you had your point of order wasn't well taken, then that means the floor is open, and therefore she put forth a motion. She put forth an amendment to the amendment, which is what is before the body.
You guys following this at home?
It's all very clear now. Oh, okay. I got you,
there
Bobby.
you go.
I
That's
got
it.
you now, Bobby.
We can
Thanks for the
let her
explanation.
Explain it, and then you can stand it if you want to oppose it, or you can do whatever you
Abler's
want.
really
at
upset
that
right now.
particular
Man,
time.
he's
But
really
that
regretting his
is
vote
my,
for the Democrat president.
And that motion still needs to be reported. So the secretary will report the amendment, and then I will recognize you, Senator Juskowski.
Mr. President, point of order.
Point of order.
Thank you, Mr. President. I did not see Senator Abler sit down. He did his point of order. He maintained the floor. He had his microphone in his hand and didn't intend to give away the floor. And you recognized Senator McQuaid during that. Mr. President, as far as I understand, a motion to amend is not a reason to interrupt the speaker. A point of order is, a motion to adjourn, among other things, are motions that you can interrupt the speaker. The speaker was interrupted by the motion to amend, which is out of order, Mr. President.
So just for clarity, it was at the conclusion of Senator Abler's comments when he said that he felt like this bill was not in order and was referring it. That was the conclusion of his comments. And
Not
then
according to
I acted
Abler.
on his point of order, which was I said it was not well taken. He concluded his comments. That is when then the floor was given up, and then I turned to Senator McQuay. Now we could do one or two things. My decision has been made. We can now go to and report the A203 amendment. And I gave Senator Abler a whole lot of time by which to do whatever he wanted to, and I don't have a problem with that. But the
oh no, he's one of those guys where he goes, there's a list of things, and he doesn't do the list of things. I got a buddy that does it. He's like,
and then if we want to have any
you can either A, and then he'll never bring up B, C, or D. He goes, there's one or two things we could do, and he just says one. What's the second one?
Yeah, I thought he was going to say you could overrule.
Point of order. What's the second one, Bobby Joe Champion?
Senator Westrom.
Mr. President, parliamentary inquiry.
Point of order.
Ooh.
For what reason do you rise, Senator Latz?
Mr. President, a point of parliamentary inquiry cannot be made as an interruption of any other business.
So.
That's Ron Latz, anti-gunner, far leftist.
Will you restate your point?
Mr. President, Senator Westrom's point of parliamentary inquiry is out of order, as it is only allowed to be made when there isn't any other active business at the moment. It's not allowed to interrupt something
if you're
else
on
that's
this
already
stream
going on
here
before.
watching this,
point well taken.
Yep, that's why politicians are hated so much. This is what they do.
Yeah, can you imagine watching something like this on like C-SPAN without people like us trying to insert a little color and a little humor?
I was telling guys at Alpha News, because they were just live streaming. I go, you guys should just get our footage, because like people are going to be lost. They're not. This is not interesting to people. That's why we're going to bring up the Project Veritas video. Yeah. We're doing pretty good. We're keeping an audience.
For clarity,
we still are okay. Good. So like, fact checker. Need Newsweek fact checking that. Let's get to your comments here too. All right. Well, let's finish this. We'll give you the commentary. This is gobbledygook, but they are really debating parliamentary procedures. They're getting into rules.
Just continue with Senator McQuaid, and I will withdraw my objection, which
of course he's going to do that. Yeah, he's a beta male.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, just for clarity, Senator Abler, what are you saying? I want to make sure that I'm clear.
Gonna make you say it again and look like a pansy twice.
You have withdrawn your amendment.
Mr. President, no, I've withdrawn my request to withdraw my amendment.
Will you allow me to speak just one moment, please?
No, I won't. Yeah, sure.
He's joking. He's joking.
Ooh. So you had offered the A51 amendment.
He didn't
like that joke.
That joke was not well taken.
The A51 amendment, Senator Abler.
What are we going to do with the Area 51 amendment? We got some strategery going on there.
Mr. President, I didn't come to be confrontive today, and I didn't know what the amendment was, and I thought it might be something that would be, I think it's a reasonable amendment, and so just to keep things going on, I would be happy to allow the good senator to offer her amendment, and I'll probably vote for it, and then after that, I seek to be recognized again.
Yeah. Thank you.
Well, there's your fighter right there. By the way, he voted once again for Bobby Joe Champion as president. Two Republicans voted for Bobby Joe Champion to preside over the Senate. Him and Jeremy Miller. Jeremy Miller's not there today. Did you know that?
Senator McQuaid.
Yeah, he's calling in his votes.
The A51 amendment.
Oh, he wasn't.
Yeah, former majority leader of Republicans.
How do you
couldn't
miss
be,
this?
Couldn't be bothered to show up on the most important bill. It makes you wonder: is he actually going to vote for the damn bill?
Senator McQuaid.
Oh.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Boy, I'll get those field operatives ready to go if he votes for this thing.
Amendment to my amendment to the amendment.
This lady, if she goes by that still, is a piece of work.
Do I need to explain it first?
McQuaid, you cannot make an oral amendment to an amendment. Amendment to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President.
You can't amend an amendment to an amendment.
My amendment to the amendment deletes the deletion of "but is not limited to," and adds in the word vasectomy after sterilization. So on line 1.11.
Wow, we are really tackling the abortion issue here, aren't we?
But is not limited.
But
is this really happening?
But hey, listen.
No.
Once again,
taxpayer-funded.
This is not a bad thing. She's actually helping out delay this whole process.
Mr. President,
well, true.
I'm pretty sure the Democrats got to be mad at her for this
Thank
bullshit.
you, Mr. President.
Well, yeah, if this passes, then it
Senator
does delay
McQuaid's
everything,
amendment
because then
to
it
the
goes back to
amendment,
the
It is
House.
interesting she's adding vasectomy. I don't think
states
her
that,
wife is going to really care about
deletes
that.
line 4 of the A51 amendment. Mr. President, there is no line 4 on the A51, and therefore, I believe the amendment is out of order. I'm sorry, the amendment to the amendment is out of order.
So, Senator McQuaid?
This is why we do a
Mr.
live
President, I'll
stream,
withdraw
guys.
The amendment to the amendment.
Now she's with. Oh my God. Well, hey, it took up 10, 15 minutes of time.
For the A64.
Boy, Bobby Joe champion. How is he going to preside over the Senate? Who do you think is the first person to take the gavel when he needs to chill in the retiring room for a while?
Offers
It's
the
been
A64
rest.
and the
Hand rest has been.
Yeah, you're right.
which is
Probably
the
rest.
amendment
Yeah.
to the amendment, and the secretary will report the amendment to the
William
amendment.
writes, I love how it's the Republicans. It's not the Republicans holding up the Senate, but champions' own incompetence. And McQuaid.
Number 1 as follows. This is the A64.
Okay, let's see what this amendment is, and then we'll get back to our
Senator
story
Abler
on
to the
Ron Krisha.
A64 amendment to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. And in all the debates that we've had over time with this since I've come, and before that, since Roe versus Wade, and before that, the common ground has been there should be less abortions, and that abortion is not a desirable outcome compared to childbirth. And so this amendment simply says if there's an ultrasound available, that should be offered to the young woman, the adult woman, family, or whomever, if it's available.
All right, so this is the ultrasound thing. This used to be
So it
actually
just
law,
says includes viewing,
and I think it got
and it
struck
doesn't
down
mean
by
they
the
have to,
Ramsey
but
court. I
they-
think this
they may
was one of the things that got
do
struck
that.
down.
Yeah,
Is that
I
right?
think so.
And so,
All right, so he's basically
that would
adding
be
an
really
ultrasound
good, and I wonder if Senator Morrison would yield.
provision.
And Mr.
Okay, so
Chairman,
let's go back to the Krisha
Mr.
story here.
Mr. President?
'Cause- Oh, wait, what's Dietz going to say?
Senator
now?
Dizik, for what
here we
purpose
go.
do you rise?
The amendment is not showing
Germaine?
up on the Senate Floor Amendments website.
Well, yeah.
Is it
no-
not showing up?
Yeah, it's not showing up. None of these really been showing up on time
We
for
need
us.
a moment. We're checking, Senator Dizik.
Oh,
And
wow.
Senator Abler, if you hold a moment, just so we can make sure it's there.
No, it's there now. I got it. A64, line after line
It should be
13,
available now.
inserts
Senator Abler.
care,
Well, thanks. I wonder if Senator
underline,
Morrison
including
would
viewing
yield.
an ultrasound at appropriate times.
Senator
Okay.
Morrison? Senator Morrison, will you yield?
Well,
Where's
this is actually
Senator
interesting. He's
Morrison?
going to ask
He's
the
over there.
physician, Dr. Morrison, who's just a
there you go.
huge
Will you yield?
anti-baby
No, I was looking over
person.
here. Senator Morrison, will you yield?
So he's,
She's-
Is this
Senator
Kelly
Morrison will
Morrison? Is she
yield.
in the Senate?
Senator
yeah,
Abler.
hiding
yeah,
in her
she
chair,
moved
Mr.
up to
President.
Senate.
Anyway, so we discussed this in committee, and I'm curious.
Just so you
Senator
guys know,
Morrison,
Abler will probably go have a beer and food with these guys after they're done.
I
Just
know that you're
it's a show, right?
involved with some
Well, it's
guys
all
don't-
about relationships.
Yeah, it's about relationships. They don't hate each other.
Sounds of little fingers and all that. They go like, "Wow, I'd like to give this a shot." And there's actually many testimonies to that.
Well,
fact.
I want
And
to throw this out there. While
Senator
we're
Morrison, I'm just curious in your
gonna
practice how you
wait
handle
to talk about
letting
this.
people
Krisha story's good.
Oh, hold on.
over
Let's do this.
times and
How do you
what
handle this in
you,
your practice? He's
it
asking
seems like this is a pretty reasonable
Dr.
kind
Kelly
of an
Morrison.
amendment where people get the opportunity. So, if you wouldn't mind,
We're going to shit a
answering
lot
that
on
question.
Abler, but I mean,
Senator Morrison,
good work on
to,
this.
to the A64 amendment and question.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Abler. Yes, we did discuss this in committee, and this gets, again, back to why we should not legislate medical practice. Ultrasounds are a very standard part of obstetrical care and gynecology, and if it's an appropriate test and the patient is interested in seeing the ultrasound,
Oh,
it is
but
always
it's definitely not
offered to the
appropriate if you want to
patient.
kill the baby.
Senator Abler.
Mr. President, would Senator Morrison yield again?
Senator Morrison, will you yield
She will
again?
not.
She will.
Yeah.
Senator Abler.
Yeah, and I appreciate that, and I just remember hearing people being so excited. Oh, we saw their little. I mean, just it's such an interesting time for the people to actually get to
Listen,
see
if
little
you're
Billy
a
or
parent,
Susie,
you know, I'm a father of
in
3
their
boys.
very young stages
You know,
and
the
how they
first
grow
time I
and
saw the
all that.
ultrasound, Colton, my oldest,
And
I had a
but
kid.
it seems as though if a person is considering
What was that?
abortion, this would
20
be something
weeks, whatever it
particularly
was.
interesting.
Yeah,
And
I mean,
think
very small.
I think even before that, 20 weeks, you figure out Well, you're supposed to figure out the sex in 20 weeks.
I learned the sex
Now
on
I
that
think
day.
you figure it out when they make up their mind when they're.
That's right. Yeah, I assumed his gender
15
too
or
early.
something.
I mean, he could be a non-male that or non-female that menstruates.
You
right?
never know.
Yeah, that was a really pivotal day. It's like looking at my child for the first time in the ultrasound. It's like, how could someone abort that? That's insane.
And Senator Abler, this is still to your A64 amendment?
Absolutely, Mr. President.
Senator Morrison.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Abler. I'm not exactly certain what your question is. Again, this is why we shouldn't be legislating medical practice here.
She's very well coached, isn't
Ultrasound
she?
is
She's
a
going right back to their
routine
talking
part
points.
of obstetrical and gynecologic care. Part of what a practitioner's job is to meet the patient where they are, to present the full options of what is in front of them, and to support them in making the decision that they need for themselves and for their families and for their lives.
One moment. Senator Disick, for what purpose do you rise?
Mr. President, has a roll call been requested? If not, I request a roll call vote.
Oh, cool. Okay. Roll call has been requested.
I don't even, like
roll
what?
call granted.
It's so interesting.
Why are you calling the roll call?
That's like your third time.
I
Yeah.
apologize for that. But anyways, I don't have a long speech on this, but this doesn't.
You know,
harm the
it's
bill
not
at
lost
all
to
if
me
you think
that
it's a
look
great
how much
bill. It's
Abler's
just a little
talking, and
safeguard
we haven't
there.
even really had
I can say
Lucero
that,
start talking
I'll
yet.
predict out of
Oh, and
the-
they
I mean,
know
it's been
they know
very-
Lucero's the ace up the sleeve now that he moved over to Senate. Like, they're calling him in. They're calling him in
There you
soon.
go.
I guarantee.
But
But you know,
Abler's
so
quite the talker too.
for the people watching this, you know, you hear Jake and I say, "Oh, interesting. The Democrats want a roll call vote." And why that's interesting is typically it's the minority party in this case, the Republicans, who are going to do these sorts of amendments, and they want to get a roll call vote so they get people on the record where they stand. And typically the value of getting people on the record is it's not a voice vote, right? So it's not just a yay and nay audio thing. You actually have a record of how every person voted, and of course what they do with that is it gets used in the next campaign cycle against people. So that's what I think that is so interesting, and that's kind of validates one of the things that I've been thinking about when it comes to this bill is the Democrats are convinced that coming out of the 2022 election that they have a mandate to go do this stuff, and they think that's really why they got elected. They took the Senate, they kept the governor's office. And to me, this just means, and with her saying that they plan on absolutely teeing up this bill and these amendments in another 2 years and another 4 years, and they're going to just run on the abortion issue for, who knows, the next decade.
Senator Abler's amendment. My wife is a doctor, and you know that's one thing she talks about a lot is making sure that patients have an informed decision. This isn't forcing anything. This is simply asking to have the ultrasound available. And as a doctor, you should want what's best for your patient, but they have to have the information, and you have to provide them the information. So this would be helpful information to someone who isn't quite sure where they are. So I support you to vote yes for Senator Abler's amendment. Thank you.
I'm sorry. Senator Lucero.
Oh, here we go.
Thank you, Mr. President. I did see that Senator Rasmussen had stood up before I did, but I will speak with his permission. There you go. Thank you, Mr. President. So as I've been listening to the conversation between Senator Abler,
Wait till you see this
Senator
Rasmussen
McEwen, and
character
others,
that's up next.
Part of the conversation was where or when
Interesting,
does
path
life
for
begin,
his,
and some of the answers I
election to
heard
the Senate,
was
huh, there,
politicians
Jesse?
can't answer that or shouldn't
Lucero
be
was a
answering that.
long-term state rep. I think at least 3 terms. Could have been 4.
Yeah,
somewhere in that regard.
2014.
Yeah, and then jumped up to the Senate here in this last election. Now Lucero's generally a pretty conservative voter. He'll vote for an occasional omnibus bill here and there. What's the harm in that? Other than the Constitution.
Right? And you can debate this, but I want, and like I even say to the majority as well as the minority, when I hold this up, I'm just asking you to speak to what is before the body. What is before the body is what's being debated. So even though that there were some comments early on, that's not what is before the body. The A64
All right, so where did we leave off? We had we were in Little Falls.
Grisha. All right, this is fun.
Yeah.
So yeah, I got there first. I remember because I was on the sidewalk, or showing signs and having. I mean, these things were actually an absolute blast. An important issue, but man, there's some of the people you've met at these rallies, some of the best people out there.
And this is like in the height where Biden is like forcing mandates on
this
vaccines.
is like August 2021, maybe September. And we had some language worked up to stop vaccine mandates. It was going to be an amendment during that special session. And so we were rallying people around, get your legislators to support this amendment. So I'm sitting on the sidewalk, and all of a sudden, here comes Ron Grisha walking down the sidewalk. And I give him a little hand wave, and I'm thinking, I can't believe Ron Grisha's here. I was shocked by it. And then eventually, we all move, and I'm trying to like work into your end of this story here. But so the organizers are like, well, let's all go down to this park and here I'm in Little Falls, not my district by any means, but they wanted me to speak because as the author of that amendment. And so they put me in this little pavilion and the bullhorn or something and start talking. And I'm like, look, you got to get your legislators to sign onto the Stop Vaccine Mandate pledge. And I remembered, Grisha's here. That guy's actually here somewhere. So they get this big crowd in this big park. And I'm like,
200
your
people
state
there.
rep's here. Ron Grisha, you still here. And that guy, back by some tree, he smiles at me and waves like, yeah, I'm over here. And I'm thinking,
at this point, he's probably like, oh, I'm going to get a little hat tip.
Exactly.
That's how they always do it.
Yes.
Well, you guys got a great conservative fighting for you.
They're so used to that.
Good thing you got Republicans. We got to really focus on those Democrats. Not the route you went there.
Yeah. He totally thought, I would get a little hat tip, and because that's what they're used to is all this like the circle jerk that is the Capitol. And so, but in my mind, I'm like, that's like a deer, in hunting season going, I'm over here. So I'm like, oh man, it's like, Ron Grisha, are you going to sign on to the Stop Vaccine Mandate pledge? And he yells out, no, you've never done anything. And he starts deflecting.
Yeah, he starts going like, you haven't accomplished anything in the legislature.
Yeah. So I'm like, you guys hear that? You guys need a new state representative. And I think that's sort of how Nate Wiesenberg came to be, but he obviously shifted gears. So anyway, that's kind of the end of my side.
Oh, then I got to speak after you. And I'm like, wow, I'm going to pile on. I go, did you hear? You guys just had your legislator refuse to stand up for you. So I ask you again, Ron Grisha, are you going to get on board with this Stop Vaccine Mandate? No. And yelling stuff at me. And, he's starting to get boos. And people are like, oh, my God, I can't believe these guys are saying it. Because, and this is one thing. We get a lot of haters, actually, for Liberty. Because we actually tell you the truth. And the truth hurts sometimes. Right? Hence the show's name. You see what we're doing? The truth hurts. You've been told, Ron Grisha, your representative is fighting for you, and he'll even show up to the rally. But when it actually matters, when it's to get on board with the Stop Vaccine Mandate amendment, because it was an amendment, basically. It was a bill, but it was also an amendment. He wouldn't do it. And so we're not going to let this guy get away with just showing up and getting praises. We're going to get this guy to do something. And so it just kind of,
You going to go on?
Yeah.
You going to keep telling the story? It certainly didn't end.
So how did it go? So
you guys confronted each other.
Yeah, no, but I think that the thing ended. This is how I remember it. There's a bunch of nurses. I wish we had Sam or it was Ashley. Ashley was there. So I get down off the stage, and I'm walking out, and there are a bunch of people now confronting Grisha, his constituents, because they're pretty mad at what they heard. And somehow I end up by the circle, and Grisha and I are like chatting, and we're like, I don't know, 20 feet away, 30 feet away. All of a sudden, he comes beelining towards me. Really mad. There's footage of this. I don't know where it's at. With his finger out me right in my chest. Oh, I'm Mr. Tough Guy, basically. And he goes, I was at my fucking sister's funeral or something like that. I have no idea what this guy's talking about. He's cursing me out. He's got his finger pointing at his chest. He's basically squaring up on me, which I didn't really appreciate the guy squaring up to me. So I'm like, get your finger out of my face. And I stay on topic. I later find out, apparently we called him out, and that's what made me think of it, because he wasn't at a vote, and so he didn't take a vote. And he must have been at his sister's funeral. I have no idea what he's talking about. It was 3 years ago. He's still got that in his head. That's how much of an impact we have. So anyhow, I'm like, get your finger out of my face. And this thing's like looking like it's heated. It looks like he's gonna like. I was just like, come on, go ahead, throw a punch.
He's kind of. I mean, he's rotund. He's kind of like. We should pull up an image of Ron Krisha and Mr. Potato Head, and I think those two have a lot of similarities.
Yeah. Well, I'll just put it this way: it wasn't gonna go well for him if he did anything more. But anyhow, he backs down pretty quickly, and I'm just like, tell your constituents why you won't do this. And then he's like. He literally says, I don't have time for this.
Yep.
And takes off, tells his constituents you don't have time for it. And I think one of his constituents was yelling at him like, what do you mean you don't have time for us? So, yeah, he's a piece of work.
Yeah. So, like, you know, when people hear me talking about inflicting political pain on these guys, like instilling political fear, public humiliation is a very, very powerful thing. Somebody got that on video, and he looked terrible.
Right.
And it helped inspire people to run for office and try to get rid of the guy. In fact, the guy's widely hated in his district.
Yeah.
Like, the delegates can't stand the guy. He couldn't get an endorsement. He was the only one running for that seat after the establishment up there in Morrison County blocked his challenger.
Yeah.
But and you were at that convention, weren't you?
Yep, I was there.
Too.
Yeah.
Like, shocking to see these guys, what the extent they'll go to protect
their
their
and
pals.
they tried blocking Wiesenberg. They didn't want Wiesenberg. They didn't want a challenger to Krisha. Wiesenberg somehow shocked the world and was able to get elected.
Yeah.
Really.
Mandy Heffron, she was saying that Chuck Perrin's the one who was running against Ron Krisha didn't send an email to the right email address. You know, it's like she's got a million different email addresses, and you know, because Chuck doesn't know which one to send it to, even though she had all of the information she needed. It was, you know, he was running a straight up campaign. It was just they couldn't allow that to happen because Chuck maybe would have won that.
Yeah. So I just think it's so funny because then
speaking of Action for Liberty haters,
Ron is
Ron's
the only candidate, Ron Krisha. So the chair of the committee or the chair of the convention, who was Tony Albright, actually.
Yeah.
He says, "Oh well, I'll entertain a motion to endorse through standing acclamation." And I don't think anybody made the motion. Or maybe they made the motion, but it failed. So the only candidate, which is typical in these conventions, so there's one candidate, it's like, well, let's not take the time to like write down names and cast votes.
Yeah.
Just if you like this guy and want to endorse him, stand up. And like the vast majority of the time, that's what happens. And when people didn't stand up, I was like, they wouldn't let us in the gym, so I was in the doorway, and I was just rolling, laughing, going, oh, man, I made eye contact with Krisha and gave him a big smile, like, you putz, he is not liked. That guy needs to go in 2024.
And he's just a left winger. So I look at that he's not there, and I do kind of wonder, is he not there because he didn't want to take a vote on the carbon thing? Because he's voted for the basically
California.
voted for what was it?
The emission standards.
Yeah, the emission standards, California emission standards. So now he might also been at a funeral. So I might have insulted the guy. So I won't impugn character until we find out more information.
Yeah, but it would be interesting if it was because he just didn't want to cast a vote on, especially when you represent a district like Little Falls.
Right.
Like if you've got a rep that really loves the idea of eliminating greenhouse gases, like Ron Krisha sure seems to, you got to get different representation.
Well, I haven't looked at the journal yet, so we could do that right now. Because I think the journal's available finally. See if he's one of the journal. Let's see if he was excused absence. No. So it says at the beginning, Davids and Ertl were excused for the remainder of today's session. So was Krisha there at the beginning?
And told us there was no heartbeat. The baby was dead.
Krisha wasn't there at the beginning.
He was not?
Oops, sorry. I'm sorry. I totally wasn't looking at the right.
It was devastating.
Let's just look here.
But having the opportunity to see
Because it would be interesting.
it was
Backer and Krisha were excused at the beginning of the day.
opportunity to view that.
Yeah.
And then of course
I mean, in fairness to these guys, there might be legitimate reasons why they're not there that day. Like his, sister's funeral. I had no idea what the guy was talking about. So anyhow, he wasn't there that day. Maybe I shouldn't read into it, but it did bring up an interesting story. So fair play, right? Not gonna say this guy's any good character up at the Capitol for us. Bridget, let's go back to some comments. I really apologize for you watching at home. We'll try to get to more of your comments here. I want you to be part of the show, but obviously there's just a lot of things we can talk about. Is Bridget still back there? I haven't even seen her. She's still there?
Yeah.
There she is.
Well, I guess I'll just pick random ones. Doug Wardlow earlier on, when we were talking about the GOP, said Rasmussen poll of likely GOP voters yesterday had Mike Lindell at 30%, Harmeet Dillon at 20%, and Ronna McDaniel at 15%.
For RNC chair?
Yeah.
Mike Lindell's running for RNC
Yeah.
chair?
Yeah, I totally forgot about that till these
I
guys.
am way out of the loop.
Oh, yeah.
I really think when you guys do your show, it's got to be like political junkies in the title.
And
'cause honestly, that's what you guys are.
Was that, Bridget, was that odds or that was like the result of one of the ballots?
Result of a poll.
Oh, of a poll.
And didn't you say Rasmussen?
Yeah.
Yeah. No,
Okay, here we go. Yeah.
I know that they had just held a debate, or they're going to be holding a debate between Harmeet Dillon and Mike Lindell and Ronna McDaniel. So that will be a lot of fun to watch. I haven't seen it yet. It might have already happened. So.
Oh, we would love to broadcast that debate. In fact, we'd always standing invite.
Yeah,
to
let me do some
host.
research here.
Line 16, I just added there. That's the Rasmussen poll that Wardlow. Oh, what do we got? A point of order here? What's going on?
Your point of order.
Mr. President, respectfully, I would ask that the President please instruct members not to misstate what other members have stated on the record. Thank you.
Members, I'm going to be gentle and say please try not
Yes,
to
please be
mistake, but I
gentle.
want to also make sure that we rise with a legitimate point of order.
All right, look at the
So we wanna make
Rasmussen
sure that we do not
an article from Rasmussen. I put on line 16.
without a legitimate rule.
Rasmussen's obviously one of the top respected polling firms out there. Fewer than 1 in 5 Republican voters want to see Ronna McDaniel elected as chair of the Republican National Committee. A new Rasmussen reports national telephone and online survey finds that just 15% of likely Republican voters supports McDaniel for another term as RNC chair. 30% of GOP support businessman Mike Lindell, 20% support Harmeet Dillon, and 15% don't support any of the three candidates, and 21% are undecided. Now, here's why that is a useless poll. You guys want to opine before I do? Because those people don't vote on this.
Yeah, exactly.
That's true.
It's like, okay, that's what the base of Republicans think. But
Yep.
guess what? No one ever accused David Hann of carrying forward the message of the base, and he's got a vote on this.
Yep.
And Barb Sutter and what's the Alex
Pletratch,
or whatever his name is.
however you say that, I don't know.
He'll probably be in the can for the establishment pick. So, yeah, once again, the base might be that way, but certainly the people that are going to vote.
I was just looking. It looks like Ronna Romney McDaniel is saying that she is unwilling to debate her opponents. So I'm not sure. Maybe there's going to be something that goes on. It'd be a lot better if it did happen, though. That's great TV.
Yeah, can you imagine that? You're trying to run for the one of the two major parties, and you won't even debate.
Yeah, Mike Lindell. you
Yeah,
you
you
got
should
to
be able to
debate
win that
Lindell.
one.
If she really thinks she deserves the job, the least she could do is debate Mike Lindell.
Didn't the governor ascend at the Arizona governor race? The chick that won, what was her name?
Katie Hobbs.
Yeah, she refused to debate Carrie Lake, right?
Right. Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah, man.
Yep, and she was the Secretary of State of her own election.
Yeah. That's wild. But so for the people watching this, and you hear us rattle off some of these names, and I know some people are way deep in this stuff. Some people are like no clue who Ronna McDaniel is or David Hahn. But for the folks, I guess across the spectrum, like if you want to get involved, especially if you've already got involved and you are a delegate from caucus last year, and you don't like a David Hahn, and you don't want these people to run off and go vote for a Ronna McDaniel, get to your BPOU conventions here. What do they start? February 1st?
Yeah, February 1st to March 31st.
Yeah, February 1st.
But you have to be a
March
delegate
31st.
from last
Yeah,
year.
you have to be a delegate. If you're not a delegate, you can't attend these things. But if you're a delegate, boy, get to those BPOU conventions and continue to that delegate status, including going out to State Central and becoming a State Central delegate, because then you can help determine if David Hahn is still in charge of the MNGOP or not.
Right. Well, it's absolutely nuts that no one even really challenged him. Other than that crackpot, what's his name again?
Phil Parrish.
Phil Parrish.
Yeah.
That was like the only guy I
He
ran
gave
against.
a total lackluster speech. His heart wasn't in it at all.
Oh, I
think he had
know.
a car accident actually on the way up there.
Yeah.
The word on the street.
Yeah.
No, his speech was very, very underwhelming. And then, when all of a sudden David Hand comes up there with some energy, it's like, what is going on here?
Yeah.
It didn't make any sense. I'm not sure why Parrish didn't have any
why is Omar
applause
Fatah
lines or
speaking?
anything.
Oh, check your privilege there. You can't be speaking on a women's issue. What are we doing, Omar?
Are you assuming his gender, though?
Would a provider ever deny a request for an ultrasound?
Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator. So, no. If there is an ultrasound being done for whatever reason and the patient asks to see the ultrasound, the physician would never say no, first of all. I would also add that, second of all, this is already being done. Ultrasounds are done for multiple reasons.
Oh,
and patients
it's
have
not being
access to
done.
those at any
Bullshit.
time.
You go into Planned Parenthood, you are not getting an ultrasound on that baby they want to kill.
How physicians should
There's
practice
no way that's happening. I've heard stories from women about going to Planned Parenthood. They are basically telling you get the abortion. If you go in there and you want to get an abortion, they are not talking you out of it. They're not giving you any other direction. It's an evil, terrible organization that's getting funded by your tax money.
Senator Coleman? Oh, no, I'm sorry. Senator Coleman, is Senator Nelson, then you. I'm sorry. My apologies. Senator Nelson.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. Excuse me there. Members, I rise in support of the A64 amendment. This is offering women the choice if they would like to see an ultrasound. It is not mandating that one be.
It's going to be a long day, no doubt about it. Once again, I shouldn't be upset. I don't know why I am upset. Why? I shouldn't be upset about this. I guess I feel like obligated.
It's not a terrible thing. I mean, the more controversial the topic is in a bill on the floor, typically the longer the days become because they want to do amendments. They want to get roll calls on those amendments, and the signal for people watching when you get that request for roll calls, you can almost guarantee it's going to get used in the next political campaign season.
I just realized this is why I'm a little frustrated, and it's purely entertainment purposes here. There's just no way we're going to be able to live stream this whole thing. And so I would much rather the substantive amendments come up right now so we can cover this live. We did this in the House. We covered the really important amendments like the ones that said you can't kill a baby when it's being partially born. You can't kill a baby in the third trimester. Parents need to know if their 15-year-old daughter is seeking an abortion, or if a baby is born viably from a botched abortion, that baby's life is preserved. And so we just don't. I mean, that could be hours and hours away before those kinds of amendments come up.
I mean, they probably want those things to come up at midnight when no one's watching this stuff. But so in the House, when we'd have our list of amendments, the list online.
4-letter words I won't repeat here. And she said, "I'll show them to you." The ultrasound technician turned on the big screen, and I saw 2 hearts beating that were not my own. In that moment, every fear, every doubt left my mind. This bill is not requiring that women look at that ultrasound if that is too difficult for them to do, but it is requiring that they be given the option so that they may make fully formed decisions after seeing that heart beating.
What was she
that is not
confused
their
about?
own.
Did you guys catch that?
And I encourage a green vote on this. Thank you.
Well, she had 2. Did she have
Seeing no
twins?
further
She
discussion,
did,
Secretary,
but she wasn't like
take the roll
debating
on the
aborting them.
Yeah,
was
I
she?
can't
the
imagine.
amendment, the A64 amendment to the amendment.
So I think I can't even remember now. Did we have a vote on that last amendment, or was it just withdrawn? We did have a vote on it. I can't even remember. Anyhow, we're finally going to vote on an amendment. Once again, I don't think we're going to see any change. If there's 34 greens, that's pretty monumental. It means the bill has now been amended, and it can't go to the governor's desk. It would have to go back to the House.
For those
But I
voting
think
under Rule 40.7, Senator Kunesh.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Fa votes no.
Senator Fa votes no.
so. I think you're going to see 34 nays and 33 yays. It'll be a strict partisan vote here. That's what I think is going to happen.
Yeah, what Seaburger's a no.
And remember, members, this is
Why were there 4 Republicans missing from HF7 vote, though? That is interesting. That's a lot of absences for a pretty monumental bill.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So you had 33 nays already for the Democrats. Marty just voted, so that's 34. So this will be killed. So what you're seeing right here is the Democrats lockstep together that a woman will not be automatically provided.
President, Senator Miller votes aye.
Automatically provided a ultrasound, because according to these wacko radical Democrats, if a woman wants an abortion, there is no talking her out of it. It's not pro-choice to them. It's let's kill the baby as long as that baby is initially at some point now wanted. And that is a real thing. A lot of women second guessing it. In fact, we had that speech from, what's his name?
Yeah, Elliot
England in the House that says that his mom was contemplating abortion, and mom and dad eventually decided not to do it, and that's why he's on this planet. I've also met an abortion survivor, survived a chemical abortion. Imagine coming into the world thinking that way, like your mom literally tried to kill you.
Wow.
And you survived it. That was one of the most interesting people I met. Still waiting for Westrum's vote, and then we'll be done, and this amendment will be killed.
Well, another procedural thing that I think people should, it's helpful to know, you talked about it a little bit last Thursday night when the House had this bill in front of them. So typically the minority party, of course, Republicans in this case, are offering amendments to this bill that they want to stop. And what will happen, not on all their amendments, but the majority party, again, in this case, Democrats, they will offer amendments to the Republicans' amendments.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so this thing's not going anywhere. And typically when they do that, what they're trying to do is just neuter that original amendment.
Right.
They're trying to water it down because they have the votes to pass their amendment to the amendment.
A great point.
I just wanted to respond to Senator McEwen's comment that it's a belief about killing unborn children. It's a scientific and medical fact. And she did agree with it in her previous comments. Thank you, Mr. President.
Members, I want to make sure that we stay on the business. I thought you were on the business of what is before us. Senator Murphy.
What's Murphy doing here? This is interesting.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Recess?
I request a call of the Senate.
The Senate is under call.
Okay, so they're calling the
And
Senate.
Mr. President, I request that call of the Senate for the remainder of the bill.
That request is granted. Call of the Senate is for the remainder
They're calling the
of
Senate.
bill.
Why? Does that sound like something's coming up of importance here? Like, it's interesting.
Yeah, you know, when I was in the House, with COVID, we never had the call, so I've never had to go through this. But
you know, it was a tactic of the Republicans to do the call House. They want Democrats not showing up to take a vote. So are they? This might be. Oh, there's Glenn Gruenhagen. Oh, no hurt feelings there. That's what he said to Bobby Champion. No hurt feelings. They're all buddies out there.
Yeah, they are.
So I think if I'm reading into this more, it's kind of to your point earlier that there's going to be a life at conception amendment.
Senator Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that further proceedings under the roll call be dispensed with and that the Sergeant at Arms be instructed to bring in the absent members.
On that motion, all those in favor say aye.
Interesting.
All those opposed say no. The
Mr.
motion
President.
is adopted. The motion passes. Senator Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have an amendment to the amendment. It is the A204.
Wait, there's no amendment on
and
the
I'd ask
floor,
for
though.
a roll call.
Senator Murphy offers an amendment to the amendment. The
What amendment?
amendment to the amendment is identified as A204, and the Secretary will report the amendment.
But they just I'm
Senator
confused
Murphy
here.
moves to
They
amend
just
the
voted down.
A51 amendment to House File Number 1 as follows. This is the A204
Oh,
amendment.
were they voting down?
To
an
your amendment, Senator Murphy.
They just voted down
Thank
this.
you, Mr. President,
Amendment
and
64.
members, and I appreciate the very calm nature of our debate today. We are here today talking about an important piece of legislation that is about reproductive freedom and each individual's autonomy in making their own reproductive decisions.
I'm generally confused. No amendment's been recognized here. So what is she amending? What amendment is she amending?
Crystal clear, and would like to add this amendment to the underlying amendment, and I'd ask.
There's no underlying amendment here.
A roll call was requested and a roll call granted. Any discussion
Wasn't the last
on the
vote an
A204
amendment to an amendment?
I think it
Senator
was.
Yeah,
but that was
they're still on the ultrasound.
I'm sorry.
I believe.
Can you,
It's not. Is it up now?
I gotta go outside
members,
real
can I
quick.
ask for all side conversations to be quiet, just so I can hear? I'm sorry, Senator Abler, one more time.
Mr. President, I would. It was a pretty good amendment that we had before, Mr. President, and this actually makes it a much worse amendment. And so it.
Yeah, I think you're right. I
kinda
think that was
just
an
is
amendment
duplicative
to an
of the
amendment,
bill.
and now there's another
continues the theme
amendment
of-
to the original amendment.
Right.
It
Yep,
feels
I think
like-
so. The amendment to the amendment failed, so now they're doing another amendment to the
Yes,
amendment.
and there could be more amendments to the amendment.
Yep.
It feels like this T-Mobile commercial where the guy says guarantee like every third word. And at the end
Yeah,
of the
right.
commercial's like, am I saying guarantee too much?
Mhm.
So I'll talk about this. So the Democrats are calling for the call, right? Call of the chair, and they say they want to extend it through the life of the bill. And I think Jake is probably right because they know some of these amendments that are coming up are politically or could be politically dangerous for the Republicans. I mean, so if a Democrat is saying, hey, we want to make sure butts are in seats here, and I want the Sergeant of Arms to make sure people are actually here, she's not doing that to hold her own people accountable. She's doing this to inflict political pain on Republicans, all under the guise of parliamentary procedure, that we're all pals. That's bullshit. They're all trying to set each other up. This is all a game. So I think Jake's right that you got some of these amendments coming down the pipe. So the Democrats want to make sure those Republicans are in the chamber casting votes that they can use those votes against them in the next election cycle. And what happened to me on the House floor when we didn't have the call, meaning you had to make sure that they would chase you down and make sure you got back in your seat to cast a vote. So I would force a vote on, what was one of them? Stopping vaccine mandates. So they would get to my amendment to stop vaccine mandates. And then what would happen, of course, most people don't know this, Dwayne Quam would suddenly get up from his seat and he would disappear. Patty Mueller would get up from her seat and suddenly she's gone from the House floor. So that was a rule that we never had because they claimed it was because of COVID. So I think that's what she's doing is making sure they can't kind of just get up and disappear and not be on the record voting.
Yeah.
Because that's what Republicans did to me in the House. They just get up and disappear before we forced to vote on something they didn't want to be on the record for.
Yeah, I apologize for jumping off set there. I had my car at the auto repair shop. My taillights would not turn off.
I noticed that last night when I left.
Yep.
That's why I got your parking spot today.
Yeah, because Kirsten had dropped me off, and $460 later. Holy crap, that's expensive
Yeah,
to
you
go
gotta
find
get
the
a
wire,
Yeah.
or the clip or whatever under. I mean, I never would have found it. I don't have things. If I had a lift, it'd be so much easier to look for this stuff. But they get up and lift, and it probably still took them. It was up by the driver's side. I would have been. I looked under the truck for a while by the tailgate, but
So it's towards the front of the vehicle?
yeah. Well,
Yeah,
the
like
wiring of the truck, it's all going to run to the battery eventually. So
Yeah.
it was the problem.
It just wasn't grounded or something?
Yeah, I guess. I mean, the slush is coming up from the snow. It's still $460. Boy, how much has labor gone up these days? Because there couldn't be a part that's that expensive.
Yeah.
He said he had a solder
I
something,
can't
but
imagine.
Eesh.
Mr. President?
Anyhow, these aren't the biggest problems of the world right now. Obviously, this is the bigger problem. Did you guys figure out what's going on here?
Senator Lang, we
Are they worried about that Republicans are going to bail on on taking some hard votes here on amendments?
That's what Mort was just suggesting. Yeah.
I sure think so. That's what they did to me. You know, Republicans did it to me when I would force a vote on stop vaccine mandates or allowing school board members to be recalled. They just get up and disappear from the floor.
Right.
So that's what I would speculate.
Well, and this just proves what we were saying before about how weak the Republican Party is in the state. Only these Republicans would think that they're the ones that are extreme and they can't take these consequential votes. Democrats are locked in step taking all these tough votes today.
Yep.
And so now they're now compelling them to come to the floor.
Yeah, knowing the whole time that it could jeopardize their majority in the Senate.
Yeah.
And it very well could, but they know this. They're not stupid. They know it's going to risk it, but they don't care because they're interested in stacking up wins for their base. And Republicans, they don't share the same concern.
What did she do with the amendment?
So are you rising for a point of order, or you have thoughts on the A204, Senator Pratt?
Thank you, Mr. President. I would move that the A204 amendment is not germane under Rule 35.2.
Will you take my window off of the
Mr.
screen real quick,
President,
Dawson?
As
what's it saying
Senator
here?
Abler has been
A24.
offering amendments to the amendments.
Okay,
been
so
additive to the underlying amendment, which deletes the terminology "not limited to." Senator Murphy's amendment.
So
not
maybe
only
A64 was an
deletes
amendment to the amendment. That's what. Okay, that's what I was missing. Here, I'll just. Do you have the amendment page up? I'll just show people why I'm a little why I was a little confused here.
If we're going, if you want to delete the language.
This is the first live stream we've done of the Senate, so and there's a difference in the House. It's not as clean here in the Senate. Did you not? You know what?
I don't have it up.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
Is there a link somewhere, Jake, that people can find?
Yeah,
amendments?
it's
Someone was asking.
Well, it's in the show notes. It's a line. So you could just put that on one of the feeds. It's line 8.
35.
That's the amendment page.
Yep, Rule 35.2.
You probably could Google Senate floor amendments, Minnesota.
On that issue, advice.
There you go.
Senator Murphy.
You see, they all say they're amending HF1, and the one that I remember being an amendment to amendment was, make Quaid's, right? So I assumed that they were in like the 200 category. I guess A64 wasn't an actual just amendment; it was an amendment to the amendment. So Abler was amending his own amendment, which is another tactic that's used, by the way.
Disagree.
Mm-hmm. So we're still under the underlying. So we have not moved past. That's why I was confused before. There actually hasn't been a vote on an amendment yet.
Of this proposal, it is in line with this proposal, and therefore I would ask that we vote the Pratt motion.
Now we're going to get another vote.
I'm ready to rule.
He's going to rule against the Republicans.
Mr. President.
Okay. So Senator Pratt, and then we'll go to the majority leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. The A204 undoes the only change in the underlying amendment and therefore substantially changes the intent of Senator Abler's amendment, where previous amendments to the amendments have been additive to the underlying language. And so by adopting the A204 and deleting that language, it substantially changes the underlying amendment.
So they're
and
really,
I ask you to rule in favor of the motion.
Debating an amendment that's not protecting life here, right?
Oh.
Very inconsequential.
Is this to this issue here? Yes. So he was on the list first. Senator Lucero.
Thank you.
And is this advice because I'm ready to rule?
It's advice to you on the rule, on the motion.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. So,
and we know how the president's going to rule. He's going to rule in favor of the Democrats against the Republicans, and then they're going to challenge the ruling, and then they're going to get a vote, and it's going to be party line. Once again, I'm a little upset because I hate this shit, but it's good because it's delaying the process. So all delaying the process is technically good, assuming it just wears down the Democrats and they adjourn tonight without a vote. That's a big assumption. Otherwise, let's just get on with our day. Democrats hate kids. They hate babies.
Zero portion of it.
Got to do everything you can to try to protect life, though. So
it looks
I
to
can't
me
blame
like
you.
this is the equivalent of a delete all. Now,
It's the old saying,
Mr. President,
hate
we
the
have
game,
moving
not the
fast.
player.
There's been a lot of people-
Don't hate the player, hate the game.
Can you just confirm for me, point
Pretend like I
of
know that.
parliamentary inquiry?
What'd you go
Mr.
with,
President,
Snickers
are
there?
we on the
Isn't that nice?
A64
Heidi brought that over to us this week.
Nice.
She also has a healthier granola option. Although,
Snickers?
Let me ask the question.
yeah, she didn't say it was healthy though. She's like it's even more fattening because it's like just baked in oil. But she's got these like little white granola packages in there too.
Yeah, this is a good option. I was happy to see that on the way in today.
Yeah,
'cause
yeah.
All the other stuff I've seen around here, the candy, it's like I'm not old enough to eat
Then
that
I
stuff.
withdraw my advice, Mr. President. I am looking
Wait,
for
what does that mean?
It's old person candy. You got like
Oh.
Werther's Original or
Oh,
like
yeah, yeah.
Fireballs.
Well, that's
It's like,
Dale.
what is
Dale brought
this?
in the Werther's Originals.
Oh,
let's be
okay,
honest.
yeah.
Mort thinks fireballs are old people candy.
Yeah.
Wait a second. We don't have Werther's Originals. Are you talking about the Ricolas?
Oh, is that what it is?
Yeah, it's even
That's
worse.
just- yeah.
Yeah, Werther's is old person candy.
We do gotta get
Want a
young
butterscotch?
people candy.
What's that?
We do gotta get young people candy in here.
Well, define young people candy? Skittles?
Yes, that's exactly what I was thinking.
You like your M&Ms? Your mini M&Ms?
I do, yeah.
Thank you, Mr.
That's the best kind of
President,
M&M.
and, it does look like a delete all amendment to me. Thank you, Mr. President.
I've listened to all the advice.
Yeah, peanut
Okay,
M&Ms
watch
are
it. He's got a
my
rule.
go-to on the airplanes during the mass mandates.
Point of orders well taken.
Senator Rasmussen.
Yeah, Republicans don't want to challenge the chair.
Thank you,
I guess.
Mr. President. I would move to divide the Murphy amendment.
Senator Rasmussen is moving.
All right. This is another tactic.
Oh.
Can't divide amendment to amendment, though.
Senator Rasmussen, how would you divide it?
Oh, never mind.
I would divide the amendment between lines
I thought that's what they were going to say.
1.3 and 1.4.
This is another tactic here being employed by Jordan Rasmussen. Wonder how he's going to vote when it actually matters. I don't think he's going to be good. I think he's going to be one of the biggest rhinos. But he's dividing an amendment. So the idea there is you stall it more, right? And then you basically get a vote on two different parts. That's what he's doing. He's
Yeah, and it has to be
dividing
dividable, which is I'm sure is what they're discussing right now. Is can it even be divided?
And so there's the Secretary of the Senate talking to Bobby Joe Champion.
Thank you, Senator Rasmussen. You said that you want to divide.
Bobby Joe Champion is probably going to be really smooth after this date, right? Because he's still doing some OJT
definitely
here,
cutting
and all of a
his
sudden he's
teeth
like,
right
holy
now.
crap, I know all the moves now.
Between lines 1.3 and 1.4. So you want there to be a separation there. Senator Murphy, which portion would you like to take up first?
I withdraw my amendment.
Mr. President.
Senator Frentz.
Thank you, Mr. President. On the motion to divide, I would request a roll call.
Roll call has been requested.
So Jesse, on the Senate website,
So
where they
Senator
have these
Frentz,
amendments listed now, it sounds like, do they go in the order that they're listed? Because in the House, we didn't. So we always had to get a hold of the chief of staff from the speaker to say, well, when is my amendment coming up? And they would give us 5 or 6 at a time.
Oh, interesting.
You know, is that in order?
It's actually worse. They're not even. There's not a list of the amendments. What they're doing is they're just populating them, like you just heard. So apparently, we have the same view as the Senate.
So
the senator on the Democrat side goes, Mr. President, we do not have the amendment on the website or on our page.
They did that again just now?
They did that like, I don't know, it was 15 minutes ago.
Oh, yeah, I saw that.
I'm watching it, and it wasn't on my screen. Then it popped up, and then they were good. So we apparently have the same view as they do. So there's this hidden. I don't know why you can't see the list of the amendments. In the House, you can. You're right.
Yeah.
And you can see the amendments to the amendments.
Yep.
So we're not learning about these till they pop up. The Senate is different. And in fairness, we've been a little out of practice because this is the first time we've done a broadcast from the Senate floor this year. And so you got to go back to probably like May or something of last year until last time we were following this. So you just forget this stuff because the House is really different than the Senate when it comes to amendments. You guys don't have floor amendments in the House. And you and I both, you know, like the U.S. Congress, you couldn't even have an amendment.
That still blows my mind.
Right.
That's been the case, I heard, for like 18 months or 2 years. You can't have an amendment to a bill. Like it almost is like, what is the point of being there if you're in the minority?
Mm-hmm.
If
One
you
might
can't
say
even
that's
offer an amendment?
anti-democratic.
Yeah, you might.
Yeah.
You might.
Not for democracy, Mrs. Pelosi.
First of all, Senator, just
Wow, I'm real
that
bummed at that
I'm clear.
$460.
Trying to say something to the secretary. It's not a motion, first of all.
For
wiring. It's a division.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not considered a motion. So to the point, do you want us to stop and do some additional research to see who should go first? Who should make that
I feel like
decision?
throwing
It's our
William
understanding
under the
based
bus
on
right now.
customer
He
usage,
was at
it
the
is
mechanic
author
this
of
morning
the
too.
amendment.
He didn't have complex wiring to figure out though.
Senator,
He needed some light bulbs replaced.
Oh, he had a light bulbs replaced?
Oh, the younger generation's more, huh?
Yeah.
No one ever taught him. Oh, well, actually, we know his mom. Marianne, what the heck? You didn't teach your son how to fix light bulbs on his car? Jeez.
That's not a young generation thing. That's a William thing.
That's a William thing? You know how to do it? Oh, no. Is he? Oh,
William just walked in.
I've offended his honor. Look at this guy. Oh, he's okay. Fair point. We'll allow the debate.
There's a
Get him on. Put him on mic there.
microphone there.
Oh yeah, you got a wireless mic.
I planned.
I did call you out. That was that was not allowed on the Senate floor here. What's going on? Why is that mic not working? Did you turn it on yet?
Are you kidding me?
Hey, how's that?
Oh, that was really bad actually. Try it again.
What did you do?
Try what?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, you sound better now.
He probably
First time you
started
sound
talking right as
robotic.
it was turning on, and it was trying to learn its. Okay.
So it was the runner that needed replacing. I've replaced my regular headlight before, but the runner it's like a special thing you got to do to get it out of there with those Japanese cars.
Guys, we have a comment from Mark Vashowski here.
Mark, do you change your light bulbs on your car?
Not about that, but I'm
Oh,
sure
okay.
he does.
Our camera's battery went out.
Oh, that's okay. He said, I wish you guys would just give up and go home for the day. I have things to do, and this show is too entertaining.
Oh, well, thank you, Mark. Mark, get over here, man. You can jump on set. We'd love to have you on here.
Yeah, you can take the chair here. I'm about to take off. So.
All right, so you leave it? Oh, what? You're not.
Well, I
leaving,
got some work to do before I head out.
Oh yeah. I thought you meant like you're actually leaving.
I had it on the background, and I heard I don't want to throw William under the bus or anything. I thought,
that's all it
right.
takes. That's all we get William here anytime.
Well,
Mark, does that work for you, Jesse? If 8 a.m. every day I say I don't want to throw Jesse under the bus, he'll finally wake up.
Maybe.
Sprints.
You missed it. Jesse was doing push-ups because he was late today.
Oh, really?
Yeah, we got an agreement. If you're late,
it was
we
on
do a
air
sync
too. You
meeting.
missed it.
I should have made my LA do push-ups if they were late.
Did you hear that, Bridget? Can you believe what he just said?
A lot of push-ups.
Yeah, Bridget would be nonstop push-ups.
Yeah.
She is not on the time. She gets the work done. She's just not too. She went to grab some lip pieces yesterday. I mean, like a place 15 minutes away. I don't want to throw Bridget under the bus. What's that?
I went home.
Well, clearly you did.
I thought you knew
Did you
that.
take a bath? Did you draw like a bubble bath
Nope,
too?
I actually cleaned and I went
Little
grocery
wine. I was like starting to get worried. I'm like, oh my god, we really need these lip pieces. We have an event. Well, we're supposed to have an event. How did those postcards go there, William?
We used so many of them. We actually ran out of postcards.
I'm throwing you guys all under the bus. This is not fair. This is really not. I even know I'm committing some fouls here.
And meanwhile, the 132 some people watching have no idea what we're talking about.
Yeah, well, but they understand that Bridget, for like what should have been a half-hour errand, doesn't show up until probably, I don't know, 30 minutes before the event?
Nope, 45.
45, okay. My bad. My bad.
I feel bad for Mark. He was here like 3 hours before the event and then here like an extra hour afterwards.
Yeah, Mark put some effort into it.
Mm-hmm.
Mark said he knows how to change his light bulb, but he's 51. He's just a kid. Wait, he's 51? Jake is just a kid.
I am a little kid. Well, Mark, you're not that much older than me, but...
No, I can change my headlight. Again, it was the runner and the brake light. I have no idea how to change the brake light.
How do you not know how to change the brake light?
I've never had a brake light go out before.
You just open up your trunk. I'm sure you got, well, you know what I bet's going to happen? Oh, you're talking about the brake light on the tailgate, or the brake light that's on the top of the car? Or in the back? Well, that would be even easier, I think. I haven't owned a car in a long time, so we've either owned SUVs or trucks. So maybe I'm missing a piece here. It's probably, you know what? No, I owned a car temporarily between deployments. So that was like 2009. That's the last time I actually physically owned a car.
Gotcha.
Anyhow.
Good story.
Yeah, terrible story. We need filler here, right?
Got our
All right.
attention.
Well, I threw you under the bus there. What else did you need to get done with your car?
Just wanted to get an oil change while I was there.
Yeah, that's the one thing I didn't get for my $460, and I actually need one.
Oh, $460? What'd you do?
They found the wire, and it was up by the driver's side. I was just telling Rob, the electrician, because I was like, I'll buy you a bottle of whiskey if you can figure out my problem. And because, it's puzzling. There's nothing on Google that shows why both taillights. I first went and just took my brake light switch out because I thought maybe it's the brake lights, and that wasn't it. And I unplugged the battery, it didn't work. I'm like, oh, I'm puzzled now. I have no idea. So really, it must have been all this slush coming up on the wiring underneath the truck, and it shorted out a wire.
Weird.
And it's going to be a big problem because eventually, luckily, it's the lights that take very little energy, but eventually it's going to kill my battery.
Well, that's what I thought last night when I was leaving. I saw your tail lights were still on. I was like, oh, I wonder if he has any idea.
I have an idea.
The battery's going to be dead tonight. But
No, 3 nights didn't kill it.
3 nights?
Isn't that impressive? No, I buy nice batteries, first of all, but
wow.
Yeah, 3 nights didn't kill it. But just think about it. It's not draining a ton of power.
They're
Keep
LED
your headlights
too,
on,
right?
it does.
Yeah.
But all right. I formally apologize to you, William, for doing that to you.
Thank you.
Maybe I kind of wanted you on the show again.
Well, if Mark's still watching, hopefully you saw that Carr and Housley voted for the Crown Act.
Yeah. Mark, do you want to zoom in? Should we zoom Mark in? If he can't make the studio.
Poor Dawson.
Actually, I should have Mark come to the studio because I need to ride home. Mark, you want to come to the studio? I need to ride home.
Senator Murphy.
Wait for him to comment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I would just ask members to vote yes on the balance of this amendment, and I'd ask for a roll call.
Roll call
Right.
vote has been
We're
requested.
getting
Roll
into
call
it now.
vote has been granted.
By the way, if you're just following
The
along,
secretary would take the roll.
we haven't even got a vote on one amendment yet. These are amendments to the amendments, and this was a division of an amendment. I'm sorry, this was a division of an amendment to an amendment. And if you're a little upset that we're not shutting up when they're doing this important stuff, I'll just let you know that really nothing monumental is happening right now. The most important thing that is happening right now is it's delaying everything, right? Because technically a delay is good. It basically wears down your enemy. In this case, the enemy is the left that really wants to kill all babies.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I shouldn't say all babies. I think they want some babies being born. They want future Democrats, right? But certainly ones that aren't wanted.
So, fill me in on what this amendment's about. This is coming from a Democrat, so a Democrat wants to amend an
No.
amendment.
So I was a little confused by that. This is still just an amendment to an amendment. The underlying amendment we're talking about, which is Abler's amendment,
this is
just
still
deletes,
Abler's
but is not
amendment?
limited to. It doesn't. It's not like it is anything of huge consequence. What we really want to see are the amendments that, like, life at conception, third trimester lives are protected, parents need to be notified, all that kind of stuff. Those are the amendments that we want.
But if an amendment passes, I think you guys talked about this, then it's got to go back to the House.
That's right. Changes the whole
and that
dynamic.
delays it by a week or something.
But we haven't seen one Democrat stray, and as soon as I say it, there's 35 yay. Yeah, okay, yeah. So there's a Republican voting for it.
There have been 35 ayes and 32 noes. The amendment to the amendment is adopted.
Who's the Republican?
I didn't catch it.
Senator Pratt.
All right.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I'm not sure if I have a parliamentary inquiry or point
Well,
of
some
order, Mr.
Republican voted
President.
with the Democrats there.
I had tried to rise in order to provide you advice before ruling. I understand your desire to keep the proceedings moving along. However, we are debating very important issues here today. I think you've been a little quick in not recognizing members and not recognizing advice, trying to rule before members have been able to give you advice, and I'd ask you to be a little more measured in your pace.
Thank you, Senator Pratt. Just so that there's clarification, and I'll get to Senator Lucero because you are next on the list. There's a difference between a point of order and a point of inquiry. It is different when you think in terms of the action. I have been very patient. I've called on some people 4, 5, or 6, or 7 times. So I don't think that I've been quick. I've been trying to be thoughtful, and I would ask everyone to try to be thoughtful around their thoughts and comments, and I'll try to do the same. Senator Pratt, I don't want to keep going back and forth about this.
Well,
okay?
thank you, Mr. President. I'm just asking that you provide the minority the opportunity to give you advice on questions like Senator Rasmussen's before ruling. I had tried to stand up and provide advice to you before you ruled. I did not realize that by trying to give that advice as a rationale for requesting a challenge or appeal of the president's decision would in fact invalidate it. But I would ask that you do, before moving on, provide the minority a chance to give advice on when
Bridget,
some of these
did Mark come back? Does he want to join us?
He didn't say anything about joining, but he did say, asked for you guys to describe the Crown Act.
Mr. President. So now that the amendment
yeah,
to
we
the amendment
did
has been
describe
adopted,
the Crown Act. It might be a good time to do that again.
I was wondering if Senator Murphy would yield for several questions.
Senator Majority.
There we go.
Buckle up. Senator Murphy.
I don't. I can't
Go
help
to the bathroom if you need to.
I can't help but be annoyed, and yet I shouldn't be here, right? But oh my God, just for the entertainment purposes, only we see. We have. Let's go back. Here we go. A great opportunity to go back and finish up the Project Veritas video, right? Let's do that. I don't know why Mark wants us talking about the Crown Act. This was the thing that we left going like 2 hours ago. This is the most interesting thing on the internet yesterday. So if you're just tuning in, Project Veritas, great media services. They confront a guy thinking he's on a gay date with one of their staff. He's a director of some scientific research at Pfizer. So on this date, which is the third date, admits that Pfizer is basically doing gain-of-function research to get new vaccines. And so he's like openly tells it. So this scene is when James O'Keefe comes in, replaces that guy, and basically does a Chris Hansen gotcha, to catch a predator thing. And this guy just loses it. So this guy's name is Jordan Walker. And we're about, what are we, halfway into this thing? I don't think he's gotten physical yet, but he's gotten pretty close. So let's continue on with this Project Veritas video.
In Wuhan. Why do you think it's okay for Pfizer to do that?
We were sitting on a table. Can you explain what happened to me?
He's filming the restaurant owner right now. He's filming her. I don't know why he's filming her. Would you like me to leave? Because he won't. He's asking me not to leave. And he's consenting to my presence. Ma'am, are we allowed to just stay and ask a few questions? It's pretty remarkable that they call the police on us every time we show up and ask questions. Every time. You say Pfizer is planning on doing research in the future, then claim that there's an ongoing research about that, and that there better not be any more outbreaks. Which is it? Are these experiments happening or not? Calling the police.
We can do it right up front.
Okay.
No, do not leave. Do not leave.
What's that? They locked us in.
They locked him in. That's crazy.
Yeah. Do you want us to leave or not?
Ma'am, you locked the door.
Ma'am?
Ma'am, we're trying to leave, but you locked us in here.
I feel bad for that pizza place, by the way. Innocent bystanders here. Yeah.
Can you please unlock your door?
No,
don't let them leave.
Can you unlock the door?
No, don't let them out. Don't let them out.
Could you please let us leave, ma'am?
This is so crazy.
Jesse, any conspiracy theories that he actually was trying to call some fixers from Pfizer to come there? Is that why he doesn't want him to leave?
I don't know.
Some Pfizer henchmen to come settle these issues?
Hey, Jake, when we're done here, I have an update on the chair raise.
Okay, thank you.
Please unlock the door.
Give us our stuff.
There we go.
Please unlock. Please unlock.
There's
the
the
door.
iPad.
Please unlock the door. Unlock the door.
This. See, you think this is acting, Dawson, huh? I think this is a guy that goes, my career is over.
Yeah, it's
So
desperation.
let me make sure I never get another job.
Without a doubt, this is acting.
You gotta be
Oh,
kidding me.
no way. I don't
He
think
gets
this
an
is
Emmy
acting.
then. That wasn't acting.
Are you kidding me?
That push?
Yeah.
So you think Project Veritas is a fake, Dawson?
I think that they're faking this.
Ooh, interesting.
I thought you were just saying this guy was acting. You're saying it's all staged.
He's saying that, yeah, they're setting it up.
Yeah.
We're in New York City. This is remarkable what you just witnessed here in the restaurant. Come on, guys. Where's the car? Where's the vehicle? Come on. This is insane. You just witnessed one of the most remarkable interactions ever. Do we have the iPad? So we're getting into the vehicle now. Where's our car?
Now watch this guy. He goes and tries stopping this car. That's not even them.
Are you kidding me?
Yeah. No, I'm not. Well, what do you mean you're kidding me? It's just acting,
Who in their
Dawson.
right mind does this?
Hey, don't show Mort's empty chair. What are you doing?
Oh, whoops.
He disappeared into water
muscle
vapor.
memory at this point.
It's all an act. Mort wasn't even here.
He was an actor.
If he was here, you'd arrest that guy? If he was here, yes.
What would they arrest O'Keefe on? Like,
Not worry about it.
for journalism? You can't. He wasn't doing anything.
If you guys want to do, then yes.
There you go. That's the video right there. He was insulted.
I hadn't actually watched the full video. I just watched that first little clip.
Yeah. It's really cool to watch the whole thing, which really shows how it's not acting. What is he talking about?
What? Are you kidding me?
How are you seeing acting
least
there?
believable, okay, look.
Look at Bridget just relaxed.
Yeah,
back
I
there.
know.
She's in her head. In her head, she's back in that bathtub. You know, she's just like 3 hours.
I told you the
to get
camera.
that lit piece.
I told you our camera died, and then I went and replaced the battery in front of you.
Oops.
Oh my gosh.
Hey Dawson, just so you know, when I picked the camera up yesterday from
Yep.
the training, it wasn't off.
Yeah.
It was off, but it was on before.
No, I wasn't. I totally forgot to press
All right.
record,
Well,
so.
just as a matter of record, so Tony knows that.
Tony,
oh wait.
yep. Tony.
Murphy's amendment was adopted. Oh, we saw that.
Oh, we did.
Yeah. What are we on right now?
Are we back on
Oh
the
yeah,
bill?
duh. I totally forgot. That's why we left, because we knew Lucero was going to take up some time.
Yeah, he's still going.
What's the update on the RNC? Go ahead, William.
I have the results.
You got the results?
Drum roll, please.
Do we wait for Mort to come back?
He was on. Yeah, probably.
Live. All right, we need live reaction from Mort. Where did Mort go?
He took a phone
He was on
call.
the phone.
Yeah, but what possible phone call is more important than this live reaction?
It was President Trump, Jake.
Was it?
He wants Mort to be his running
He
mate.
should have done a Marjorie Taylor Greene and went like this. Hey.
Run right over to you, put it in your face.
Jesse would be like, oh my God. I want to talk to him so much.
Without parental permission. We recognize
Trump would be like, some people say you're a grifter. I don't say that, but some people say that, Mort.
a legally binding contract of any kind, which is what a purchase agreement is, but there are obviously all kinds
Oh, we're
of
talking about
contracts.
purchasing agreements.
Dawson, you want to talk about acting? This whole thing is acting right here.
Well, I do believe Lucero really does care about this.
No, I agree. I'm saying putting on a performance, though.
Yeah.
And trying to stall this thing as much as you can.
Right, I think I've been looking at enough acting to know what is and isn't acting at this point.
Well, I would throw the challenge flag on that one.
I know. Tony,
You
Is that
really-
a dig at
Tony
someone
even
on this
messaged me and was like,
set,
"There's no
Dawson?
way you're
Wait,
wrong."
what'd you say?
Tony messaged me and was like, you're wrong, it's not fake.
Well, Tony is like deep into Project Veritas.
I'm sure he is, yeah. All I'm looking at is the kinds of cameras that they use that were hidden cameras. There's no way a hidden camera's getting quality like that.
Well, you know, okay, I did wonder that. But if that's your thing, Dawson, you are probably really good at getting...
Look at that camera angle. There's no way.
That's like a cell phone, right?
Yeah, and who props up a cell phone like this and this guy doesn't
Put it
know
in your
this?
shirt pocket.
Yeah.
This isn't in his shirt pocket. This is on the table. It's
Well, he
eye
might be
level
really
with the-
short.
Or maybe it's the way he's holding it.
It doesn't move. It's
It's
rocking.
shaking, so I think it's the way he's holding it.
That's
No,
what
it's
you...
not shaking.
Your whole basis this is acting is on that?
This is my first piece of evidence. that
What's
I'm
the second piece of evidence?
Yeah.
Well, okay. Do we?
I think that
focusing
evidence
on
is
this guy
inadmissible,
at all?
honestly.
The jury agrees.
Okay.
Also, nobody acts like this guy. That was ridiculous.
Do you think some of those cameras are outside of the the restaurant.
Yeah.
Yeah,
They have
so they're just
cameras.
gonna. The audio was great.
It sure was good audio.
Yeah.
Crazy for hidden cameras.
Well, listen, Project Veritas got a pretty good-sized staff. They're probably all, I mean, listen, they're probably all there because that's pretty big stuff. If
Yeah.
this guy really is working for Pfizer and admits they're doing, I'm sorry, not gain of function, enhanced evolution? What do they call it? Enhanced evolution?
I think that's what they called it.
Directed.
Why don't you switch the camera views there, Dawson, so we can see how these guys are just on their cell phones.
What's a cell phone?
Oh, no, we missed it. They're just.
It's a hang.
I don't
Jake.
know. Yeah, I know. It's a hang. I'm really not playing fair today, am I?
No, you're throwing everybody under the bus.
As I took off, we are now on 4 hours of broadcast here. We're about to hit 4 hours, so we are going to set a record today. I don't know if we'll go much beyond 5 hours.
I have
4
two
hours of
people.
broadcast, and we have not even actually got a vote on one amendment yet. It's going to be a late night.
Good.
Good.
Bridget brings up that there are 2 people in the comment section disagreeing with me.
All right, well,
I'm
read
not
those comments.
surprised in the least.
Says Dawson is incorrect.
Can't hear you. Your mic's not on.
Oops.
There you
Dawson
go.
has it. Aaron says that Dawson is incorrect, and then Crypto Dad says dude isn't an actor in my opinion.
I think Dawson's the actor here.
Some people say that Dawson's wrong. I don't say that, but a lot of people are telling me he's
A lot
wrong.
of people are saying he's the actor.
It's kind of fun to just give my opinion.
Dawson's a psyop.
Do you guys got to share a microphone? That's so cute. I see that microphone's going back and forth.
Look at that camera and glare at Jake.
Did you really? It's not fair. I don't know why. I go on 4 hours and I got to make fun of all you guys.
Before, I like this. I like this.
But seriously, Bridget, it was like 4 hours that you were going to get
Yeah,
that
I
lit.
thought we understood that I was going home and then coming back.
I was on the cusp of going, Bridget, you're coming back again. Part of the deal was we need that lit tonight.
I got things done that time.
I can't blame her. She probably did clean. She's no reason for her to act.
I did. You can ask my roommate.
So what's the plan stream-wise?
Thank you, Mr.
I think.
I need, everybody wants to talk.
Holy crap.
Senator Abler and then Senator Makeway.
Well, thank you. And to the amendment, I just want to.
Well, I mean, I'd like to get through at least one amendment just to see if another amendment has got some substance. You know, my intent here, this live feed, was that we would have something of substance for the people. And that's why we're doing other things of substance. Hey, Bridget, will you go find out where Mort is? I am now dying to hear about this RNC chair race, you know, speaking of substance.
What are the odds they just took off?
That would be a Mort move. That would be, right?
Yeah.
I'd say the odds are really good. He just picks up and leaves.
He's probably super hungry. I know.
Oh, he's probably getting another Snickers, right?
Oh, he left his tumbler here, so it can't be too far.
Oh, he's left the tumbler here before.
Oh, really?
So I'd still say the odds are probably high that he just took off.
See, when I left the first time, I went and got some lunch. So I know you guys are jealous, but
How dare you? You could have
You
gone to
didn't bring
the
any
far
back?
superior
I
Chick-fil-A
did
and got
not.
us lunch instead of your Canes.
I did not get Canes.
You got
actually.
Chipotle, didn't you?
Nope. Guess again.
Jack in the Box.
Did you go
I
Subway?
wish they have Jack here.
Right?
Did,
I know.
Jack in the Box?
Jack in the Box rocks.
Jack in the Box is good.
I'll give you this.
Yeah.
Jack in the Box is the best place that you can get a burger and taco at the same joint. That's fast food.
And an egg roll.
And an egg roll.
Their
I haven't
egg
had
rolls
that
are
egg roll yet.
Yeah.
Jack in the Box is such junk. Subway. Did you go back to Subway? Well, you wouldn't go
No.
to Subway. Yeah, not
No.
today. Hold on.
No, they just built the Panda Express over by the Walmart.
Oh, right.
So I thought I would check it out. It's a very nice place.
Yeah. Yeah, it's right by the Walmart. Bridget, did he take off?
No, he's still on the phone.
He's probably got He's probably actually got work to do.
Do we want to tell the results before the audience goes and finds
Yeah,
it somewhere else?
Jesse's the one that's everyone's like, well, we already looked it up by now. So it's over. And what did they need? 50% plus one?
I don't know the details. One of my sources just told me that Ronna McDaniel got elected. Mike Lindell got 4 votes, and Dylan got 55.
Out of how many, though?
I don't know. I think it's 3 per state, so that's probably like 150. And then the territories get votes, too.
Boy, that was about the worst update we could have got. Like, no, we don't know the denominator.
Well, Ronna McDaniel won re-election.
Yeah, it'd be interesting
That's all
to
you
know
need
who
to know.
the 55 and the 4 are that voted against her. The people that voted for Lindell and...
I'm sure the Minnesota delegation voted for McDaniel.
I'm sure they did. Oh, and the New York Times writes, Republicans re-elect a Trump loyalist as the head of the RNC.
They would have said the same thing for either of the other two. Actually, Mike Lindell, that would have been an interesting headline.
Yeah, I mean, that's the loyalist. Oh, man, that's hilarious.
Meanwhile, the conservative media is saying Mitt Romney niece gets reelected RNC chair.
Yeah.
Or 3-time loser for nationwide elections.
My comments are even different now, having adopted the previous amendment. But so if the individual has no rights that we can protect, could you at least give the individual some comfort if you're going to abort him or her? And this says, we discussed this in committee as one of the things we did get around to covering. One thing we didn't get to cover was the offering of, well, I'll just talk about the amendment first, then I'll offer a comment. So this amendment says that you should include the,
I'm just reading some
that if
Twitter
you're gonna have
comments.
abortion,
It is
there
a secret
includes the
vote, I
optional
guess, right?
provision of anesthesia to the unborn fetus at a time of development when it
The
can
RNC
experience
vote, that
pain.
is, I'm saying.
And Mr. President, it is well known that these little babies can experience pain somewhere around the 20th week. The neural tubes and all that form, some say as early as 16, but certainly 20, and certainly in the few weeks beyond that. These individuals can truly experience pain, and that is a consensus position. It's not anything.
Oh, okay. Malcolm Davis,
that's even
Georgia. I don't know who that
debatable
is.
so even when they're doing their intrauterine
He's an America First person, says, Ronna McDaniel has been reelected. 111 votes. Harmet, what is it? Harmet, is that how you say it? Harmeet Dillon, 51. Mike Lindell, 4. Lee Zeldin, 1.
Oh, someone rebelled and voted for the non-candidate.
So, pretty decisive victory.
Your baby can feel pain, and I realize you made the decision to go ahead with the abortion, and that's your right.
So,
and you can have the right all the
Jesse, what's new in WWE?
The Royal Rumble is going on tomorrow. That's the big one. So,
look at this.
Excited for that.
I'm just on the Twitter, and looks like Doug Wardlow tweeted out our live stream. Well, I appreciate that, Doug.
Hey, there you go.
Yeah, I like Doug's podcast as well. I like what he's up to.
It's
nice.
Founding Principles with Doug Wardlow, right?
Yep.
That's the name? Yep.
Yeah. No, he does a good job. I like what he's up to.
Yep.
Aaron Rasmus comments.
Aaron's a good guy. What does Aaron say?
William didn't bring back any food?
Yeah.
That's rough.
Yeah, yeah, we started this at 10:30. It's 2:30. I'm not just saying Panda Express. I'm just like, you could have done a little trip out there for some snacks or something.
I mean, you guys didn't ask, though. That's the problem.
We're trying to entertain people, William. We're like carrying on a show.
Oh, and why'd you zoom in on me?
For dramatic effect.
Oh, for dramatic effect. Okay.
What did you get from Panda Express?
I got their grilled teriyaki chicken with rice.
That sounds so
That does sound really good.
It was very
I'll
good.
take
They do
2.
chicken right.
I'll take 2.
Yeah. For a convenient fee of $50.
Oh, God.
I will go and pick
really?
it up for you.
Gonna be like that, huh? Well, are you gonna be like Bridget and come back 4 hours later?
Yeah, I'm gonna head home first, do some cleaning. Which is funny for me because I live like an hour from here. So.
Hey, by the way, Bridget, can I get a ride home?
Turn the mic off.
Oh, oops. Oh. Let me have a ride home.
What did Bashowski say? Does he want to join in via Zoom?
He said he can at 3, but I don't know if Dawson's willing to do all that work.
Don't throw me under the bus.
She really did.
When I look at you like with looks like that, you're not supposed to tell people.
No, I'm giving you a way out.
Part of your job is to read comments, and part of it is for me to vent to.
Okay, that's fair.
We are really going at each other. That's what happens when you set your longest podcast. All right, let's get to the next subject. Jesse's dating life. A lot of the older ladies who like him been asking about that. Jesse? Just kidding. That was a
single and ready to mingle.
Are you on the Trump dating app?
No.
There is a conservative dating app. I forget what it's called, but they just
Farmers
launched
Only?
it. No, there's like a legitimate one. And the trailer for it's so cringy. I don't know if you guys back there have seen it, but it's very funny.
There was a comment earlier when you guys were talking about the gay dating app, and somebody said, "Ask Kurt Dowd, he would know."
Yeah, pretty much on Grindr.
Didn't
I've had people tell me that he is.
Yeah, that's what I've heard too.
Yeah. Do not care about the guy's sexuality, by the way. Just care about when he was in office, why he would always stop conservatives.
He's more or less irrelevant now, anyway.
Yeah, he's irrelevant. Who cares? Although he is still a lobbyist, legislator. That's a deal. We have got to look up this video of the conservative dating app. Can you look that up? No one knows what it's called.
There's a conservative dating app. They launched a trailer.
America First Dating?
No, it's something. It sounds very conservative. But like they're trying to sound conservative.
It's not Farmers Only?
No, it's not Farmers Only.
Just so you guys know, this stall Abler has already moved to amend his amendment. We haven't gone past an amendment. We've only been debating amendments to amendments. We've even tried dividing those amendments. A lot of people talking, this is a delay tactic. This will go late tonight. I think we give this live stream another hour-ish, and then William, you can give me a ride home. Stop Panda Express first, though.
Panda Express? Okay. I can go for seconds.
I told that
William,
person.
I looked up the apps. There's one that says Republican Singles. It says new app available now.
I'm going to look this up. Not that I use dating apps, but...
Do you frequent the dating apps, or Jesse?
Not really.
You just meet women at the library, or?
It's called The Right Stuff. If you look that up.
Oh, well, that's clever. Clever title.
Yeah. See, you know what I was trying to explain now.
Yep, I get it. Am I looking this up? Am I looking up this?
I guess anything goes now, so we may as well.
Well, I mean, we got a filler here. That nothing's happening, and I wanted to at least cover until we get to another amendment. He's going to ask another question to the physician, one of the physicians in the Senate. There's very few physicians in the Senate. Of course, as you heard, Nathan Wiesenberg is married to one. Matt Klein, Kelly Morrison. Those are the two that stand out to me. Jensen used to be. Scott Jensen, who was there when Dayton fainted in the State of the State address. That actually happened. Our governor fainted. People that go like, oh, Biden, he won't even last one term. I'm like, Minnesotans are like, yeah, we had Mark Dayton. He was worse. Mark Dayton was worse than Joe Biden. So, and he lasted for eight years.
And somehow not as extreme as Tim Walz.
Well, she's kind of cute. She's like a young Cameron Diaz.
Is this it? The right stuff?
Yeah.
Right?
Well, keep in mind, these are actors.
Well, I don't know. I don't have our
These are actual actors.
We need our expert on this one.
Come on.
Actors got a day too there, William.
And I've got to tell you about something I am so excited to announce. A dating app for all of us conservatives. It's called The Right Stuff, and it's launching this September. What I love most about it is that it's invite only, so not just anyone can join. First of all, it's free to use. And for my ladies, you'll never have to pay because we all get premium subscriptions for simply inviting a couple friends. Gentlemen, if you want access to premium, that's on you. And by the way, those are the only two options. Ladies and gentlemen, The Right Stuff is all about getting into
Jesse
the
doesn't
right
look
dating
impressed.
pool with people who share the same values and beliefs as you. You'll start off by building your perfect profile. No pronouns necessary. We want you to put your best foot forward, which includes your favorite photos
I think
of
it's the same
yourself
person, too.
doing what you love or being with the people
Oh,
you
that's
love. Our prompts
that
give you
didn't
the
happen.
opportunity to let people know various sides of you. So remember, be
Wouldn't it be
authentic
funny
and
if someone looked up the actress and they found out she's like a hardcore Democrat?
Oh, that's what I was going to say. What are the odds she's actually
Well, an actress would likely not be.
This wasn't even the video I was talking about, but it still gets the point across.
People in your area. But you can also adjust the settings to see anyone, anywhere.
That guy's like, oh, I don't like politics, but there are chicks in here.
You can either keep your options open and post it for everyone to see, or just post it to the people you
How many state legislators do you think are using this app?
None, because they probably don't know it exists.
So you'll go to the bottom navigation, click
I
on
bet some of them
dates,
do.
and then you'll go
Maybe
to the
Amy
top
Koch.
right-hand
I
corner
got some.
and hit the plus button. From there, you can create your ideal date. You choose the time and place, and you also have the luxury of choosing the dates that you would like to go on. In the app, you can see everyone who's liked your profile, and if you like them back, you can start chatting with them.
All right, this is really long and boring.
So if you're a young
Really long and
conservative
boring.
looking to
Here, I got something that's much different.
Oh, I give him 10 points on that one. Oh, there we go. Softball. Whoosh.
That was a good one. That was fun.
Oh my God. Well done, Dawson. Well done.
I think that it's interesting though that dating app has women get the premium stuff for free. I think that's an incentive to get more women on the app, right?
Yeah, and men, it's not hard to get on dating apps because men are the way they are.
Interesting.
That's not a dig at men, by the way. Like, I am a man.
Is that how you identify yourself?
I do identify he, him, attack helicopter pronouns.
Tucci wrote in one section, he goes, this is like 2 hours ago, I mentioned that Omar Fatah beat Vader Schmitz by 90%.
Then all of a sudden it's not so important.
Oh yeah, Omar I think had the largest margin of victory in the state. I think it was like 90% over Republican.
That talk about the humaneness of animal
Oh, what is Ganser telling me?
Aaron in the comments says it's almost happy hour. We're close.
Oh, you know what? We could start happy hour. In fact, I don't have to drive home. The one day I don't have to drive home because my car was in the shop.
Hey Jake, Michelle Evans here. She says everyone should call these four. They are the only ones that matter. They don't have to be your reps. What they are voting on affects all of us.
She's here in the comment section,
yes,
or she's
in the comment section.
You got me excited that she was at
Sorry.
the studio.
No comments.
Ask Michelle where she is.
Where are you, Michelle? She's in here with us.
Did she want? We're not gonna follow your orders, Michelle. You got to zoom in if you want to be part of this program.
Members of this Senate sitting on this floor here today would look.
Why is she texting me, Dan Wolgamott? What does that have to do with anything? Michelle, why are you telling me Dan? Michelle. She's texting me. There you go. We got him up there.
Yeah, they already voted in the House. Wolgamott's in the House.
I think he and Senator Jasinski put it very well. This is about basic humanity.
She's probably on the happy hour right now down in Florida. She's texting me
Senator,
Wolgamott. I don't get it. Why are you telling me about
comments
Wolgamott?
Wolgamott, I think, was chair of the House today.
I would draw her to the language in the amendment, including the optional.
I'm asking her if she wants to zoom in.
We're not mandating.
I'm not at the capital if that matters. It does not matter, Michelle.
Legislating that something happen. But we are providing in statute, as we've been told, this is to put belts and suspenders around what the Minnesota Supreme Court has determined.
Oh, the number was 111 people who voted for Ronna McDaniel.
That we are standing
I already covered that. You're like Jesse now.
Did we already cover
5
that?
subjects passed. We've already covered this, and you totally pulled a Jesse.
I
Oh, Michelle's got to put her makeup on, I guess, because she says, "Give me 5 minutes."
Man, you're just calling out everyone
combing
today.
her hair.
That's
oh, you know, she's a
that's like an
she's a pretty
unspoken-
girl. She's got to make sure her hair's done right. She didn't said makeup. She just said hair. That's what it is.
I gotta point out, I'm not 100% sure that I'm gonna be able to get Zoom and a YouTube video going at the same time.
Oh, we can break from the Zoom video.
Okay.
She would probably be very upset if she knew that we had her and Pratt on at the same time.
Shouldn't it be a right then to make a decision?
I'm gonna send you her email to send it to. We're gonna have Michelle on, by the way.
This is
Mort.
about basic human humanity, and it is not a
Because
mandate
you
that
left the
members
program, and we need someone to fill the content.
She in state?
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise
No, I
in
don't
support
know.
of this language. It reminds me of why I invested
Have
in
we
a
at least
pair
voted
of
on the First
noise-canceling
Amendment?
AirPods.
Nope.
My sons were in the
Oh,
NICU
man.
for about a month.
We were going to wait to tell you, but you were taking so long. Ronna McDaniel just got reelected.
Oh, wow. Oh, well, we're in good hands.
Yeah, and if you wait 10 minutes, William will tell you the number.
I must have missed that part. I must have been on my phone or something.
Oh,
like
clearly you
did.
did. All right. Toss them into Michelle's
Mr.
email
President,
here.
go much further than a needle poke. This amendment is attempting to add some humanity to an inhumane procedure. And I would encourage our members to seek out the humanity within themselves and support it.
Senator May Quaid.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I'm going to urge a no vote, and I really just want to ground us.
Are we at least on the amendment?
No, we're on the amendment to the amendment. Abler's amending his amendment.
When you're pregnant.
But he doesn't want to divide his amendment to the amendment.
You have an appointment where you might find out some information.
In the original amendment,
it's
just deleting all but in.
It's just, yeah, it's just lean but is limited to. Boy, this is why we're doing filler work. Have we lost our audience yet?
All of the information.
We are starting to.
All of the options about what's before
I am humbled. I really appreciate all you guys tuning in here because, quite frankly, you know, it's a testament to the personalities we got here and the material, like, you know, Paul Pelosi's attack and Project Veritas. Because honestly, nothing's exciting happening yet. And once again, I have to say, it's good nothing exciting is happening because delay is great here. Just, you know, when you're doing a show, you're like, man, I can't believe we're this is what we're live reacting to.
Yeah, we've been talking for what?
4
hours,
almost 4.5 hours
about an amendment that says including but not limited to, including but not limited, a 5-word amendment.
They should be scrutinizing every word in this bill. Make amendments for every single word. Let's see how long that goes.
Well, not that long because there's not a lot of words in this one. What they need to do is amend the individual and insert women, although I think that did come up in a committee. Yeah, I'm pretty certain that happened. They tried amending individual and put women in the bill and got refused by the Democrats because, you know, men can also get pregnant, according to them.
Yeah, you can't be a sexist, bigoted transphobe.
Right.
It would be beautiful if someone like a Draz or Lucero, one of these guys stood up and asked the people in the Democrat side that identify as males if they plan to abstain from this vote, since they are not allowed to have an opinion on this issue.
No uterus, no opinion.
That would be absolutely wonderful to see that. Maybe we can, somebody text Wiesenberg, have him do that.
I'll do it right now.
Of offering a woman the ability
Hopefully he's checking his phone.
Anesthesia at the time of an abortion. And the science is clear. These unborn babies feel pain. There's some uncertainty about at which time that occurs in the pregnancy. But members, they feel pain. And I cannot understand why
Did you get that to Michelle, by the way?
would be against offering anesthesia in a case like this. And this idea that it's already in law. Well, you know,
I'm going to get out of here at
methinks
3.
Thou doth protest too much.
The studio or physically
law,
out of the, you got to leave at the place at 3?
I'm going to get out of the studio, finish
And
up
Mr.
some stuff,
President,
probably leave around
just
3:30.
Yesterday, I think it was, we had the Crown Act.
We'll let the
on
record
this
show
floor.
I wasn't obligating you to be here.
For that, even though those
came
rights
in by
were
your
already
own.
protected in our human
You know.
rights
That's true,
legislation.
until you started to physically throw me under the bus. I had to
I
defend
didn't
myself.
physically throw you under the bus.
Sensible.
Yeah, there was a big bus coming. You
No.
grabbed me by the shoulders and
No.
chucked me right
That's
under
not
the
what
bus.
I did not Jordan Walker you, man. That was not. That did not happen. Did more? Do you know that they are starting to use the hashtag lied suddenly? Isn't that great?
Lied?
Lied suddenly?
No.
Yeah. Talk about that Project Veritas video. Lied suddenly. Oh God, the internet is just so. It's such a giver of great comedy.
Senator McQuaid just said that we don't need to codify
because it's currently offered in daily practice. Senator McQuaid, Mr. President, may I ask a question?
No.
Senator, are you asking Senator McQuaid to yield for a question?
Yes, I am.
Will you yield? She will yield. Senator Johnson.
It's rare,
Thank you,
but
Mr.
sometimes you'll hear people say,
President,
no, I
Senator
don't
McQuaid,
yield.
could you please
Yeah, it's very rare.
reconcile those two?
I've seen it
together
once or
for me?
twice.
I'm just having a tough
And
time
it's
doing
kind of funny to
Senator
see the
McQuaid.
reaction, because generally whoever asks them to
Thank you,
yield
Mr.
is like,
President, well, and thank you,
then
Senator Johnson, for
you're a coward. Like, why won't you at
The
least answer a
difference
question?
Between the things that I'm talking about, Mr. President, is that a fundamental right, which has been articulated by the Minnesota courts, that is enshrined in our Constitution, we need to put that in our statute.
Why?
Because as was mentioned earlier, there's actually many laws that
Michelle said we
conflict
can
with
hear
the
Bridget. What does that
fundamental
mean?
right to make private health care decisions for yourself without the government interfering or trying to
Bridget
sway you
breathing
one way
into
or
the
the
mic or
other.
something?
In this
What does she mean by
particular
that?
case, we do
Oh, she
not
can
need
explain
to
it when
put
we pull her
into
up on
our
Zoom.
law books the specific medical
I miss my friend Michelle. I haven't
procedures
seen her in so
that people
long.
may
Have you seen her lately?
take during their
I've not seen her. I talk to her probably once or twice a week. But I
Really?
haven't seen her.
I
Yeah.
don't even talk to her that much. Does she call you or do you call her?
We call each other. It's very mutual.
Because
It's a
I
beautiful
know
thing.
right now if I said, well, Michelle never calls me, she's going, Jake, you never call me.
Yeah.
That's why I have Dawson call her. To send her a link.
There are laws, and there could
So
be
I guess
laws
technically she's calling me.
would force people to make
Michelle
decisions
Evans working with Minnesota
about
Right to
healthcare
Life,
they
so we
don't
were
choose,
bringing her in.
which is why it's so important that we pass
Much more entertaining than
House
this
File,
crap,
Senate File 1.
as Dawson put it.
But to answer Senator Johnson's question, the
No, it was fair,
difference
Dawson.
is
That was
to
funny. It was a great point.
Let's put this on instead.
Yeah, we were watching
fundamental right that has been
conservative dating
articulated by
app
the courts,
video.
but we do
And it
not
was,
have to
yeah,
articulate
that's
every
where we
single
went in
specific
your
medical
absence.
procedure that one
Because there's a dating app that's for conservatives only.
Okay.
Not farmers only, but conservatives only.
I forgot about farmers.
I know, right?
only.
Senator Johnson.
We should have Tushi call in. We can get a expert opinion on all the best apps out there, including Grindr.
Under the confusion here that the Doe v. Gomez case enshrined a fundamental right for reproductive care, but the reality is.
So I take it Shooty's not
that
bringing,
we
not
established
Shooty,
a fundamental
Shooty. Liberty's not bringing in chicken wings?
Now what we're dealing with
Did we ask him to?
Well, we did it on
talked about
we did it on air.
Oh, you did?
And I don't think in the comment sections too she mentioned anything about accepting that responsibility, because clearly William's not going to do it. He's going to go get chicken, but he's not going to bring any for us. He went to Panda Express without us.
Oh, Panda
You all were
Express
doing the
is
show.
best.
It is the best. They just built one in Roseville.
Oh, man, some orange chicken. It's delicious.
Yep.
What we are doing is expanding it.
And Aaron, he called him out. Aaron, good job. I can't believe you didn't bring us any.
Tell you what, I'll make it up to you guys.
Did you not give a link to Michelle yet? She said she hasn't got a link.
The underlying bill is greatly outexpanding, radically outexpanding.
I tell you what, I was at Panda Express in Bloomington. Pretty much, if I left the Capitol, or well, of course I left the Capitol, but on my way home, Panda Express in Bloomington, like, it sucked me in, like a tractor beam. And I get in there one day, and this is probably 2021, so mask crazies everywhere, and walk in, and this woman in front of me, who you clearly typically order in this one particular spot, but she starts shifting all the way down the little line, and start looking at things, and this is where they had like the spots where you can stand here and here, and so I was like, oh, whatever, I'm gonna go stand where you're supposed to order then, because this lady just started walking down this thing. And then she decided to come back to where you typically order, and she gave me this look of, what are you doing standing there? And she's like, excuse me, can you step back? I'm like, no, I'm pretty good, actually. I don't feel the need. Like, you'll be okay, lady. You'll be all right.
Was this when the mandate was still in place, or?
I don't remember, but man, she was so pissed that I would dare stand a very normal distance away.
But you
from
weren't
her.
wearing a mask, of course.
No.
Okay,
I wasn't wearing a
good.
mask.
Yeah.
So maybe that really freaked her out, I suppose. I was so inconsiderate that I didn't have a useless mask on my face.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I would say that Panda Express is better than Li Chin, even though I
way better.
local Minnesota
Yeah,
companies
Lian
like
Chin's way
that.
overrated.
But yeah, Panda Express is better.
Well, I only go to Leon Chen's because they're convenient sometimes until Panda
Leon
Express.
Chin's bourbon chicken.
That's a good chicken. The bourbon chicken,
that is
yeah.
peak fast Asian food.
You know what we need to do? A taste test between the bourbon chicken at there and whatever William didn't bring us today.
That's
The
hey, you
grilled teriyaki chicken.
Yeah, the teriyaki chicken. Oh God, that sounds so good. I haven't eaten today.
Very
Other than these
good.
peanuts I've been trying to munch on, and my protein shake this morning after lifting heavy weights, William.
There you go. It was my
You know-
cardio day today.
What was it?
It was my cardio day today.
Gotcha.
Tomorrow I'll be lifting the heavy weights.
Well, but so you're not going to go to Planet Fitness then?
You can lift heavy at Planet Fitness, and it's cheaper than wherever you're going.
Yeah, it's very much cheaper because where I go now, my tax dollars also pay for it, and I still got to pay money.
Yep.
Unbelievable. You notice how Tony is opining a lot on the show? The guy that always says, "Oh, it's a waste of time on this show," and he's like,
he's entertained by
he's
it.
been watching this whole time.
Is he sending messages?
Yeah, he's opining on Panda Express, saying it's racist.
Okay, that's good, Tony.
Panda Express is racist?
How dare people call some Asian food panda? Stereotyping.
Yeah, total stereotype.
I see.
Mr. President, point of order.
Point of order. Here we go.
For what purpose do you rise, Senator Klein?
Who's
Mr.
Klein?
President, it's been the tradition and custom of this body that we do not allow reading of documents in full on the Senate floor.
Members, I will not rule on that, but it is the custom and uses of this body that we do not usually read unless it's our notes, like our notes from something we've written, as opposed to from someone
There you
else.
had it. The
So
Senate, you
just
can't
with
read a
that
document on the Senate floor.
Gentle reminder,
I'm
Senator
sorry.
Jackowski.
It's the second time you
Isn't that what
Mr.
he's doing?
President,
With his
and,
Masons?
apparently, Senator Klein, you became either annoyed or fatigued at listening to the list.
So, Senator, what we don't do is that we will not impugn another member and why they did something. That is deeply rooted in our Senate tradition. So with all due respect, I ask that you refrain from that, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, apparently some members, Mr. President, are becoming fatigued at the list, and that was
he's
a point of
impugning
order was
again.
drawn. Well, members.
All right, let's bring in Michelle. Is
the
she
effort behind
on
that
line now?
discussion,
We can ditch
Mr.
the YouTube.
President,
She's like, I
was
can't hear
to
you.
Illustrate the
Probably because
extent
Dawson
to
hasn't
which
allowed you to be heard
we
yet.
as adults in
You can mute the House floor. Okay, there you go. Good. And do we have Michelle? We'll pop her up on the screen. Her hair's probably done now because I know that's what she did. I know she was like, oh, I got to get my hair done. I'm going to go on the most popular conservative show in Minnesota right now with my best friend Jake. Even though I don't ever call him, but I call him more twice a week.
At least. I say week, I meant day.
You know, when I first met Michelle, she's like, I'm your biggest fan. And now it's like probably you, Mort. Hi, Michelle.
Hey.
Can we hear you? I can't hear Michelle unless she's just being silent. But
guys hear me?
That's
there
clearly
you go.
not Michelle being silent. There you are. Can you hear me, Michelle? Uh-oh. We're having a little audio trouble.
I do not think that's on my end. I'd be very surprised.
I can't hear you guys.
I
Can you
can
hear me?
hear you. Can you
Me?
hear me?
Jeez. Give me a half second to try something.
One second, Michelle. She totally did her hair too, didn't she?
That should be
It's great.
correct.
She's frozen though on our screen. There we go.
How about now?
Can you hear me, Michelle?
What's going on?
No.
Bridget, can she hear you?
No,
No, 'cause she would hear.
we're all coming from the same thing.
Hmm.
How about now?
Michelle, can you hear me? Michelle, can you hear me?
I don't think it's on our side.
Well, her thing keeps freezing.
That's me
So-
trying to fix a problem that.
Oh, is
doesn't
that what's
exist.
going on? Is she got it on mute?
That's
She's probably got it on mute.
my guess.
I'm gonna text her. Take it off mute. Take your phone off mute.
To the 150 people watching, I apologize.
No, they love it. They'll love Michelle.
Yeah,
gonna get
Michelle's
that-
worth the wait.
Yeah, we're gonna get that look. She's gonna be like, "Oh yeah." No, she's gonna go, "I don't know how to. I don't know. What? How do you do it?" She's texting back.
I'm like super sure that it's not on our side.
I'm not using my phone. That's why. What is she? Is she on her laptop? That's probably it. She doesn't have her microphone set up. Bridget, if I give you Michelle's number, will you try to sort through and figure it out? Sure. Can I do that? Do you have Michelle's number?
I don't think so.
All right, I'm going to give you Michelle's number. How do I do this?
I'm going to try one more thing.
Ooh,
Yep, we hear that.
we hear that, yep.
Test. I don't know.
Right.
Test.
All right, why don't you take her off the big screen for now? And then Bridget, I just sent you her number. If you can just give her a call, let's try to get her in. Yeah, it's worth our time to listen from Michelle. Big fan of the show, and
she'll be nice and feisty by
Yeah.
the time she gets on. Because
I get the feeling she's in Florida. Do you get that?
Oh,
feeling?
definitely.
Yeah, that's not
Yeah.
her house.
Yeah, that definitely looks like Florida.
Yeah.
The
rough life for her, right?
Yeah, yeah. I don't blame her. I'd be 6 months in a day in Florida.
Do you think Dale goes down with her, or does he got to stay back?
I think she goes alone a lot of times.
I think she does.
Yep.
I think Marnie's joined her a couple times.
Oh, I'm sure.
Yeah.
It's fun to see the shenanigans those two get into.
Oh. Oh, I heard something.
Yeah, we got you.
Oh yeah, of course. She still got her audio on the the Zoom. That's why. Oh wow, a lot of work for you to do today, Dawson. And then, do you know what we're doing tomorrow? We're filming ice fishing interviews. A new show. I'm gonna start a new part of our show.
Ice fishing interviews.
Ice fishing interviews. Yep, we're gonna be live. We're not gonna be live, but we're gonna be fishing. I have Representative Walter Hudson. We're gonna cover his story and what's going on at the Capitol as we're fishing in an ice shanty.
Where at?
Well, White Bear Lake. We're gonna be doing it at.
Okay.
Yeah,
Well, that's cool.
We should do one. We should do one up at your cabin.
Ice fishing?
Yeah. No, like
or
the
watching
show.
Yellowstone and.
Yeah.
Just do Facebook Live the whole time. Do snowshoeing through the Boundary Waters
moose
live.
Shed hunting.
Yeah.
Damn, I really thought we were gonna get something. We were really hot on some moose tracks.
Yeah, I thought I was gonna see one when I did 7 miles the weekend of the New Year, and I mean that's right around the time that they're dropping those things. So I thought maybe I'll just see something sitting right on top. But
you think they're dropping? I would think they're dropping in like February, March.
It says like December, January.
Yeah.
As I've Googled it to see. Am I even out here at the right time of the year?
It varies so much, you know. Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of different deer species will drop anywhere from like late fall till like April. I think pretty much by April. Yeah, I know, right? Well, there's so many variables here. Like deer, I'm sure down south they're dropping them very late.
Yeah, sure.
Right?
Yep.
So it's like I think of moose in northern Canada are probably dropping before the Boundary Waters. Although really, when you think about it, it's pretty damn cold in, you know, Grand Marais. Oh, is this not going to happen, Dawson? Yeah, might not. Ooh, that's.
We heard you 4 times there. I keep thinking it'd be fun to do a little show about gear and trips and camping, and man, I don't know if people would want to watch that.
Well, I just don't know about our audience. Like,
I think the audience probably be like, "What the hell's going on? You guys are
right.
political people," but breaking down tents and sleeping bags and pads and packs and ultralight stuff and hammock camping, hot tent camping, that stuff is just. That's fun stuff.
You should have a show called the 10-Pound Pack.
Oh, 10-pound. I'm like the 7-pound pack.
Not wet though. Like
not wet?
Yeah, not with water.
Well, no, that's
dry bag.
Yeah, that's my base weight. No water.
But your
no
base
food.
weight is 7 pounds now.
I think I can get it sub 7 pounds.
You can get a sub 7 pound pack. That's just
for a summer trip. Yeah.
Well, yeah, of course, a summer trip.
Yeah. Well, I see people in these ultralight groups talking about it. It's like, well. Like, you're not getting sub 7 pounds or even sub probably 15 pounds in a Minnesota winter trip.
Right.
For a base weight.
Sorry, really quick. She's got, we would be able to hear her and do this stuff, but since she's on her phone now, we get a massive echo. and I'm not going to let feedback happen live.
Well, maybe she should try doing the Zoom on her phone and just ditch the laptop.
That's what she's doing. She doesn't have headphones to plug in, so we hear
She
feedback.
is so needy. She's so needy. She just has to have her headphones on,
We just
right?
we just would need to set this up beforehand.
No, Dawson needs her to wear headphones so there's no echo.
Well, yeah, if Michelle would call me, you know.
If she can call you, yeah. Can you guys just call
No,
her?
no, I meant like call me so I wouldn't know she would do the show.
What if you just got her on the phone?
Yeah, sounds good. And then she just spent 5 minutes doing her hair.
Get her on the phone and I'll put her video up.
Oh, yeah, that's what you're saying?
Yeah, just, yeah.
Is her video still up? Is she still on that Zoom?
If she can, I'm so sorry this is happening live. If she can get on her laptop and then zoom in, mute everything on her laptop, and then she calls you.
But
We
did
use the audio from
did
her
she end the Zoom on her laptop?
Yes.
But and then she's just gonna try to zoom in on her phone. There
That's
you
what
go.
we have so far.
All right.
So
Look,
if she just
can we
calls
hear
you-
her right now?
No, we can't because she needs to put in headphones to stop echo from happening.
Oh, well, why is that? Because it.
And also that happens.
She's gonna go back to the beach
All right.
any second.
Tell Michelle I will call her on her phone, but she'll need but then she's gonna get the double sound because she'll still have the audio with her laptop.
Turn off her volume.
She's not gonna know how to do that. Will she know how to do that?
Yeah, she'll know how to
Okay.
do that.
all right.
Turn down the volume on her laptop.
That's probably why she never calls me. I don't give her much credit. All right, Bridget, let me know when to give her a call, and I'll do that.
Just call her.
That's how much we care about Michelle's voice. Also tried getting Tushy into the studio. That didn't happen. Deliver some wings because William won't do it. Boy, these marathon, live reactions. I'm starting to appreciate all these people who have done that before.
95% plus of minors who access
Minnesota's
abortion care
AOC,
talk to a
everybody.
trusted adult before they do so.
I don't even know if I would
It's
give
not
her
always
that
apparent. It
title.
Yeah, she's probably not as bad, but just like the appearance, she's a lefty.
No, I just meant like, or you mean because she's
a
she's
lesbian,
crazy,
isn't
but
she?
she's on the better side of the looking
minors do
scale,
talk to trusted
like
adults
AOC.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah,
It's just-
because I was
she
gonna
kinda
say
looks like
if it was
her.
just on the pure craziness, you got to think like a Gomez or something like that gets.
Oh yeah, that is true. Gomez, Hollins is pretty far out there.
that
Yeah.
people have in
Even
the state of Minnesota and across the
who
country.
did Michelle pounce on?
Comes with
Liebling.
informed
Liebling's
consent.
Liebling is
totally
old.
The
nuts.
good news for this body
Finky.
is that
Really?
we don't
Yeah,
have to
Finky.
Stinky?
tell
Finky, the transgender. I'm sure that.
Oh yeah, is he's a freshman, right?
Yeah.
She. How
She?
dare you? Or which one is
He?
it?
They?
based on
Well, I don't even want to guess. I don't know.
for the patient, what's
Zize?
appropriate for the situation.
I think it was a dude that
Apparently-
became a woman.
Apparently,
Yeah.
Fink. Oh yeah, it's definitely a dude that became a woman. Representative Fink was just on the Senate floor, and apparently a senator notified the sergeant at arms that there was a man on the Senate floor without a tie. This is a true story, according to Liberty Longbeard. So this is our ground reporter, Liberty Longbeard, who's actually not on the ground. Says Representative Fink was just on the Senate floor, and Nathan. Oh.
You can't say it.
Let's try to keep it anonymous. There's an image. I guess Finky went over to, or Fink went over to Aaron McQuaid. That is, they do have their own squad.
To the amendment to the amendment, the A14.
Oh.
We have Michelle on Zoom now, so
Oh.
she's gonna call you in just a second here.
Okay.
And we're gonna get this.
Michelle's
into
probably so upset she didn't get to be part of that conversation.
Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mr. President. I speak in favor of the Abler amendment.
At least she was on Zoom.
Mr. President, I just want
Is this still the Abler's amendment to his amendment?
This is the amendment to the amendment. Abler is coded A114.
And she just left.
This
Is
is
he
the
deleting
second.
Is he bringing the apostrophe back?
Yeah, this is
Yeah.
the third amendment to his amendment. Oh, whoa, there's a lot to this amendment. Oh my God. Oh yeah, I mean, yeah, we are going to be here a long time.
You're going to be here a long time.
I'm not going to be here a long
It's
time.
pizza night for me.
I need a ride home. Can you give me
We
a
will
ride
be
home?
here a very long time
Someone
then.
give me a ride home. Bridget's like, I ain't getting him a ride home. Jesse's like, I got a thing going on. I still got sleep. I got push-ups to do. You're not that talkative today, too, by the way.
Yeah,
you know
you're
that?
super quiet.
Yeah, I'm just running out of things to say. I don't want to say stupid things.
I respect a
I've
guy.
never heard you
I
say
respect
stupid
a guy that
things.
doesn't say too
Yeah,
much.
I'm sure you have.
Oh man, why are you so down on yourself?
No, I'm just saying if I don't have anything good to say, I'm not going to say anything.
Yeah, that's fair.
He's very choosy with the words he's using, right?
I wish the politicians
like
instead
that's 4D
political
chess,
approach.
or that's 5D chess, or Trump's doing 6D chess there. Oh, am I? You said Michelle's calling me. Should I be calling Michelle?
No. She'll call you when she's ready, and I'm working on getting her on Zoom. She was in, and then she left.
This is definitely great TV here. This is
doesn't get any better. Must see TV.
5 hour. I think we cut it off at 5 hours. That's what we do. Oh, here we go.
Okay, she's on Zoom. Let me pull her.
Oh, hi, Michelle.
Oh, hey, Jake.
You are going to share the microphone with me because that's about the best we can do, apparently, with our setup. Although Dawson's saying it's on you that you don't understand technology at all.
No, it's Dawson.
It's Dawson? That's right. We've thrown Dawson under the bus today.
Yeah.
We're throwing everyone under the bus. I just learned that you call Mort twice a week, and I don't think you've called me in months. I'm the one that instigated the call last week to you. So what's going on, Michelle?
No. Well, Eric's my hero. So...
Yeah, but that was what you said when you first met me.
Well, I think you were replaced.
Bring the phone closer to the microphone.
Oh, I got to keep it closer? Okay. All right, so I've been replaced by Erik Mortensen. I think if I'm to be replaced as a political hero by anyone, it's probably fair it's Erik Mortensen. You don't look like you're at your home in the outskirts of Prior Lake area. So do we assume with that sun that's beating on you, you are down in a state?
That's the light.
Oh,
I'll shut
okay.
the lights off.
Are you at? Where are you coming from right now? Like where are you at?
Outer space.
No, come on, Michelle, tell us.
No, I have to tell you where.
Are you in Florida?
I'm not going to tell you where I'm at.
Are you safe right now?
I'm in a safe space.
Okay. All right.
So you don't have to worry about me.
All right. I feel like you're in Florida right now. You just don't want to do any.
You can feel whatever you want, Jake.
All right. I've already assumed a lot of things on this show. Michelle, you work for Minnesota Right to Life. This is obviously a very important issue. We want to bring you on the show because you were mentioning people need to contact a certain group of people right now. So what do you want to tell people that care very deeply about this issue?
Well, they should be contacting the 4 people that we've targeted because those are the 4 people that need all the pressure. You're wasting your time if you're calling a Republican, and all these other Democrats, they're going to hold firm. It's these other 4 that, by Tony Jurgens being the turncoat that he is, put Judy Seeberger in office, and that was only by, I think, 361 votes. So this woman is very vulnerable, and these other outliers are vulnerable too. So we have to go after those. For contacting the other Democrats, personally, I think it's a waste of time. I think if you just focus on 4 people and just beat on them constantly, it's going to make a difference.
So it's a waste of time to contact Bobby Joe Champion. He's got his mind made up. You're not going to switch. You're not going to switch Ron Latz, Kerry Dietzig. You're not going to switch. You're not going to switch Nathan Wiesenberg's mind. You're not going to switch Eric Lucero's mind. The people that you need to contact are the 4 Democrats. Why don't we pull up? Can you pull that up, Dawson? He just gave. Did you see that shrug he just gave me? Dawson has no stamina for a 5-hour live stream. That's Grant Hochschild. We got on this.
Go longer than that.
That's Grant Hochschild. We got on the screen 651-296-1789. That's Senate District 3. Judy Seeberger. You can also call Tony Jurgens because that's why she is a senator and not Tom DePel. 651-297-8060. Now I'll just let you know, both William and I called Judy Seeberger live on air today.
I saw that.
And yes, 5 days in a row, I have not got a response from my senator who works for me, taxpayer, constituent. She doesn't work. I don't work for her. They don't get to call the shots. That's people that are confused by that because during COVID, all of a sudden politicians were telling us how we live. That's not how it goes. They work for us. So who's the next one we got? We got Eric Putnam up in St. Cloud, 651-296-6455. And last but not least, we have Rob Kupek in Senate District 4, which is Moorhead area, 651-296-3205. You can also Google these guys. You can email them. Email them might actually work better right now because they're on the Senate floor. They're not going to be taking your phone call, but their LAs will obviously see the traffic coming at them. Do you have any sense, Michelle, if any of these guys are willing? I mean, like my sense is because this thing is on the Senate floor right now, it's going to pass. They wouldn't bring it here if they didn't have the votes. But do you have any reason to believe that that's not the case at this point?
Well, in the back of my mind, I like to think that we're going to have a miracle today, but this is Minnesota too. So I'm just trying to keep it in my mind that it would be great if it didn't pass, but certainly I am prepared for worst case scenario. So, and I'm not saying give up, because we shouldn't give up. We still have time to try to change someone's mind. But yeah, I don't know. I think the ultimate choice here is, are these people gonna, are they going to do what party leadership says, or are they going to do what their constituents want? And these are Democrats, and I think they're going to do what party leadership says. I mean, who wants to go back in there and be the one guy that, totally, took this bill out? And, do you want to be that person walking into their caucus that, now you're the horse's ass because you didn't vote the way the party wanted you to vote.
Mm-hmm.
So
although you voted the way your constituents want you to vote, right? Which is supposed to be the higher value, but they don't always make that calculation, do they?
They don't.
Right.
They don't.
Now, Minnesota Right to Life doesn't just write love letters to politicians. If they vote the wrong way, what do you guys have in store for them in the next 3 years? Or maybe I should say 3 years down the road when they're up for re-election.
Well, like we said, we're not going to forget this vote,
Mm-hmm.
and it will always come up. And if you have all these Democrats voting yes on this bill, you as constituents, you need to constantly remind these people every time you get in their face, have an opportunity to say something to them. You need to remind them what they did today, or tomorrow, whenever they feel like doing this. But it has to be a constant reminder what they did, and there'll be political consequences for that vote today.
That's right, and that's our job, right? Is to make sure they know if they vote against liberty, which this is as raw of a liberty issue as possible, because a human life is at stake here, right? A life does begin before birth. Anyone that knows anything knows that. Do you have a question?
Right.
Well, I would just add this. I mean, the thing that in my mind, what makes Minnesota Right to Life vastly superior over these, second-rate squad over at MCCL, the Minnesota Citizens Concerned for Life, is the fact that Minnesota Right to Life takes the legislative season, which we're in right now, and marries it during the election season. And that's what very few groups, very few people are willing to do. Certainly MCCL doesn't do it, but you have to remind people of the actions that candidates that are seeking re-election took while they were in office at the campaign time. And that's where I think Minnesota Right to Life hits the nail on the head, because they're not afraid of the treatment they'll get when you start holding these politicians accountable. And MCCL just won't do it. And that's why I think Minnesota Right to Life is the real pro-life group in Minnesota.
Gotcha. Well, we know you, Michelle. You're no grifter. You're no scam artist, right? Even though they have you on a website.
Yeah.
Although you do own that. You do own that one website now, right?
I do own that one. I might take it now.
Yeah, we got to do something with that. We haven't done anything with that yet.
We do.
Yeah.
We do. And I listened to Eric last night doing his podcast, and he brought up a really good point that we have a tendency to forget, what happened yesterday and the day before and the year before. But this is such a situation that it is something we cannot forget, and we have to constantly remind legislators that their votes do matter, and there will be consequences for their votes. And the other thing I want to remind people too is that, do not be deterred by these legislators that say, you're not in my district, so I don't have to listen to you. Well, that's a crock, because I remind them, I'm a Minnesota taxpayer. I'm paying your wage, even though you're a Democrat. It kills me to send money to pay your wage, but we all pay all these legislators, and all the bills, anything that they vote on will affect us unless it's directly something that affects their district alone. But for the most part, most of the crap that these people pass affect every single person in our state. Therefore, I have a voice, and I'm going to use it. I'm going to call whatever legislator is, misbehaving, and I don't care if they're in my district or not, they're going to get something from me. And so people need to understand this, that you don't have to be in their district to contact them, and you can remind them that.
Yeah, you could remind them also that there's no prohibition for me sending money to your opponent at election time, and even though I don't live in the district, and that's what I will do. I will work to make sure you never get reelected, because that's how important this issue is. Well, Michelle, thank you very much for joining us from maybe Florida, maybe not, maybe not. But obviously, even if she is in Florida, she is behind the screen.
Dress for Florida?
That is a really well-made point there. I am probably off on this one. Dawson's like, she's just an actress. She's just acting.
No, I just play an actress when I play an actress.
There you go. All right. All right. Well, Michelle,
Thanks for having me on.
Yeah, definitely. Always,
Have fun
always,
with this marathon today.
always welcome to be on our show. You know that.
Bye, Eric, my hero.
And by the way, you might not be the biggest Trump fan anymore around here. You got Mega Jesse.
I know. I see I got some competition over there.
Yeah, you probably like Mega Jesse a lot, don't you?
Well, I'll arm wrestle him for being the best or most favored Trump supporter.
Yeah.
All right. That sounds good.
All right. Take care.
Okay, you guys.
All right. See you, scammer.
Bye.
Yeah, we go way back with Michelle. She's awesome. She's a real patriot. I'm gonna put that back here. Let's go back to the Senate floor. I think they're debating the A114 amendment to the amendment, and it's Lucero. So what other things do we need to cover here?
This is a dangerous bill.
This is really good. It's happening. I'll just put it that way.
A little bit better.
I've been drinking coffee too. 5 hours. People actually still like listening to me after 5 hours. I don't even know if I do. Dawson, don't answer that question. How dare you? Dawson's like, I have to. I'm running the dials. Oh, they vacated the oh. I was going to say they vacated the president's chair.
To prevent something. We have the ability to prevent in young people.
You know what I think we're going to do is we're going to hang around for at least another 5 minutes. We'll just set a new record, 5-hour podcast, live broadcast or podcast, whatever it is.
Experience.
So Bridget, let's just do this. Let's just cover all the comments, and then we'll sign out for the day, and we'll give some parting thoughts here. What have we missed? Either that, or we start whipping out that beer. That might be where Mort win, actually. Grabbing some beers.
We would require.
Did we lose Bridget?
No, I'm here.
Oh, okay.
I'm just looking. All of I don't see any live comments on Rumble anymore. They kind of disappeared.
Comments on Rumble disappear?
Well, I don't know. On mine they did. So.
Oh yeah, look at that. Live chat's down. I don't know.
The most
Well, I'll read some of these things. Democrats are a death cult, and the party of infanticide. Talk about hitting a new low. And yeah, there are Democrats that literally have voted for infanticide. Essentially, California's got it.
That person didn't type Democrats.
Demon rats. Yeah, there you go. A play on the word. Razzle dazzles writes, agreed. They are evil people. Sandina says, I've been sending messages to our local leaders and praying all week.
Jesse, we can hear that.
Oh, sorry.
By the majority to say no. We had an amendment to say at least provide the option for ultrasound.
The comments are slowing down quite a bit.
And make that a fundamental freedom.
Yeah, these.
Shelly Tripp says, I feel dumber just watching these politicians.
Yeah, I know. It's unbelievable. And that's why I don't think we'll ever just broadcast or rebroadcast this stream. We will always come to you with live commentary because, quite frankly, you will be bored out of your mind. People do not want to watch it. I would actually venture to say, Dustin, we probably got more views through our live commentary than the actual live streams got. We could actually check that right now.
So they have 725 people watching them right now.
Oh, really?
I don't think that. I have a feeling that a lot of those are people. I don't think a lot of those are unique. It's hard to tell.
You don't think a lot of them are unique?
It's hard to tell. It's a government thing, so kind of the stuff that I don't know doesn't really matter.
Legislation.
Well, I'm looking at the. Oh, never mind. I'm on the wrong stream on YouTube here.
Is going to be entertaining legislation to figure out how to deal with the mental health crisis, as I've heard it said, that is plaguing our youth.
Any Facebook comments or YouTube comments, Bridget, that we haven't?
Young women.
I don't think we have any new ones.
Okay.
And this amendment
yeah, I guess I was wrong on that. They do have a lot of people viewing right now. The live feed.
Mental health for girls.
A little shocked by that, honestly.
That is a type of responsibility,
we have one comment actually that's kind of
members,
well,
that we are sent here.
So Epic Williams again says, I wish at least one Republican would have brought up the jab mandate and compare that to my body, my choice.
I would guess that that's going to happen still.
Yeah.
You know, just so people understand, let's pull up the amendment page real quick. And then we either have to whip up beers and start happy hour early, which would be really inappropriate today because we're not celebrating. So happy hour would seem wrong to do. So I think we'll sign off here in a couple minutes. Just is that fine? You're giving me quite the look. You're giving me a look like,
I'm
how
just
dare you?
Yeah, I mean, there's always a time for beer. Like,
yeah.
What do you mean? You don't have to celebrate all the time. That's what I'm confused by.
It just seems like we're on the cusp of something really bad here.
Yeah, you drink your sorrows away.
That's true. You do drink your sorrows away. Yeah.
Christmas ale is still in there, I'm assuming, which is not my bag, but
yeah. Well, Heidi's bringing over a lot of things. She brings over beer. She brings over candy bars. All right, so here's what's going on. Do you see on the bottom, you see Abler moves to amend House File number 1. That's coded the A51 amendment. So it's these. See, it says SCH0001, and then the A51 is the amendment to House File basically 1, right? So A51. That's on the bottom. All those other things were amendments to the amendments. You see, one was withdrawn by May Quaid. One by Abler when he was amending his amendment was not adopted. They adopted Murphy's amendment, which means the underlying amendment now is different. Abler moved to amend his amendment with the A65. That was not adopted. Right now we're debating on Abler's A114 amendment to the amendment. So we have an unknown list of amendments right now by the Republicans. One would assume it's at least a dozen.
I was told it was like 100.
Yeah, why did I just say dozen? Because the first amendment that was heard was the A51 amendment, which would assume that there's at least 51 amendments, right?
Yep.
So we're on one. We are 5 hours. This is the longest live stream we've ever done. We have heard one amendment. So I want to stick around here to at least get an amendment of substance, because this amendment does not have substance. Click on Abler's amendment. It's the very far bottom, the A51 amendment. And all it does is it just removes language there. It just says delete, but is not limited to. That's all this does, and it doesn't really seem to do much more than just expand what not make it so generic that many other things can be construed as reproductive care. So
yeah, and they took a Democrat amendment to the amendment,
yep.
Which I don't think we've looked at what that was, but I'm curious. I don't know if we actually have to look at it, but because this First Amendment is so boring. But apparently the Republicans feel like this is still a worthwhile fight. Otherwise, they just would have withdrawn his underlying amendment after the Democrats had altered it.
Yeah, because I think clearly what's going on here is they're just stalling. They're just this is basically how you filibuster in the Minnesota Senate.
Yeah.
Although I think you could just continuously talk while you've got the floor, so you could do it that way too.
Yep.
That would be very boring, and apparently you can't read documents on the floor, so that makes the filibuster really tough if you can't read like a Dr. Seuss book, which is popular to do.
Seeing no further discussions, the secretary take the roll.
Okay, well, we're going to at least learn if there's going to be another amendment to the amendment.
Senator Mitchell, did you want to speak, or can we go and vote? All right, the secretary take the roll.
All right, so once again, just a vote on the amendment to the amendment. Nothing more than that. They're all coming in to vote. Now I saw Judy Seeberger.
Amendment to the amendment, the A114.
Michelle writes, Dr. Seuss is popular with the Democrats. I don't know, Michelle. Might be beyond their reading comprehension. Before we sign off, I better check and just make sure we covered all the other things I wanted to talk about. Yeah. Juergens endorsed Seeberger. David Hand said abortion is a constitutional right.
For those voting under
we covered
Rule
everything.
40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Miller votes aye.
Senator Miller votes aye. Senator Kunis, for those voting under Rule 40.7.
Senator Pott votes nay.
Senator Powell votes no.
And another partisan party line vote. 34 Democrats to what we'll assume will be...
Yeah, Mark Coran hasn't voted.
Yeah, we'll assume there'll be 33 Republicans.
There we go.
Who's the one missing here? Oh, up Bruce Anderson, looks like. And it's 33 to 34.
The secretary will close the
Getting
roll.
a lot of
With there
33s to 34 today.
Ayes and 34 noes. The amendment to the amendment
Okay,
is not
what's going to
adopted.
happen?
We
Are we going to get a
now
vote
back
on the actual amendment?
A51 amendment as amended. Senator Abler.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have no more amendments to this amendment. I think it's really a bad amendment. I urge members to vote no. It was a really good amendment for Mr. President. That kind of morphed along the way, and I appreciate the discussion.
Okay, so
on
we
this
actually,
amendment.
we'll stay
But-
live to see what the second amendment is. So they're going to vote on the amendment. It's going to get voted down.
We can vote on this. I urge members to vote no.
I'm sorry? What are we doing?
What are we
All right,
doing?
Seeing that there are no further discussion.
The president's like,
Senator
what are we doing?
Disick.
I asked for a roll call.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. The
Why?
secretary will
Like,
take the
what's
roll.
the-
It's so crazy.
Yeah.
Like, just
We are
withdraw
on
the thing. Even the
I know.
author's like, I don't want it
51
anymore.
amendment as amended.
And the reason Abler's saying to vote against it is because it was amended by a Democrat, so it's no good anymore. And so now you're seeing, even though it was a Republican amendment, it's going to get voted down by most people. And it even looks like Democrats are going to vote it down too, because it's what's the point? Democrats don't oh, you know what? I just realized. Democrats are voting against it because they don't want to actually amend the bill.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So there you go. It's not going to get a single yay vote on this one.
Yeah, I don't think so.
And as soon as I said that, May Quaid, who was the author of the... No, she wasn't the author of that one. Which one got accepted? Well, you can see how challenging this is. It was the Murphy amendment. So Murphy's voted against her own new amendment. So May Quaid wants to... so it's irrelevant here if one person votes for it.
Jake Brad says 5 hours staring at Jake is long
Senator
enough.
Jasinski to those
Yeah,
voting
fair enough,
under
Brad.
Rule
I'm not gonna.
40.7.
Hey, all Republicans right now. Oh, I was gonna say. I was gonna say all Republicans should reverse and vote for it, because then it'd amend. But
Senator Powell
May Quaid
votes
already
no.
changed her
Senator
vote.
Powell votes no.
So there you go. Let's just lay it out here, guys. Just this is why people hate Congress, right? And the legislature. We just watched 3 hours, 4 hours, probably about 4 hours.
Yeah,
When we started live, they took a recess. About 4 hours of debate on an underlying amendment that everyone ends up voting no against.
And 67 noes. The amendment is not adopted. We are now
All right,
on
what's the
House
second
File
amendment?
1. Senator Abler.
Motion to adjourn.
Thank you, Mr. President. I had no idea my advice would be taken so seriously by this body, so thank you for listening. Mr. President, I move the A120.
Senator Abler moves the A120 amendment. The secretary will report the amendment. Once we get it, just give us a little time just because
Mr. President,
there's a lot.
I have time, Mr. President.
Oh, you're okay. All right, the secretary will report.
We don't have it yet on our page.
Amendment.
Senator Abler moves to amend House File Number 1 as follows, page 1, line 11. This is Amendment A120.
Senator Abler.
Thank you, Mr. President. This actually mostly deletes the word sterilization. That's the point of this amendment as a choice. And I don't know if you've been paying attention to the history of sterilization, and most of you probably have not, but maybe some of you have, and maybe we'll hear from what you think about that. But if there is a single abusive, next to abortion, which I think is right up there, but if there's another really bad thing that has happened to women across the world in the last several centuries, it has been forced sterilization, coerced sterilization, sterilization so you can't get health care without being sterilized, and particularly in people of low income and BIPOC, racial minorities, across the world. And giving this a fundamental right to this, I think is just opening up Pandora's box about the potential for
All right, we finally got it. The A120 amendment.
There's just, if you Google
it deletes sterilization after.
Mr. President, you will discover lots.
Did I forget that sterilization was even in this thing?
And reading an article from what's the group? It's the National Women's Health Network. Curiously enough, they were criticizing NOW and the National Organization of Women for being soft on this, and they were able to get waiting periods. Mr. President, just so you know, in Minnesota, if you want to get sterilized currently, you have to wait 30 days to do that. Curious enough about the 24-hour waiting period for an abortion. Sterilization is so much more, well, they're both, I don't know why you want to have a 30-day for an abortion, but anyways, but it's a big deal, and they make people wait and really think about it. And I don't think we should make that a fundamental right, Mr. President. I don't want to leave it lying around for someone to be abused, particularly in this bill, given the current state of law in Minnesota. Now, under the previous regime of laws that we had, that's not the right word, but in the previous array of laws we had before they were struck down last summer, a person seeking this kind of service as a minor would have to have their parents be somehow involved. That is not the case now, Mr. President. And if you listen to Senator Gruenhagen talk about his concerns about trafficking and abuse, it does happen, Mr. President. It particularly happens in runaways and in young girls and the common, very common runaway trafficking.
And the daughter of
person is 14 years old.
Big ranchers in Montana.
Yep. If it's necessary, I can remind you about some of the international abuses, but they are many.
I think this is probably a good time for us to end this thing, because I'm looking at this right now, it's just purely ending the word sterilization, so he's pretty much on the same line.
Yeah, he is. It's the 11th line of page 1.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it was interesting that the Democrats wanted a roll call vote on that versus just on something that was obviously going to be unanimous. So
Yeah.
I even think the Democrats are like, fine, you want to throw down? Let's throw down. We'll take all day long. We'll take all weekend, which is kind of surprising. But why else force a roll call vote on an amendment that the author's even like, I don't want it? And Borderline just withdrew it and confused the president for a little bit there because he himself didn't even care about the amendment anymore. So that stuff is so weird. And I don't know what to think of that other than they want to draw it out too and make this painful for these guys.
Mort, I think if the viewers would hold on that long, I didn't have a family, and we had the right amount of brown liquor here, we would stick around and do a live reaction in late hours of the night.
And it would get way more interesting.
It will get way more interesting. That's where you get the.
You had some Basil Haydens on that desk.
Yep.
And a little bit of ice. That's about it.
A little bit of ice.
Glasses.
We can run back and forth on the ice part.
Yeah.
Maybe a White Claw for William. He hates it when I make fun of that. Yeah, we could. We would. That would be the most entertaining part. But the thing is, it's a good thing. I sound so sad saying this, but I'm trying to think of the entertainment value. Is that we're not going to get any substance here. You might not get substance on the Senate floor until the late hours of the night, where they actually get into amendments that are going to really be fundamental, that ones we want to track and see how they get voted on. I'm just going to say this right now, Mort, as we part ways. What do you think is going to happen here tonight? And maybe, should I say, tomorrow morning?
Well, I mean, if I'm being honest, I think they passed the bill with no amendments. I think Michelle's probably right. Like, hopefully these guys all got a ton of pressure. But I do think they probably passed the bill because I think if they knew they didn't have the votes, then they would just adjourn until they could make sure they locked up the votes. So the fact they're hearing the bill still, I bet they know these guys are still squishy, and there's an off chance that one of them at the last second goes, I just can't do it, and pushes, the no button on the final bill. But my gut says it passes.
Mm-hmm. And how late do you think it goes?
Oh, it'll go till 1 o'clock tonight. And generally, at least in the House, you rarely went past midnight. And then they would wrap it up, and they probably reconvene.
Will there ever be a recess to call a chair today?
Will there be one?
Do you think
recess?
There'll be a recess for a while?
I don't know. Maybe. Could happen. And sometimes that could take hours and hours. And even if they say, well, we think we'll be back by, in an hour and a half. In the House, it could be 6 hours. There were nights where you're just like, this is absolutely crazy. So I think it'll probably be, I think they want it done by Monday. So I don't think they adjourn till Monday tonight. I bet they just come back tomorrow.
Wow. Yeah. All right. Well, I wish we had more to give you. Boy, that was a wild 5 hours and 14 minutes. Dawson, Bridget, thank you guys. We had a little fun with you, Bridget, there, but we obviously really appreciate all the work you do. And Dawson, that was not easy, was it? Are you ready for tomorrow?
Yeah.
Oh, you're not going to look at me anymore? Oh, you're looking at the camera.
Let's do it. I'm ready.
I thought he was throwing some tood my way. I couldn't tell. Jesse, your man a few words today. That's okay.
Yep.
I thought he was going to end there.
We set a new record, 5-hour stream. We did cover some important stuff, But, man, holy cow. All we got from the actual content that we were live streaming, live reacting to was one amendment. And now we're on Amendment 2 on the same line of the legislation.
And we never even got to my Dan Walgamot clip. I'm a little disappointed.
Wait, do you have that? Did you
I
give
sent
it
to Dawson 4 hours ago. But it never really found the right time to weave it.
Oh, okay.
So you can repurpose
We're going to save that one then.
Yeah.
I think I know what you're talking about. Thank you guys for watching this episode of The Truth Hurts. Did you say, oh my gosh, Bridget? Some people aren't built for these marathon sessions. Follow us on Twitter at @action_liberty. And then also our Rumble page over here. It is The Truth Hurts at The Truth Hurts Show, or The Truth Hurts Show on Rumble. If you're watching on any of the platform other than Rumble, at least make sure you do get a Rumble account, because, God knows they're going to take us off air more. YouTube's already given us 2 strikes for telling the truth, because this is The Truth Hurts. Thank you very much. We'll be back on Tuesday at 1 o'clock live from Roseville, Minnesota. Thank you very much for watching.